Good morning from Canterbury. Bright and sunny here in Kent ahead of day one between the home side and Warwickshire. Kent have won the toss and are going to be batting first very shortly. I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. Alongside me from BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire is Mike Taylor. Good morning to you, Mike.
Morning to you and morning everyone. I'm not sure it is going to be quite such good cricketing conditions back in the West Midlands, so I'm particularly glad to be here in that case.
Well, we are about to see Kent bat, as I say. I'll run you through the Kent team in a moment. It's pretty much as you would expect from the squad that was named yesterday, with Daniel Bell-Drummond with a hamstring and Wes Agar with a back injury, the two major absentees. In terms of the Warwickshire team, I'll let Mike run you through it because there's a few changes from the last championship game.
There is. For people in the ground, it's 3 changes from the printed card, but for everyone else, it's 4 changes, in fact, from the last championship game, and obviously they've been involved in the blast since then. But varying degrees of surprise. Perhaps the one that will raise eyebrows further afield is Hassan Ali has been called up by Pakistan, that was known, but Warwickshire have brought in Glenn Maxwell, who's been with them for the blast. The Australian, who is most notable for his white ball exploits and hitting the ball distances, although never quite came off in the blast. No half centuries in his 14 appearances, but nevertheless, he's brought into this game and takes over effectively the overseas player role. Forgotten that he did make a test century for Australia. He did have a short test career as well as all his white ball stuff. So he comes in. Henry Brooks is back into the side. Dom Bess has gone back to Yorkshire to be loaned. No, back to Yorkshire to be loaned to Somerset, or the other way around.
To be loaned back to his old county, Somerset.
Yes, anyway, he's the Human Library book. He's being loaned out again. Dan Mosley has a hand injury, but Sam Hain, helpfully for Warwickshire, is now fit again. He's played in a couple of blast games, but had a hamstring problem. And Jake Lintott is the man of the 12-man party who he's left out, although he was doing quite a lot of bowling in the nets down here a little while ago. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby is back into the red ball side. So Warwickshire, Yates, Davis, Rhodes, Hain, Bethel, Barnard, Burgess, Maxwell, Brooks, Hannon-Dolby and Rushworth, not necessarily in that order.
Yes, indeed. Well, I'm sure Glenn Maxwell will be doing a fair bit of bowling as effectively the sort of the frontline spinner in that team, with the way that it's...
Yes. I mean, they like Rob Yates' off spin as well, so I think we'll see a bit of that. But I mean, there's quite a lot of batting there that could come in almost any order, but they'll have to wait their turn.
Well, we'll see what it is in terms of batting order. From what we understand the Kent batting order to be, Tuandama Yeye and Ben Compton, I can categorically tell you are opening the batting because they are out in the middle amongst the Warwickshire fielders, getting ready to do their work. Denley is down on the card to come in at number 3 with Harry Finch, who is brought into the Kent side at 4. He has scored a couple of second 11 tons in their last couple of games of red ball cricket, so perhaps no surprise that he's the man that comes in for the injured Bell-Drummond. Leaning down to bat 5 with Jordan Cox at 6, Joey Everson 7. Grant Stewart is back in the red ball team at 8, having mostly played in the T20s and the white ball stuff over the last few weeks. Hamid Kadri is the spinner at 9, and then Quinn and Arshdeep Singh, the Indian fast bowler, the one overseas involved in this game for Kent. So that's the batting order. And Chris Rushworth is about to get us underway with the ball, with the sun glinting off his shaven head. He's ready to bowl from the Nackington Road end to Tuandama Yeye, the right-handed batter who's had a good few weeks in both the blast and then scoring his maiden first-class century in the previous game, the innings victory up at Northamptonshire, which took Kent out of the bottom 2, crucially, ahead of the bottom 2 taking on one another at Merchant Taylor School this week. So I'm sure Kent will have half an eye on that fixture, but they'll be hoping that they can try and continue to keep a nice bit of a gap between themselves and those bottom 2 teams. And they've got the chance to try and get some batting bonus points on the board here. So Rushworth is in and bowling. Yeah, just nudging this gently into the onside. Short leg in and 3 slips, so a nice aggressive field for Warwickshire to get us started. And sometimes, of course, it's a glorious sunny day, and I think both captains probably would have had the same idea that if they won the toss they would bat first. Sometimes the best time to bowl at Canterbury, though, is the first morning. The first morning is when something happens in terms of the pitch.
And Chris Rushworth has been the leading exponent in the Championship of making things happen in the first hour of games for some years now. His first year with Warwickshire has what feels like already a very productive extension to his career after the long service with Durham. He's going to have 4 slips to the left-hander.
Ben Compton, who had that fantastic season, of course, last year, started this one brightly. Has been a little bit out of the runs of late. Short ball, which he's letting go through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps. Mike is just off to update BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. I'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a couple of minutes or so. See Ollie Hannon-Dalby down at a long leg doing some warming up. Would assume that he's going to open the bowling from the other end. So it's the accuracy and the guile, the swing of Rushworth, the seam movement, which will test the Kent batters early on. Compton having to play inside the line of this delivery, back of length from Rushworth through to the keeper. As Mike was saying, no out-and-out pace of Hassan Ali, the Pakistan overseas, due to his international commitments. And they got a 4th slip in for Compton, no short leg. And the Warwickshire team, Will Rhodes the captain, as Rushworth bowls, and it's just nudged away defensively off the hip by Compton. There was a nice embrace actually between Will Rhodes and Jack Leaning at the toss, of course both ex-Yorkshire, captaining their respective sides in this one. Still no Sam Billings for Kent, having given up the red ball captaincy. And then when he was chatting to Matt Cole after Kent's final T20 game, he was saying that he's basically got to earn his place back in the team, and it's up to Jack Leaning he wants to pick him. Finch, the man coming into the team for this one. Yeah, well, glorious sunny day here at Canterbury, and Kent are out there batting. They have won the toss and chosen to do that first here against Warwickshire. A couple of changes from the previous County Championship game, where Daniel Bell-Drummond, of course, got that mammoth 300. Unfortunately for him, he came back to Canterbury on the Friday night afterwards in a T20 and pulled his hamstring, so he's not available for this one. Wes Agar's got a back injury as well, the Australian fast bowler, which was also picked up in that game against Northants, but Joe Denley is fit to play. So Harry Finch comes into the side. He scored a couple of centuries for the second 11 in recent times, and then Grant Stewart is back into the team as well, having played mostly T20 over the last few weeks. So it's Mayeye who scored that 179 at Wantage Road, his first ever first-class century. He's batting out there with Compton. Kent are 1 without loss here against Warwickshire, and commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Welcome back to Mike.
It was a tidy start, that, from Rushworth, wasn't it? All immediately switching, or very quickly switching round the wicket to the left-hander, Compton. And I imagine that he's going to work all these different angles. They've got 2 opening bowlers of great skill, because Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and I don't want to say getting into the second half of his career, because it's a dangerous thing to count players down these days, but Hannon-Dalby, like Rushworth, has continued to perform better with each passing season. So these are skillful bowlers, not necessarily of great pace, but if there is anything to work with in the first hour here, they're likely to find it. Hannon-Dalby from the pavilion end, and his first ball does find the outside edge of Maye's defensive bat, but always guiding it down wide of the 4 slips, and he's going to get 2 runs down in front of the scoreboard at third man. And he has all 3 of Kent's runs so far. And we get to see anything nibble. It's quite breezy, actually. It seems to have picked up in the last hour or so. It is lovely. And I think we're probably going to get the nicer share of the weather around the country today from the forecast I'm hearing. But there is a bit of a breeze that's picked up coming across the ground. It won't ruffle his hair anyway. Hannon Dolby runs away from us and bowls to Mieye, who drives. That might have been off a thickish edge as well. And it goes on the bounce to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think this will be a good test for Mieye, because one of his sort of key qualities is playing pace bowling. He's really good against quick bowling. He picks length up quickly, and he's got all the shots. But I think these two are going to really examine his technique, like you say. If there's anything out there to extract, Hannon Dolby and Rushworth, two of their most skillful bowlers on the circuit.
Got past 50 wickets last season, 21 this season in the championship so far for Ollie Hannon Dolby. Bowls a little shorter of a length, and Mieye is forward very correctly and defends this away into the offside, where Alex Davis, enormously successful captain in the Blast, having stood in as captain when Moeen Ali got the sudden call up for England, and retained that all the way through the end, having won 10 group games out of 10 as captain, only for them to lose the quarter-final.
I must say, from a Kent point of view, we were disappointed that near neighbours Essex managed to win that as much as Warwickshire fans were.
Yeah, they'll be at Edgbaston on Saturday. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Mieye is forward here on the walk a bit, but pushes it out square on the offside, and again there's no run.
It was one of those where it could have, of course, been these two teams playing at Edgbaston last week, because if it wasn't for Feroz Kushi's last ball antics at the Oval, and Chris Jordan not quite managing to catch it and throw it back over the other side of the rope, if that had been Surrey's win, Kent would have gone through in fourth regardless of their defeat down at Somerset. So could have been having back-to-back games in different formats between these two, but it wasn't to be.
They'll have Saturday off. I imagine the Warwickshire players will stay as far away from Edgbaston as they can be, with everybody else there having a good time. This is a bit shorter and beats Mieye, who's groping for it a bit outside the off stump, just reaching outside the line of his pad. That's the first one that has beaten him, and quite reasonably. He's going to take a break here, Mieye. He's got the gloves off, he's retied his shoelaces just to compose himself as Hannon Dolby finds the slot he's looking for. There's a shortish boundary to one side of the ground, I reckon, over towards where there's rather smart, modernish flats are, away to our left. Offside to the right-hander as Hannon Dolby runs away from us, and Mieye's forward, and this is much more secure. He's pushing it through extra cover, chased by Davis, who slides and picks it up, and they have 2 runs. 2 to Mieye to make it 5 for none in 2 overs. He's got them all. Kent having, not surprisingly, chosen to bat first this morning, having won the toss. If you've recently picked up the commentary, whether it's through the BBC Sport website or with the pictures, I know with the YouTubers, and through the various outlets of Kent County Cricket Club, and I think Warwickshire's too, then hopefully the weather where you are is as nice as it is here, and perhaps you'll let us know. Drop us an email during the day if you want to.
So it looks like it's going to be Rushworth carrying on, of course. Four slips to Compton. And around the wicket. Edged wide of, or just wide of that 4th slip. Angled down into that area. And a good hand on it from the skipper. Will Rhodes in there. Didn't quite carry to him. They are pretty close though, those slip fielders.
He was down pretty sharply there, Will Rhodes. It was just a sort of a yard to his left, but it wasn't catchable. But again, it was a genuine thickish edge.
I'm assuming that's Maxwell at 3rd.
Yeah.
Yates and Hayne at 1 and 2. Forward comes Compton to play softly to this next one. Straight back to the bowler. Kent 5 without loss after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. And we're saying, yeah, it was a lovely embrace between the 2 former Yorkshire players at the toss, the 2 skippers, Rhodes and Leaning.
Yeah, it was a similar sort of generation. There were a number of... Well, Yorkshire were producing so many players at that point that there was never going to be room to keep them all happy. Eventually all moving on to other opportunities.
Rushworth wide on the crease. Appeal for LBW. I think Compton's outside the line of off stump.
Bowler technically didn't appeal. There's quite a lot to do from coming round the wicket to the left-hander. But he's on target here. He's finding, as ever, a probing line, Chris Rushworth. who's not quick but nippy enough if he's getting the ball in the right areas, as he invariably does.
Yeah, quicker than Darren Stevens, but same kind of skill level with the ball. As he bowls here, and left alone by Compton outside the off stump. Slower than James Anderson, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would think so, yes.
But, you know, it's sort of in between the two, but, you know, same calibre of skill in terms of what they can make this red ball do.
Well, for him to move to Birmingham, and obviously heading towards the end of his career, you'd have thought Chris Rushworth, although I think he was a little bit of a later starter, to see whether he would still be able to produce it away from Durham.
Wide on the crease, turned away by Compton, and in Division 1 as well, where I guess a lot of his cricket has been played in Division 2.
But already, I mean, 37 championship wickets at 16 this season. So, you know, there it is. The
proof right there.
So all the theories about, well, you know, he plays half his games at Chesterley Street and it nips around all over the place and this, that and the other. Well, there you go.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Real stalwart of the county game. And a real test for Compton and Mieye in these early stages. That one's left alone by Compton. I don't think it was particularly far away from the off stump. Maiden over, bowled by Chris Rushworth. So Kent with 3 overs gone in the morning, 5 without loss. And Mike was saying if you want to email us, kentcricket@gmail.com is available, as it always is, for supporters of any county. But if you're listening in, and Kester, thanks to you for getting in touch this morning, saying you were hearing us loud and clear on the online broadcast, which is always good to know.
It is. I mean, somebody's put the right plug in the right hole for a start.
Exactly.
which is out of our department. But yeah, it's not quite on school summer holidays yet, I think, in most of the country. So I'm sure there's quite a few people who'd like to come who can't quite come yet. But let us know where you're following the game from, because that's always fun to know. 3 slips and then a bit of a gap to a gully now as Hannon Dolby starts a new over to the right-hander Muyeye, who's taking a pace across his stumps here and playing this with a slightly closed face up to mid-on, where Jacob Bethel, young batter, another we might see bowl a bit of spin during the game, but one of whom Warwickshire have very high hopes indeed.
Yeah, first time I've seen him in the flesh, Jacob Bethel, this game, so looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Big talent. With Caribbean origin. Off goes Hannon Dolby again, and Muyeye is sort of defending from the crease here, standing upright, and there's a swallowed appeal from the slips, thinking it might have hit the pad before it hit the edge of the bat. It certainly hit both, and it was probably too high, but Muyeye was in a little bit of an awkward position.
I didn't know he was born in Barbados. Grew up there.
And schooled in Warwickshire. And he's been part of their setup for a little while now. Featured quite a bit in the Blast as well this season. Here's Hannon Dolby bowls. Oh, and that was close to the off stump. And it swung back after it passed the stump, so that Michael Burgess was taking that probably in line with the leg stump. So there's just a little bit of movement sideways from Hannon Dolby, who gets tricky bounce as well. He's a very tall man. Ollie Hannon Dolby, the taller of the 2 opening bowlers.
Yeah, he was the main man for Warwickshire at Edgbaston in that game last season, where it was absolutely sweltering, wasn't it? It was high 30s.
It's always like that. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Muyeye is driving. It's a good shot. Through the covers, he's found the gap, and away for the first boundary. Enthusiastically applauded, as you can hear. And Muyeye is up to 9. All Kent's runs so far, and that's the first real stroke of authority. Coming in the 4th over.
They were playing about as far down the square as we're likely to do for a county championship game here at Canterbury, actually. So all he really needs to do is hit a gap, and it's going to roll down the slope for 4 runs. Long boundary out towards deep square leg on the leg side, up the slope towards the white seats and the hospital side of the ground.
There's a fair few 3s over there towards the hospital. In comes Hannon Dolby, who is pitching this up again, inviting Muyeye to drive again, and he does. but this time it's straight to extra cover and smartly fielded by Rhodes.
Yeah, there are a few people sat on that side of the ground, and I'd imagine it's because they always sit on that side of the ground, but you're a long way from the action out there, because even the boundary rope is a good sort of 20, 25 yards in from from where the advertising hoardings are and the seats. So
well, it's quite a good spot, isn't it? Because you've got the bank there, so you can, for the deck chairs, fellow deck chairers, over there to get a bit of elevation to see the cricket. So it's not a bad spot. Moyaya defends into the leg side, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 4 overs are complete, 9 without loss. It still feels traditional, this ground. It's the first time I've been here for getting on for 20 years. But a lot of the features that were here then and have been for decades before are still here. But like most county grounds, it's had some modernisation. There's the sort of new flats along to the left where there are people on the balconies and got a tremendous view from over there because you're very close to the cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Those white seats near the Lime Tree Cafe, I think they'd be prime viewing spot this week.
I had a little walk around there earlier, and you are very close to the cricket there.
Rushworth around the wicket. Oh, Compton pulling this one away into the onside, and he's got it in a gap. As we say, this is the long boundary, so they're going to have to run them. And they come back for a pretty gently jogged 2. Yeah, you were talking to me about the old white scoreboard that used to be on the Dover Road side of the ground that, yeah, it hasn't been here for years, but I remembered it as soon as you mentioned it.
Well, I'm happy to be corrected by experts, of which I know there are many, but my recollection is that it was roughly where the building that says University of Kent on it is.
Yeah, sort of the one end of what is now the cafe and offices above it. Pulled away by Compton. This may well go for 4 up the slope. Again, it'll be chased, but Hannon Dalby isn't going to get there. So Compton does find the long boundary, pulling that shorter delivery from Hannon Dalby away to the rope, and he's really up and running thanks to those 2 deliveries, a 2 and a 4, so he's to 6, Mayeye 9, Kent 15 without loss. So was the old lime tree still on the pitch at that point? Yeah.
It was, yeah. At the far end of the ground from where we are now, it was still there then.
Of course, there is a new lime tree now, which is the other side of the playing arena. So yeah, as you say, it has had that, there's elements of modernisation, but at the same time it does have that still quite lovely feel to it. This one's defended away by Compton with plenty of trees at the Nackington Road end and the grassy banks where you can, as you say, pull up a deck chair, and the retirement apartments, Freeman House, with the various balconies.
And it's a ground that knows its history. I mean, most county grounds do, but there are lots of little things to spot around here. The Blythe Monument over on the far side towards the hospital. There being the first one I walked past this morning. But there are great names of the past all over the place.
Defended away by Compton out and towards the gully area. There's a backward point who retrieves the ball. Yeah, as you walk up to our commentary box up the stairs, you go past pictures of all the capped players.
Yes, they're going to have to find somewhere new, aren't they? Running out of space there.
Yeah, they are a little bit.
In fact, it sounded as though there was a cap being awarded this morning. There was when Kent gathered together about 10 o'clock. They were all sort of gathered together, and there was that sort of round of applause you sometimes get when a cap was being awarded, or something was being awarded to somebody.
Here comes Rushworth around the wicket. Clipped away leg side by Ben Compton. May well have been... There's no debutants in the Kent team, so I'm guessing it would have either been something to do with Harry Finch playing his first game of the season, coming back into the team, or maybe just a well done to Tawanda Mieye, who scored that maiden first-class 100 in the previous game. Sort of just remind him of that, what he achieved the last time he set out to have a bat in a red ball game.
Well, they do like a presentation, don't they, cricket teams these days?
So yeah, it may well be it been in recognition of that.
There's all sorts of things to celebrate.
16 without loss, Kent. In the early stages here on BBC Sport Online. 3 slips for Tawanda Mieye, no short leg as there was in the very early stages. He's on 9, Compton 7, Rushworth bowls. Oh, Shout for LBW. Wasn't sure if there was two noises there. It was quite high anyway. Maybe sliding down, so umpire was quite happy to shake his head. We've got Messrs Newell and Blackwell out there in the middle, and that'll be umpire Blackwell at that Nackington Road end of the ground. So, end of another over. 5 gone. 16 without loss. Yeah, I was just thinking about, well, I mentioned Hannon Dorby's spell last year at Edgbaston, and it was that week where a number of games altered the playing hours, didn't they? Because it was so warm. Whereas at Edgbaston, we very much did just kind of crack on with it. And I remember the commentary box at Edgbaston, wonderful air conditioning. We were perfectly comfortable. And I remember going down in the evening, you know, the late afternoon to do the post-match interview, and it was so humid and warm, and thought, crikey, these guys have been playing out, and it was even hotter than this.
Off goes Hannon Dolby, starts over number 6 and angles the ball across Ben Compton as the left-hander plays forward, but he doesn't really play. He's not really wanting to push at that, like left-handers so often do. He shields the bat behind the pad. Yes, it was horridly hot for a short while. You've got the air conditioning working edge, which usually I find if I lean on it a bit, it pushes it open a bit further. Quite good. Works very well in April, I'm here to tell you. It's extremely good then.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't pull it too. Hannon Dolby bowls, and this is a little bit wider, and so Compton is a little bit less interested in playing at that. I'd be quite happy to leave most things. This is the first, these are the first balls he's faced from Hannon Dolby so far. Who's running sort of across the slope, isn't it? There is a little bit of a slope as we're looking at it from the pavilion end, and I imagine the camera is at the moment with Hannon Dolby bowl. There's a slight slope from right down to the left, so everything's in the favour of Compton to hit to the leg side here with a shortish boundary that side. But Hannon Dolby's not bowling him anything over that territory. Angles it again, maybe 2 stumps wide of off stump, and Compton sets as if he's going to play and then doesn't.
So first innings at Edgbaston last year, 6 for 40, Hannon Dolby, in his 13 overs and 5 maidens.
Well, if it's hot, you don't want to be hanging about all day, do you?
No, absolutely not.
All the more motivation to.
It was only 40 overs, that Kent first innings.
It's quite long enough.
Hannon Dolby basically took out the entire top order. Brooks cleaned up the lower order a little bit.
He's back in the side today. Here comes Hannon Dolby, passes the umpire. And when Compton now, he wasn't sure whether to play at that one or not, because that one, the first in this over to duck back in towards the left-hander's off stump. He may have gone more or less over it as Compton withdrew the bat at the last moment. And it dipped back to Burgess. And that's one that'll make him think a bit. Trying to build pressure here. But now Compton will have to think a little bit more carefully about which balls he can leave and which he can't. Hannon Dolby turns 2 or 3 walking paces. Now he heads into his run, right arm jutting out as he approaches, and he drifts just onto the pads of Compton, who turns it to the leg side and straight to the fielder at square leg, Henry Brooks. So he doesn't get a run to ease the pressure. Either side of him it before. It's 16 for none. We should have a full day here. I'm not sure whether there's going to be too many other full days around the country. I don't know how many full days cricket there would have been around the country at the weekend for the club cricketers. Because there was a fair bit of weather around disrupting the games over the weekend. If your club cricket game was on at the weekend, drop us an email, let us know. Hannon Dolby bowls wide of the off stump, and Compton with a little bit of a shuffle across allows that to pass. End of the over, 6 are completed in Kent's first innings, having chosen to bat, and they are 16 for no wicket with Mieye 9 and Compton 7. Be good to hear about the club cricket around both Kent and Warwickshire. If you want to drop us what was the email address? You'll come in best if we all come to one.
Yeah, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Okay.
Yeah, our game, we started, I think we had about 8 overs, then it rained for about 45 minutes to an hour, we were off, and then managed to get the rest of the game in, so we did really well actually. Finished at 7 o'clock. It was a longer one because of the rain delay, and once you start the game you can't change the format in our league. As Rushworth in and bowling to Mayeye, turns this one away into the onside. In terms of other games, Division 2 no toss at Cardiff because of rain. Glamorgan ready to take on Leicestershire. Looks like the other games are up and running. I'll just double check some of the other scores. Rain delay at Old Trafford with Essex having batted, started, and they are 12 for 1. Other games in Division 1, Northants batting first at Middlesex, Somerset batting first against Hampshire. As Rushworth bowls and Mayeye defends down into the point area. Somerset, of course, are fielding not a weakened team, but a rotated team, if you will. They're resting, certainly seam bowling. And for finals day, no Henry or Overton or Lewis Gregory. Don Bess, of course, going on loan to Somerset, having had a one game with Warwickshire, so he's playing in that game. Surrey 19 for 1 at the Oval against Notts. And then, yeah, just that Glamorgan Leicestershire game, which has been stopped entirely by rain. This one driven away by Mayeye behind square on the offside. Just reaching for it, but played it with soft enough hands. And they come back for 2 runs. Kent 18 without loss in this 7th over of the morning. So yeah, that's the situation in terms of elsewhere in the weather around.
So was this in the Kent League that you were in yesterday?
My team in the Kent County Village League.
Oh, splendid.
So it's a sort of West Kent Village League. As this one's nudged away by Mayeye into the onside. Rushworth continuing. He's got a single ball remaining in the over. Yeah, I think in general, teams in and around Kent managed to find a way to get games done from what I've gauged.
Okay. Well, perhaps people will listen. It'd be nice to name check some clubs, but I had one son got his game in and one got half his game in, but he didn't bat, so he was on the field, touched the ball once, and it was rained off.
The worst kind of games.
Yeah.
Rushworth bowls, left alone by Mayeye. In true Mark Wood tribute, Chris Rushworth has chucked himself on the floor and is followed through there.
It's a northeast thing, obviously.
And he's picked himself up off the floor.
He got a rather good tea out of it, though, by all accounts.
Oh.
So I think the club was called Spartans. Hello, Spartans, in Nuneaton.
Well,
someone was part of the King Teeth set up yesterday who ate all your food.
Any club still doing teas post-COVID is a winner in my book. Because it's no longer compulsory in our league. So it doesn't happen too often.
No.
Rushworth then, he has actually got this final ball of the over, and Mayeye on the back foot, trying to drive it away, but with no timing, nudges it out towards extra cover. So, end of the over. And Kent at 18 without loss. There was one game in our league, actually, which got abandoned, not because of the weather, but I don't know the full facts on this, but I saw something on social media, and one team sort of put 240 on the board in their 40 overs, and the other team were 180 for 7 in reply, with 7 or 8 overs to go, and there was something about a flying somebody had sort of trod on an ant's nest.
Oh no!
There was a swarm of flying ants, and they ended up abandoning the game because all the players had to flee the scene effectively.
Oh, sounds like it was rather a good game as well. Oh, we need to know more about that. Well, if you were there, or then do email us about that. We certainly need to know more about that. Hannon Dolby runs in, but he doesn't bowl because Ben Compton has stepped back. Somebody's on the move behind the bowler's arm. So he runs sort of 5 yards past the crease and then goes through the motion of bowling as if he can't stop and running until he has. But he doesn't let go of the ball. Well, if your game went on, didn't go on, or got halfway through before it was bothered by some pest infestation of some kind or other, then do drop an email to the email that Ben's already said twice, and I'll memorise by Thursday. But I've forgotten at the moment. Off goes Hannon Dolby. Runs away from the umpire and bowls this time, and Compton is forward and pushing it back past the bowler and past mid-off as well. and they get 1 run as Rhodes runs around from mid-on to field.
It's kentcricket@gmail.com. And thank you to those of you that have been in touch so far.
Good. Well, it'd be nice to name check lots of clubs. I met some nice people. I'm on scoring duty, you see, for King's Heath on Sunday mornings. Hello, King's Heath. And met some rather nice people from a club called Pickwick yesterday, which I gather is a new club. A lot of Pickwick Post and Mail, merger of clubs. So nice to meet you. Good team you had there.
We've got an update on the way for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. This one's defended by Mayeye, past the stumps at the bowler's end. Yeah, half an hour in the sunshine here at Canterbury, and Kent haven't lost any wickets so far, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. So Compton out there on 8, Tawanda Mayeye on 11. So steady progress so far up against the very skillful bowling of Chris Rushworth and Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Harry Finch into the Kent team for this one. No Daniel Bell-Drummond, who made 300 last time out in the innings victory against Northamptonshire. The club captain, Sam Billings, doesn't replace him in the team either, with his continued absence from the red ball game continuing. Also got Grant Stewart in the 11 with the injury to Wes Agar. And a few changes for Warwickshire. Glenn Maxwell, the Australian, is in their team for this one, as well as Sam Hain, who's back to full fitness. High quality run scorer, but at the moment it's the Warwickshire bowlers trying to dismiss the Kent batters. But so far all good from a Kent point of view, with Compton and Mayeye standing firm and just gently ticking this scoreboard along. The bottom two playing one another in Division 1 elsewhere this week, so Kent will be looking to try and get some points on the board to stretch that gap between themselves and those two teams. They're 19 without loss. They're 19 without loss at the moment. It was a delivery outside the off stump from Hannon-Dalby, left alone by Mayeye, and there was a few groans from the slip cord and from the Warwickshire players. A little bit of theatre, as if to say, oh, that's not far away from your off stump. Don't leave that next delivery alone, sir. So 19 without loss. Commentary continues online.
They got rather excited down the line then, the reaction to that.
Yeah, Julia George heard the noise of the slip cord, and as Mayeye left that one alone outside the off stump. So
he stopped press when he hits it. Hannon-Dalby runs away from us and bowls Mayeye's forward here with a lovely straight out of the textbook defence. Pushed into the offside, and Bethel moves in to do the fielding. And there's no run. There's a dog barking somewhere rather loudly, drifting in on the breeze. I was thinking there was a bit of a breeze coming in here, but you've switched the electric fan on, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
That's what I felt.
Yeah, it's.
But I think there is a little bit of breeze out there.
Yeah, you can just see the trees on the far side of the ground, gently swaying.
It's rather nice. Off goes Hannon-Dalby, bowls again to Mayeye, who pushes a bit harder this time, but straight to mid-off. So it's the end of the over. 8 overs are complete. Kenton 19 without loss. There haven't been too many alarms, other than just occasionally deciding which ball to play and which ball to leave close to the off stump. But it looks at the moment like it's going to be a day of some fairly hard grind for Warwickshire out in the field.
So yeah, just in terms of the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. So far we've heard from Chris, who says Adrian, his fellow live streamer, is watching in from Singapore. I think Chris is a little bit closer in Faversham. Dan getting in touch, diehard Kent fan living in Yorkshire, loving listening to your commentary of every ball as I drive my van, delivering around Guiseley today. Says fellow Kent fan Benny G, heading up to run the Ilkley half marathon on Sunday, so best of luck to him. As Chris Rushworth around the wicket to bowl to Compton, who tries to leave this one alone, but actually inadvertently makes contact with the ball as he tried to do so. The ball just rolls away through the gully and for a single. So Kent are on to 20 without loss, Compton 9, Mayeye 11. The field swaps around for the right-handed batter. Phil getting in touch says he's enjoying the commentary whilst watching the game live today, so he's listening on the BBC Sport app. Hello to you, Phil. He says impressed by the turnout today. Looks like a good day and a good toss to win potentially for Kent.
Does. Nice day to come to the cricket today. If you can come here to Canterbury, because it's lovely. Do come if you're able.
So a couple of slips and a slightly wider fourth one as Mayeye chops this one past his stumps down towards fine leg. Inside edge from the Kent opener to move on to 12.
That's 2 balls this over, 1 to each batter, both of which have been bothered by a little bit more bounce than they were expecting. That kicked up a bit on Muyaya and it got quite high on the bat on the inside edge, and Compton clearly thought the previous ball he was going to be able to leave, and he just nicked the bottom of the bat. Could have been a wicket on either occasion, but a little bit of extra life from a pitch that hasn't seemed to offer all that much so far. Rushworth finds this stuff.
He's coming around the wicket here to Compton. Oh, and there's an edge that's just gone short of first slip. And Yates moved away to his left, but it was a low chance off the bottom of Compton's bat that just didn't quite carry. Even Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper with black gloves on, has just got his hands on his hips thinking, oh, was that mine? Could I have got there if I'd have dived across? I'm not so sure.
I think he's got his back to us, Rob Yates, but I think I want to give the fielder the benefit of the doubt there, and the wicketkeeper for that matter. It just didn't seem to quite carry.
Around the wicket now, Rushworth to the left-handed. Compton defends his back past the bowler. I think it was first slip's catch.
Yeah.
I think maybe just towards his kind of left foot, and it didn't quite arrive.
YouTubers might have seen slightly more of that than we did with the naked eye here, looking at Yates's, well, looking at his back or his shoulder. But sometimes you can tell by the reaction of the players, but they're not giving much away. But it was very low. If it was a chance, it was a very low one.
So Compton on 9, still at the crease. Short ball which is pulled away into the onside, but there is a square leg fielder. And Brooks with the throw. Bruff getting in touch on kingcricket@gmail.com saying, is it a surprise that Billings didn't replace Beau Drummond for today's game? And you may or may not have heard on BBC Radio Kent this morning in our breakfast bulletins, we ran a bit of audio from Sam Billings chatting to Matt Cole just in terms of what he was thinking in terms of county championship cricket, and he was basically saying he's got to earn his place back in the team. Now he's not the captain, it's up to Jack Leaning whether or not he plays, as this one is, oh, again edged by Compton, but with soft hands, and again he was sort of thinking, shall I leave it, shall I play it, and angled it down towards that 4th slip, and it didn't quite carry. So certainly in that over, Compton living a little bit dangerously against Rushworth. He'll be walking off back to his mark thinking, well, I really couldn't have done too much more to try and force a wicket in that over, but Kent are still without loss and they have 21 on the board. So yeah, at the minute, I think it'll be a wait and see in terms of when Sam Billings is next involved for Kent. Of course, they play Essex next week and then Nottinghamshire before the 100, when Billings, of course, will be away with the Oval Invincibles. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, I don't know how Billings attempts to force a way back into the team. I guess he'll have to try and score some 2s runs.
Hannon Dolby starts a new over with a ball that's well pitched up to Muyaya, who drives it firmly but without really timing it to Davis at mid-on.
But yeah, just in terms of the team and forcing your way into the team, Harry Finch has got a couple of centuries in his last 2 games for the second team. One was at Tunbridge Wells at the Neville Ground against the, of course, Birmingham-based Saka Academy. And yeah, he got us 100 in the second innings there to win the game for Kent 2s, and then he got one away at Gloucestershire last week.
Off goes Hannon Dolby, just 2 slips and a gully now, and a man at short extra cover who Muyaya obligingly drives straight to there. That's Bethel, who's about 15 yards, maybe a little more than that.
So yeah, as much of a blow to Kent to lose their triple centurion from the previous game.
Yeah.
Good to bring in a man who's had a little bit of form in the second team last couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, it's a pity. I was looking forward to seeing Beau Drummond. Hopefully he's back in action very quickly. It's sad that Billings is having a tough time, but he'll be back. He's too good a player not to be back. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Muyaya is solidly back into this, defending it on the slow walk back up the pitch. Firmly pointing the bat straight back at the bowler. 21 without loss in the 10th over as Rushworth and Hannon Dolby probe the defences of Muyaya in Compton. But it's going to be a drip sort of day, isn't it, if Warwickshire are going to gradually work their way through Kent. Some hard work done by the seamers, who aside from these two will be Henry Brooks and Ed Barnard. And goes Hannon Dolby, and forward comes Mayaya with another picture-perfect defensive stroke, this time pushing it to Bethel at short extra. He's one of a battery of spin options that Warwickshire have got, without the front line spin of Lintott, the wrist spinner. He's played mostly white ball cricket, but did play in the last championship game. But Yates, Bethel and Maxwell between them. Various tweaking options for Will Rhodes later on. Rhodes himself, of course, to bowl medium pace. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Maye's forward, pushing this firmly between point and extra cover, but not firmly enough to have time for a run.
There's not many players in this Warwickshire team that aren't a bowling option then.
No.
Aside from perhaps Alex Davis, who is a wicketkeeper, as well as Michael Burgess. And then Sam Hain, does he bowl?
It's extremely occasional. If he got that far to say, Sam, do you want to bowl? Then I think
we might be heading towards a draw.
Probably have had enough.
Yeah.
Off goes Hannon Dolby, and Maye's driving a full delivery, slightly into out, but firmly to mid-off, and Rhodes fields, and it's another maiden from Ollie Hannon Dolby. 21 for no wicket in 10 overs. There's been next to nothing to hit, but they're having to work very hard here, Warwickshire. At the same time, you can feel the sense of caution about the Kent openers, just the sense that there might be another tricky delivery not too far away, and also you really wouldn't want to give it away on a nice day like this. You've got first chance to come and bat. It's a lovely day.
Yeah.
Don't want to be doing anything silly in the first half hour or so.
And then Dolby just wandering off down towards the long leg, so Rushworth continues his mini duel with Compton. And round the wicket he comes to the Kent opener. Short ball which is dug into the pitch, and through it goes to Burgess. At the end of a Brough seam out, he's made a little bit of a joke about the fact that I opened the batting and the bowling for my team on Saturday, and he says, does it help being related to the captain? I can tell you, Brough, it does.
Oh, okay.
It does. You can talk your way into the bowling attack a little bit earlier and get yourself up the order. It helps. So yeah, shout out to anyone else who's related to their captain. There's a little word in their ear. Do you want me to open the bowling today? I can open the batting as well if you want. Get a decent game. Here comes Rushworth, turned away by Compton into the onside. I wonder who the last... Any county cricketers out there at the moment who might be likely to open the batting and the bowling? It's not something that particularly happens, is it?
I think it used to be a little bit more common in the time when you used to get a lot more spin bowling than you maybe occasionally have.
The only one I can think of at the top of my head is it George Balderson for Lancashire, who has sometimes opened and also bowls seam up. I'm sure there's more examples over the years, as you say, as round the wicket comes. Oh, Rushworth, is that a little tickle of an edge? It is. And Ben Compton, who was looking very much on the back foot against Rushworth in the previous over, finally succumbs and becomes the first victim of the morning. Caught by Michael Burgess behind the stumps. Simple take. Compton goes for a scratchy looking 9, and unfortunately from a Kent point of view, his tricky run of form continues. And Warwickshire have their breakthrough. 21 for 1.
Like it so often is with a bowler like Chris Rushworth, it's not just about the ball that gets the wicket. You see the action replay of the ball that gets the wicket, and you say, well, that's so far so routine. But it's not about that with Rushworth and bowlers of his ilk so often. You had to get the real picture of that wicket, you had to see, well, certainly about the last 10 minutes of Rushworth bowling, because his last over was about as good an over as you can bowl without getting a wicket, in that he found the edge of both, he hit both edges of the bats in the previous over without a bit of luck. But it's the persistence and gradually getting in the mind, and both bowlers were doing it, having Compton in the mind, when should I play, when should I not? And then you end up feathering a ball that you could have left. So it's not just about the one ball, and that's Rushworth is arguably the leading exponent of that art in the county championship over the last decade, or certainly one of them, in that bowling a brisk pace rather than a rapid one, but always bothering the batter and always asking questions. And it was a very slow arm wrestle to get the wicket of Ben Compton, but eventually he's got him.
Yeah, absolutely a real lesson in patience and in finding a way to get a batter out. As I suggested at the end of the last over, he'd have been wandering off to fine leg thinking, how have I not got him? But back he comes the next over and finds a way to take that wicket and get that breakthrough. So Kent to 21 for 1, and Joe Denley comes out at number 3 for Kent. 3 slips. Oh, and an inside edge from Denley to get instantly off the mark, but far from convincingly. Down towards fine leg for a single. 22 for 1, and Denley off the mark. Up the order in place of Bell Drummond at number 3.
And here we go again. Straight away, we're into the same game against Joe Denley. When can I play? When can I not play? And you dare not play with a perfectly straight bat.
Kevin Hanley, KentCricket@gmail.com, says, hi guys, excellent coverage as usual. What a shame for Daniel Bell Drummond to get that injury in his best form for a while. Must be very frustrated as this one's cut away by Mayeye behind square on the offside. It's not going to go for 4 actually. Been chased down towards third man and they come back for 3. It was just a little bit wafty, it felt, and not entirely convincing in terms of being struck out in the middle of the bat. I must admit, my first thought was that point might even be in the game, but that's from the angle that we're watching from a side-on view. You'd have seen early that it wasn't going to be caught, but yeah, not entirely convincing by Mayeye, but he moves to 15 now from 33 deliveries. Denley's been out there for just a single ball, and he chopped it past his stumps. So Rushworth this time bowls and he leaves it alone, and he just steps back into his crease. End of the over. 25 for 1 Kent. Just to finish Kevin's email, and he's saying, yeah, must be very frustrating for Bell Drummond, and frustrating for Kent, because I think Bell Drummond's absence in that final game against Somerset played a part in the fact that they were unable to successfully chase down that score that they needed to, of course, get a quarter-final at Warwickshire. The fact that they had the injuries to Agar and Denley and to Bell Drummond, you know, you put those guys in the team, you take 3 of your best players out of any T20 county team, and they would struggle to beat a team like Somerset on their home patch, whereas I think, you know, Kent would have been in with a chance of doing so if it weren't for those 3 guys. So yeah, frustrating for the Kent fans as well for Bell Drummond not being able to continue that form. But yeah, lifelong Kent supporter, and he's listening in from the Medway Towns. So thanks for Kevin for your email this morning.
As a first change in the Warwickshire attack, Henry Brooks to bowl from the pavilion end, and his first ball seems away quite a bit from Mayeye, but short enough of length that it's not going to be a problem anyway. And he allows it to pass through to the wicket keeper. Henry Brooks, a feisty young seamer, always backs himself in the duel, likes the excitement of the blast when he was in and out of the team. And a chance for him here off a slightly abbreviated run-up, I reckon. And he bowls a bit short and a bit wide, and Mayeye jumps on this quickly, but it's very well fielded, or half fielded at least, by Davies on the dive at extra cover. And he takes some of the way off it and stops what was certainly going to be a 4 and makes it only 1. As Hannon Dolby runs round from mid-off to complete the fielding. So Mayeye up to 16. And now Denley taking a fresh guard to face Brooks for the first time. He's eager to get on with it. Has 3 slips, backward point has gone back a little bit. Brooks bowls and Denley is defending, standing upright and pushing it back up the crease. Back up the pitch for no run. A little bit of broken cloud overhead. So the sun's just gone in for a moment. Decent enough conditions here. 4 changes to the Warwickshire team from the last championship outing, if you've picked up that team news a bit late on. with Dan Mosley missing with a hand injury, which is a pity because he's been in good form recently. Brooks bowls Fuller and wide of the off stump. Denley with an easy swing of the arms allows that to pass.
Yeah, feels like a big knock this for Joe Denley, back in the team after back injury kept him out of the last couple of T20s, but played at Northants without success in that one innings that Kent batted up there, and actually he's currently averaging 4 in the county championship in this season. He's played, well, this is his 5th game now.
And Brooks bowls, and he's LBW here. Denley pushing forward, trying to flick it maybe towards the leg side, but it was full and it was straight, and Denley doesn't improve that average. He's LBW in Brooks' first over for 1, and Kent are 26 for 2.
Well, there you go. I wasn't sure if there was 2 noises, whether or not there was any inside edge from Denley, but he's slinking off, having scored just 1, and yeah, he's been in wretched form in county championship cricket this season. Played at the start of the year and then was out of the team for a few games ahead of the T20. Wasn't selected, or was, I think, sort of made himself unavailable for selection, and then has come back into the team off the back of scoring some runs in the T20 and looking a bit more in touch. But, well, there you go. So far unable to translate that in terms of red ball cricket. So yeah, with no Sam Billings at the moment for Kent, he's averaging under 10 in the championship as well this season, and has had a real tough time in this format, and likewise, and perhaps even more so in terms of what he's contributed so far, Joe Denley in red ball cricket. So Harry Finch, the man that comes out then at number 4, as I say, off the back of runs in the second 11 against Gloucestershire last week, in that game, that friendly game against the Saka UK South Asia Cricket Academy based in Birmingham.
Was pressurised time to come out all of a sudden. Henry Brooks will be full of bounce after that. But how puzzling that a player with the record of Denley, 32 runs in 8 championship innings. Remarkably fallow period for such a senior player. Brooks striking his first over.
Yeah, I mean, somebody just messaged me privately saying, I think with a hint of irony, but he's managed to lower his average for the season as well. We're obviously just getting 1 on the board, so really is a wretched time at the moment for him in red ball cricket, Joe Denley.
1 to come in Brooks' first over to bowl to Finch with a 4th slip coming in, and Finch is very tidily forward and pushing out on the offside. Indicates to me there's no run. 26 for 2 in 12 overs, and suddenly this is a very satisfactory start for Warwickshire, having been asked to field first. And this is how they're going to have to get their wickets. It's going to be persistence in the right areas that's brought them that. 45 minutes of hard work and suddenly 2 wickets in no time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it puts pressure as well on the other Kent batters. The man still there, with no Bell Drummond in there, who's obviously got those runs in the previous game. Leaning, Cox, the keeper, Everson, and the bowlers to come. So, having won the toss and chosen to bat first, the last thing you want to do is get skittled out for a low score. You've got to go and put a statement out there and put some runs on the board and get some bonus points, which, as this one's defended by Mieye, Rushworth bowling to him, is something that Kent have struggled with largely this season. They got maximum points at Northamptonshire, but in general this season, first innings runs have not really been there, and they are one of the teams who've got the fewest amount of batting bonus points in Division 1 of the County Championship. And having been 21 without loss, and sort of steadily negotiated a good opening spell, this one's pulled away by Mieye off a bottom edge down towards long leg. Hannon Dalby is setting off after it around the boundary. He has, I think, just about got there. He disappeared from our view and then seemed to take an age to reappear. but he has seemingly done the bit of fielding okay, so Mieye gets a couple. So yeah, having been 21 without loss, albeit they weren't going anywhere fast, but they kind of negotiated that early part of the new ball. Compton then got himself in a bit of bother, and then Denley following suit as this one's cut away out towards a deep point, who's been posted, well, not quite halfway to the boundary, but he's a fairly long way in from the rope, out there on the top side of the ground.
I just look back at the replay. It's such a loose shot from Denley. His one hand's come right off the bat, just driven over the top of a pretty full delivery. It's almost over pitched, and he's nailed in front of middle and leg.
I'm slightly surprised that Finch didn't come straight in for Bell Drummond at number 3. With Denley has generally batted at 4 in County Championship in recent times, and well, we were talking about that game last year at Edgbaston, and he got a century in the second innings that really set up the game for Kent in that game. With, of course, as Rushworth bowls to Finch, and he plays at this one outside the off stump. There's of course the 2 overseas that Kent had last year at that point in time in Navdeep Saini, the Indian fast bowler, and Matt Henry, who helped also get Kent to victory in that game. But yeah, then he had a slow start last year, and then found his rhythm again in red ball cricket, and unfortunately so far this season he hasn't got to that point. Has started badly and hasn't found a way back into form, as this one's defended away by Finch. Last year that he basically did it through T20 blast runs. It just sort of freed him up, and he came back into the red ball and played his natural game. And I think that the hope will have been, from a Kent point of view, that would be the case once more. But with, of course, Zach Crawley away in the test side, Bell Drummond injured with a hamstring, Sam Billings currently not playing in the red ball format, having struggled for form himself. And now Denley's place, I guess, will come under the microscope.
Keeper's come up to the stumps here.
Here comes Rushworth. Oh, is there a little edge? A thin one from Harry Finch behind to the keeper. And what a move that is from Warwickshire to bring Burgess up to the stumps, to pin Finch back in his crease. I think he took it almost at the second bite of the cherry, but a small deviation off the bat of Finch, and Rushworth removes him for naught. They can't have gone from 21 without loss to 29 for 3.
He made such a busy start, Finch, looking to well, he hadn't played constantly attacking strokes, but he looked sort of busy and looking to try and force the ball away. And just that thought, last ball of the over, bringing the keeper up to the stumps, and just seemed to constrict him for movement, and he ended up nibbling a little catch through.
I was just about to
Clever
say
bowling.
that Finch, if he could get his head down and get some runs in this game, then there's an opportunity for him to try and sort of nail down a spot in the team, playing in his first County Championship fixture of the season, off the back of, admittedly, both second team tons were in the second innings of those games. But yeah, with Denley out of sorts and Bell Drummond and Billings not in the squad as well, it was a chance for Finch there, and he's, well, succumbed, like so many County Championship batters do, to Chris Rushworth. And Jack Leaning, who won the toss and decided to bat as we tick to midday. It's now the skipper who comes in at number 5 and is going to have to score some runs himself to justify that decision to bat first.
39 wickets now in the championship for Chris Rushworth, the leader in the Division 1 chart. Good signing. Go and do local radio update and be back shortly.
Thank you to Mike Taylor. BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire listeners will be delighted at the news. We said that if there's a time to bowl at Canterbury, often it is the first morning, the first session of the first day of the match. And Henry Brooks running in and bowling well wide of the crease, which Mieye sort of shaped to play, but Ended up leaving it alone outside the off stump. Miyeye's 179 in the previous game has catapulted him towards the top of the averages. Inevitably, so did Drummond's 300 not out. But from a Kent point of view, other than those two, and obviously their averages helped by form in the previous match, Miyeye playing this one defensively into the offside. You got Joey Everson, who's averaging 37 with a top score of 99, which was of course at Edgbaston from the game earlier on in the season between these two teams. Zach Crawley, who's away with England, averaging above his first class average, everyone who likes to fixate upon that. 36.5 this season, including 250s and 100, 170 that he got against Essex. And Brooks, attempted pull stroke from Miyeye, bit of an inside edge into his pads. I think Kent supporters that would have seen a bit of Crawley this season won't be surprised to see him play well so far in this Ashes series, because he's looked in pretty decent touch all year. Unlike perhaps times last summer, Ben Compton started the season well. 350s and a 100 not out. But that average has just been sliding in recent weeks. As Miyeye plays this off the back foot out towards deep point. With Compton's most recent run of scores, just got 4 against Northants and then 9 and 17 in the Surrey game. Yeah, Compton averaging in the low 30s. Jordan Cox, again a sort of lean start to the season before scoring 100 here against Surrey. And then you come to Jack Leaning, who's got a couple of 50s, a 68 not out, his best so far this season, but averaging less than 25, which is a lot less than his Kent career average. He's done particularly well in red ball cricket since coming here. He's facing up to Brooks here and playing defensively into the offside. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Well, it was all going so well when I was last updating you, Julia, but right now it's all gone somewhat pear-shaped for Kent, because Warwickshire have taken 3 quick wickets. Ben Compton, the first man to go, a little thin outside edge to the wicket-keeper for 9. Joe Denley coming in at number 3, and his poor form in red ball cricket continuing. He hasn't been able to bring his T20 runs into this longer format. LBW to Brooks for just 1, and then Harry Finch coming into the team for triple centurion. Daniel Drummond having scored a century of his own last week in the second 11. The last ball of Chris Rushworth's over just brought the keeper to stand right up behind the stumps wearing his helmet, and there was a thin outside edge from the batter which was caught by the wicketkeeper, and so Rushworth getting 2 wickets, 1 for Brooks. Finch departing without scoring. So Jack Leaning, the skipper, the club captain Sam Billings, having relinquished the captaincy in this format to Leaning. He is at the crease along with Miyeye, who's still out there, the opener, 20 not out. So Kent have been reduced from 21 without loss to 30 for 3. And so an hour to go before lunch on the opening morning, and Kent having to dig themselves out of a little bit of a rut that they found themselves in with those 3 quick wickets for Warwickshire. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website.
Second change this morning is to bring on Ed Barnard, another right-arm seamer from the Nackington Road end, who starts with a wide. But in fact, they're going to run one as well, so it'll be 2 wides. But there was the stiffest of looseness from Ed Barnard. Gosh.
I must admit, it's pretty rare as well. This is one of my slight bugbears about county cricket. Wides don't get given. So the fact that has been given tells you just how wide it was. It was barely on the pitch. It was
a very wide, and Michael Burgess couldn't hold it. So that's got a bit of the old stiffness out, hopefully, from Ed Barnard's shoulder. And right. Now we'll start now, Ed. Here he comes in to bowl what he hopes will be the first legal delivery of the over, and it drifts onto the pads. And it's picked off for 4 runs by Leaning, turning it through square leg. Once he got it past Ollie Hannon-Dolby, standing near the umpire, it was almost certainly going to be 4. So not the tidiest of starts for Barnard, the closed season signing from Worcestershire. There's long been a fair bit of traffic between Edgbaston and New Road, and Barnard coming to Warwickshire for this season. Experienced all-rounder. Replacing Rushworth after his splendid spell. Now Mayeye advancing a pace out of his crease here to drive back to Barnard, who fields on the bounce in his follow-through. Rushworth 2 for 19 in 7 overs, a splendid first spell, which was all about building pressure and persistently examining the technique of the opening batters. And then a clever bit of psychology to get Finch as well, perhaps, by bringing the keeper up to the stumps. Forward comes Leaning to turn this up to mid-on for no run.
Nothing quite like it as a captain. Will Rhodes will be extremely satisfied by that. Maybe the bowler if it was his idea as well. When you have a little inkling about something, how often does as a captain or a bowler do you move a fielder? And then normally a batter will nick it where you just took your fielder out from.
Barnard bowls right arm over the wicket to Mayeye, who's Leaning, who's placing the bat there and allowing it to run off the face down towards third man. There's nobody there. It doesn't have much pace on it, so Bethel catches up with the ball well inside the rope, and they have 2.
So it could well have played out that keeper comes up to the stumps, flashing edge, little edge that doesn't stick, one that he would have held easily if he was standing back, but as it was, you know, it forced the edge by, as you say, bringing him back into the crease, and Burgess managed to hold on. So yeah, you look great as a captain or a bowler who made that happen.
And this is an edge as well, but it's kept down. It's just Leaning fenced at that, and it went on the bounce to Sam Hain. Fell a good yard short of him, and he parried it down to his right, so they don't get a run. But Warwickshire not moving the ball prodigiously, but moving it just enough to occasionally trouble the edge.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, this Kent scorecard looks a little bit like a kind of scorecard mid-T20 blast, not at the end of the blast.
Off goes Barnard, runs in again to bowl to Leaning, who is forward defending up to mid-on. It's the end of the over. And 38 for 3 at the end of 15 overs, Kent. Leaning is 6, and Mayeye, who's looked by far the more secure of the batter so far, he's 20.
Sorry, I was just cleaning my glasses there. Yeah, so the couple of games that Kent played mid-blast, and traditionally this has been the case, that, you know, those switching of formats, sometimes you do see teams get skittled out because they're so used to playing that shorter format. And Kent actually managed to play pretty well against Surrey and Northants in that little period of time, and a couple of batters had managed to find a little bit of form off the back of the blast. But yeah, that Denley wicket was a classic kind of, you've been playing a completely different format type thing for the last month, as this one's turned away nicely off the back foot by Mayeye into the onside. He, however, has managed to seemingly transition from one format to the other in terms of his approach, because in the power play he comes out and tries to whack the cover off everything and hit every single ball for 4, whereas he's managed to, of course, get runs in the previous game and then start this innings with a reasonable tempo. Leaning, sort of trying to find that at the moment, just walking around his crease a little bit, playing defensively here into the covers. The Kent skipper, 39 for 3. So yeah, the Denley wicket was a little bit symptomatic of someone searching for runs in this format, trying to implement something that was working well for them in T20 cricket, going at the ball and trying to score.
Just a really
but then playing a loose shot, as you say.
Really loose shot.
Compton hasn't been playing T20 cricket, but just has been perhaps struggling with the fact that there hasn't been regular games. This one's outside the off stump. I was just reading out his stats, and he's, you know, averaging in the 30s this season. Started well with 100 in the opening game, and has got a few 50s since. but with the break for the T20, Compton's no longer playing regular cricket each week. And so the Surrey and the Northants games that were in the middle of the blast, he's gone from playing a bit of second team cricket or maybe even a bit of Saturday cricket for a club side to being thrust back into county championship without any kind of rhythm. So this one's turned away by leaning into the onside for a single. Again, go to 40 for 3. And then, yeah, well, again, Finch has been largely playing red ball cricket over the last month for the second team. Did actually come into the Kent team for the Somerset game, the last group game of the blast, and was batting well down the order. So I don't think we can make any sort of comparison or say that was anything to do with T20 cricket. As Brooks bowls to Mayaya. Oh no, there's a complete mix-up. Oh my goodness. Jack Leaning is run out as Mayaya has nudged it into the onside. Said yes, Leaning is set off, and then his skipper Mayaya sent him back, and he didn't hear the call. He kept running, and we almost had a situation where they were both at the same end, and the Warwickshire fielder who picked it up didn't even have to throw it to the stumps. He was able to jog Will Rhodes, the captain, to the stumps of the bowler's end, and to just gently and almost apologetically take a bail off to run out his former county teammate. And Jack Leaning is out for 7, and Kent's morning has just got a whole lot worse. 40 for 4 with the most calamitous run out.
Well, I'd be happy to hear a steward's inquiry on that, but I think Miyayo's sawn his captain off there, hasn't he? Because there's never a run there.
Yeah.
He's calling for a run that Miyayo was going to be the player run out had he come for it. So he's quite quickly realised he's not coming for it, and by then he's totally sold his captain. So Leaning flashed him a look which might have been interpreted as, don't come back before 6 o'clock. But dear, you don't run out the skipper like that, do you?
Oh, that's... and not at 39 for 3. But that's a... Well, and I don't know, it's the sort of mix-up that you feel like they don't happen when you're 100 for none.
No, that's a very good point. But now here's a little tester for Miyaye, and I've never been in that situation, but he's there now. It's happened now. He would, but you'd have to be a pretty strong-minded person not to be thinking, oh no, just run the captain out.
Oh, just run the captain out.
Yeah.
It's all on me now.
Yes.
Brooks to Mayeye then. Plays this one away into the offside. Like you say, if he then he can't now afford to get out quickly because he's giving away 2 wickets sort of thing. So he's got to get his head down, as you say, and try and bat all day to try and avoid the skipper as much as anything, but to get some runs for his team after his own mistake has cost Kent a wicket. 40 for 4 then at the end of the over, and Mayeye, as you say, he was the one that called it. Leaning didn't hear the no, and so his skipper run out. Jordan Cox having a conversation with him in the middle at the moment, and I wonder if it will be along those lines of forget about that. You've just got to bat now. Yeah,
he's quite a young man, isn't he, Mayeye?
Yeah.
So this is a bit of a tester of temperament, of which he's shown he's got an excellent temperament so far. You can't open the innings in the county championship first division and make runs if you haven't. But you'd have to be really strong-minded not to be bothered by that now. But he can't afford to. Ed Barnard starts a new over at 40 for 4, and Cox is pushing the first ball away into the offside, and there's no run. This is it. It's the same argument, isn't it? But if you're beaten by a good ball, you've got to forget that and play the next one.
Which arguably is something that Compton sort of struggled to do, and against Rushworth, he sort of knew he was under the cosh a little bit, and as you say, played a ball he didn't need to.
Barnard hurries in and bowls again to Cox, who's defending into the leg side. A couple of the fielders liked that. Maybe it was just nibbling in towards the pad of Jordan Cox. He was well forward to defend it out into the leg side. But nevertheless, 40 for 4, and Warwickshire's accuracy is building that pressure. He's getting them handsome rewards now. is Barnard. He always seems to lean back as he runs in to approach the crease. And again, a ball just tailing in a bit to Cox. He pushes it round his front pad into the leg side. And there's no run. This is a super start for a side that was going very well until it was beaten at Chelmsford in the Championship. And then had that disappointment of the 2020 quarter-final the other night. Not all the same personnel on duty as in that game, but nevertheless. It's been a first hour to put the spring back in the step. Barnard bowls and Cox drives loosely off an inside edge, again suggesting that the ball is just ducking back into the right-hander, and it skews away to Hannon Dolby just in front of square leg, and there's no run. 40 for 4. You can drop us an email to Warwickshire supporters if you can stop ringing round your lounge celebrating these early wickets. Email is open for you too. Here's Barnard bowls to Cox, who's defending from the crease. Email kentcricket@gmail.com. So we get all the emails into one. It's more helpful. But 4 changes to this lineup. So far, it's all working out pretty well. Be nice to hear from some Warwickshire supporters this morning. Or the cricket you were at this weekend around the Warwickshire League. What went on, what didn't. Here comes Rushworth. Rushworth, it's Barnard, and he bowls to Cox, who plays his most correct defensive stroke of the over. Maiden over, Barnard appears in enormous capital letters on the electronic screen, which means I turn to the more traditional scoreboard to the right, which he's still showing dutifully 40 for 4. Mayeye 21, and Cox yet to score. Kent having lost the services of Compton 9, Denley 1, Leaning 7, and Finch 0, to varying degrees of mishap over the first hour.
Well, thanks to Thornado, who's tweeted me saying, I think that's probably the most calamitously comedic run-out I've ever seen live. Yeah, it's sort of one of those that if you don't laugh about it, you'll cry, I think. As Brooks bowls a full delivery, which is clipped away by Mieye in front of square on the onside. There's a fielder out there at deep square legs. They come back for a couple. Bethel, the man that does the fielding. And then we do indeed have an email from a Warwickshire supporter who says he's watching the live stream. In fact, he's working from home in... How do I pronounce this place name?
In Hales Owen.
There we go.
In Hales Owen. Oh, Stuart, working from home, is it?
He is working from home.
Oh, I'll do a lot of that.
Brooks Bowl was left alone by Mieye. He says the audio slightly ahead of the pictures. Technical people, we'll see if they can get on that. It's not at our end. He says enjoying the wickets for the Bears, and I'm glad you're still playing as it's raining in the Black Country.
Yeah, well there we are. It's lovely here. No, it's not that it's technically out. We're just giving the clairvoyant act a rest for the week.
I think he may have even just had a little buffer, and it's synced up in terms of the.
We're offering you a service. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Here comes Brooks. Left alone by Mieye outside the off stump.
See, while you're working from home, Stuart, you see, and you can have the pictures on, if we're slightly ahead of you, then you'll know when to look up, won't you? Because I don't want to be responsible for disturbing you from your work unduly.
That's a very good point.
I don't think under the terms of the licence fee we can be responsible for that. but I'd like to think we're offering you a dual service, Stuart.
Yeah, absolutely.
There we are. See, we aim to please.
Yeah, Chris emailed in to say that Mieye and Finch, both Eastbourne College boys, but they weren't batting together for very long with Finch's departure and now Leaning's departure. Mieye back and playing this one defensively into the covers.
Sounds rather a nice place to study, Eastbourne College.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mieye was on some sort of cricket scholarship, and it was his coach there, formerly of Kent, Rob Furley, that sort of brought him to Kent's attention rather than Sussex.
Well, he looks a well-organised player, doesn't he? He's made quite a few runs already this season.
Yeah, he's talented, that's for sure. Brooks bowling to him. He's fiddling at this one, but just sort of pretending that he withdrew the bat almost at the last minute, as it just swings away and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, up until the point where he got that maiden century against Northants, it was a case of, right, this guy's got all the shots in the book, but can he put it together in a longer format? and managed to do that in the previous game. Has done it in second team cricket this season, trying to do that more regularly in the first team. And Brooks bowling to him again, just sort of lines himself up to play at Mieye and then hides the hands away at the last minute as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. So 18 overs bowled so far this morning. Kent 42 for 4. Phil getting in touch saying, thought-provoking that all the teams from the South Division got through to the T20 quarterfinals. Sure, that happened quite recently again too. Yeah, it did, of course, in 2021 when Kent won it. Any theories? I mean, I don't know, but unfortunately at the moment, Kent are not exactly translating that in terms of this game against the side that are in the northern group of the T20 Blast, but very much a Midlands Birmingham county.
Barnard starts a new over and defends out into the offside. Cox, if there's no run, don't go on to Birmingham County.
Sorry,
you'll open a can of worms
sorry,
there. Hello at the Warwickshire end of Warwickshire.
Hello Coventry, Solihull
Yes,
Moors,
yes.
Everywhere else.
Yes.
West Bromwich, Wolverhampton. The ground is in Birmingham. That's
Trouble. It is no. That is incontrovertibly true.
Here comes Barnard again.
Here he is, and Cox is driving a full delivery up to mid-off.
I think the point I was trying to make is that
Yes,
the
I was teasing you.
Warwickshire are not really a northern county, are they? It's a. I know there's a whole north-south thing, but there is this thing called the Midlands.
Yes.
Because it was, I think a few people were making comments about all the South teams going through in the Blast, and then there was a reference to sort of the Test team.
Barnard bowls, and Cox is just dabbing the bat down on this, guiding it square on the offside Bethel field.
There was a suggestion that a lot of the Test team were from northern counties, and okay, there's a few from Yorkshire and a few from Lancashire, but you've got Moeen, who is obviously a Birmingham lad. Ben Duckett, although plays for Notts now, was born in Kent and then raised in Northampton, which is again not particularly northern.
Off goes Barnard, and has Cox forward in a very neat defensive stroke, compact away into the offside.
Pope's Surrey, Crawley's Kent, obviously. So I saw, I guess, Wood Anderson and the Yorkshire boys aside. There's quite a few Midlands, with Broad being Leicester. Wokes.
Bromley Botham, if you don't mind. Here comes Barnard on his way, and Cox is placing the bat again very carefully into position to push this away to Davies in the covers.
I, for one, am a massive Chris Wokes fan.
Everybody is, and certainly anybody who's ever met him definitely is.
And
charming chap.
Yeah, brilliant to see him come back into the Test team and perform like he did. Wickets with the ball, crucial not with a bat.
I wonder if he'll stay in for Manchester though. Barnard runs into bowl, and forward comes Cox, defends right back down the pitch, and it's tied it up. It's a
He's got to, hasn't he?
Straight up and down maiden over, 42 for 4. Oh yeah, look, I have no hesitation about picking you, but you know what they're like? They rotate the players, and Josh Tongue, of course, Worcester soon to be no longer of Worcestershire, as we now know.
Indeed.
Which is a whole different point of contention.
Gosh. Let's not open that kind of worms.
Yeah. He will come back into contention.
James Anderson will on his home ground.
Yeah. So
Ollie Robinson presumably may well be injured.
Certainly Wood and Wokes have offered that point of difference in this game. 13 wickets between them, and handy old runs.
Down the leg side from Brooks, this first one to Mieye, fired in. Yeah, the balance of the side will be interesting. Obviously, with Moeen batting 3 in that second innings, which although it in itself didn't work, Harry Brook went back to 5 and he made him effectively match running 75. So you could say it worked, even though it didn't come off for Moeen.
Yeah, it was for the team, wasn't it, really?
Absolutely.
Brook felt too high at 3.
Here comes Henry Brooks, short ball, which Mieye ducks well underneath. That looked pretty high to me, in terms of it being a bouncer that you might be struggling to play an orthodox cricket shot to. It's been signalled as the one over shoulder height for the over. Back he goes to the top of his mark. But yeah, I actually watched there was a, I think it was quite a long chat afterwards actually between Harry Brook and Chris Wokes on the outfield as Brooks bowls. It's down the leg side, little tickle from Mieye off the hip. I think there's bat. Yes, signalled by the umpire, 4 runs. So just glanced away by Mieye to the boundary to move him on to 27 and Kent on to 46 for 4. And rather than someone from the sort of England cricket media team interviewing the two of them, they basically just sat them down and said, go on, you two have a chat about the day's play. And what you're saying about Chris Wokes being a lovely chap really comes across in this interview, and he basically kind of almost leads the conversation and brings Harry Brook into it and sort of tries to coax him out of his shell a little bit. This one's again fired in, leg stumpish from Brooks. Mieye trying to flick it away, ball deflects away behind the stumps and is gathered up by the keeper, but a little bit of excitement from the Warwickshire fielders that an LBW might have been on the cards there.
Yeah, you can see why everybody likes having Chris Wokes in a squad. The worst of all worlds is that he ends up sort of hanging around the England team not playing, as was the case for about the last 6 weeks. Not that you could tell by the way he dropped back into things in his test match.
Absolutely, he looked all the better for the rest.
Yeah.
There's a full delivery again on leg stump by Brooks, which is missed by Mieye. Through it goes to Burgess, and
it's a fine line between having a rest and not having any cricket, though, isn't it? Fortunately, Wood and Wokes produced super performances despite not having played very much cricket.
Yeah, looked fresh rather than undercooked.
Yeah, that's it.
Somebody's clapping furiously out there in the field or in the stands as Brooks is in again. Mieye turns this, oh goodness me, into the onside. He sets off for a single. Jordan Cox doesn't go anywhere. The throw comes in. It's a wild one from Rhodes, and it's gone for 4 down to third man. And the Kent 50 comes up in a quite bizarre manner. And, well, there's a smattering of applause around the ground because there's a few murmurs as well that Kent have made rather hard work of reaching that half century, and it's come about in exactly the same way that the previous wicket did. This time, Cox didn't move a muscle in comparison to Leaning, who set off straight away and then never heard the call to go back. And it was Mieye this time who had to do a U-turn and scamper back towards his crease. And the wild throw that came in from Rhodes was missed by the wicketkeeper, missed by everyone backing up, and has gone for 4 runs. So, I mean, I don't know what happens on Mieye's wagon wheel, how that gets drawn, but he's got 4 runs for it.
Barnard starting a new over, and Cox. He's there's another mix-up, and it's guided to Bethel at backward point. But by the time he's managed to get the ball back in, Cox has retreated to his ground. But there was very nearly another run out there. Again, the batters came to meet in mid-pitch. Fortunately for them, Bethel, having scrambled to make the stop, needed a moment to gather the ball and throw it back, and Cox had recovered his ground just in time. But it's hard to tell whose mind that run out is playing worse in at the moment, because Mieye, again, the last ball of the previous over, there was never a single there either. In comes Barnard and bowls to Cox, and he defends out into the offside. Nobody knows whether to come or go now.
Oh, there was a massive call of no straight away there. Admittedly, that almost looked like there was possibly a run, but it's one of those where it's obviously behind square on the offside, and although it's technically Mieye's call, I think in theory, Cox has probably got a better view because he can see that it hasn't gone straight to point. So he was the one that was sort of edging down the pitch as if to say maybe there's one there.
There's a man coming at short mid-wicket for Cox now, is because Barnard is bringing the ball back into him as he pushes forward. This time he nudges it into the ground.
Yeah, so Cox was interested in the signal, but I think Mieye thought it had gone to the fielder and therefore wasn't going to risk it. And it was Cox that had to turn around mid-pitch and jog back. And, I mean, if he'd have picked it up cleanly, Cox might have been struggling, because there was a slight fumble at point.
Barnard bowls, and Cox drives away. That should go for 4 up the hill. And Davis is chasing it, but nobody's got to bother about running anywhere, which is probably for the best. And Cox is away with a boundary, and it's 54 for 4.
Well, update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. There was a kick out of the pitch from Ed Barnard in frustration. Unfortunately not, to be honest, Jules, because Kent are 54 for 4, and the manner of the wicket as well of Captain Jack Leaning was, well, calamitous, because Mieye has tucked the ball into the leg side and called yes for a run. Jack Leaning has set off from the non-striker's end, only for Mieye to realise that actually there's not a run there. He's called no. Leaning has got his head down and didn't hear him or didn't see the call and has kept going. And well, the Warwickshire fielder has picked the ball up and just walked it towards the stumps of the non-striker's end and flicked the bails off, as Leaning has found himself halfway down the pitch and completely stranded. So he was out, run out for 7, and then Mieye, who's on 31 now, got a 4 a moment ago because he knocked it into the onside. There was a bit of miscommunication between him and Cox, and the fielder tried to run out Mieye, only to throw it for 4 runs. We then saw Cox again just nudge the ball into the offside, and there was some miscommunication and the two of them uncertain about the running between the wickets, and Cox had to sort of go back and run back into his crease. So at the moment there's a nervousness out there between the Kent pair. They know that they're in a difficult match situation with the wickets of Compton for 9, Denley for 1, Finch for 0, and now Leaning for 7, courtesy of that run out, which was Miye's fault. He's still out there though on 31, having run out his captain. Cox is there on 4, having hit a nice boundary through the covers a moment ago. But it's very edgy out there at the moment with the running and the calling between the wickets, which is, well, it's quite frankly schoolboy stuff. You see it sometimes if you're a coach of a cricket team and an under-11 side or something. You might get situations where you get 2 batters at one end. Rarely do you see it in county cricket, and unfortunately at the moment Kent lost a wicket in that fashion. So commentary continues online. Kent are 54 for 4 here, having won the toss and chosen to bat first against Warwickshire.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby has started a new over in the meantime, and his first ball was full to Mieye, taken on the pad and run away into the leg side. And they went through for a single without alarms. Mieye is playing very nicely.
He is playing well.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
Hannon-Dolby to Cox. Oh, and they come through for a single. That was fine. That was fairly straightforward stuff. The running between the wickets there. Bethel, the man fielding on the leg side, actually had to run round the ball as well because he's a left-handed thrower of the ball and it was on his right side, so it was easily a run there. Still Cox and Mieye having a further word. Having chatted to Tawanda a few times, he's quite softly spoken. Whether or not he needs to sort of up the volume of his calling out there, I don't quite know, but
I think it was just a bad call.
Yeah, I think it's just been a couple of nervy calls where he's trying to get off strike, and this one's driven away wide of mid-on, and they'll get at least one. They put a little sprint on to come back for 2. Yeah, I almost just having kind of sensed the pressure around him, and obviously the wickets falling up the other end, he has ended up trying to get off strike and calling runs that weren't there and giving big calls of yes. You know, I was always taught to call wait and then yes when you're sure there's a run there. It was sort of almost a lack of a wait, just a yes and then actually, oh, maybe not. So this one's turned away into the onside again by Mieye. This should be 2 more. In fact, they'll only get 1 because Cox turns him back, and Rhodes has done particularly well on that occasion to get to the ball nice and quickly. This is Hannon-Dolby, by the way, back into the attack from the pavilion end of the ground.
Yeah, Brooks 5 overs, 1 for 14, and his spell picked up the wicket of Denley. There's 2 different sides to Mie's game at the moment. He's playing quite sweetly. It's the batter, he's made 34. He hasn't really looked in too much bother since the early overs. but he looked nervous as anything when he's calling.
And Dalby bowls. Cox goes for a drive, but inside edges it. He was trying to play it through cover, and it's gone through mid-wicket, and they come back for a couple of emails that I'll try and get to, because I think they're coming in from a few of our Warwickshire listeners. Riff Devan says, good afternoon, chaps. And I guess it is indeed the afternoon now, so thank you very much. Great start for Warwickshire. Isn't it a relief to be back to normal cricket following the frenzy of the Ashes tests? Says, loving the commentary, glad to be partaking. Yeah, it's been, well, I think as Ben Stokes himself put it to Jonathan Agnew on BBC Test Match Special, it's not good for the aging process or your heart, so to speak. It's been pretty frenetic stuff, pretty tense watch every single game of the Ashes so far, as this one's left alone outside the off stump, and men's and women's, because England's women have produced a couple of fantastic performances to win that T20 series as well. Nigel getting in touch, saying, great bowling, come on you Bears, listening in from Bartley Green.
It's nice there.
Mike Tompkins is working from home up in Kings Heath, Birmingham. Says, thanks for commentary both, very enjoyable, glad to see you having glorious weather. So look out the window at the wind and the rain. Oh dear. I thought I'd left Kings Heath in good hands, Mike. One of those things, eh? The great British weather. Felix is getting in touch. I think he's a Kent fan. Barnard starting a new over, and Miayo's pushing firmly into the offside, and there's no run. 61 for 4. He says, always loving the comms, but not the current state of affairs as a Kent supporter. Hopefully these two can be rebuilt to lunch and then take it to a decent score afterwards. If there's any sort of crumb of comfort for Kent fans, it is the fact that Joey Everson, the man in next, has been in pretty good form this season. They have often found a way to sort of get some lower order runs. Not sure what a decent score is, but I think it's probably more than this. 61 for 4, Barnard bowls, and forward comes Miaye and defends into the offside. I mean, the bowling's been tight. Yeah. And I do get the impression, with Barnard seems to be making the odd ball tail in, because he caught the inside edge a couple of times, and they brought in that man at short mid-wicket. And in Hannon Dolby's first over of that spell, there were a couple of those drives were miscued. They were looked to be pushed down the ground. They ended up squirting off a thickish edge coming wide of mid-on. Barnard bowls, and Miaye is very correct. He likes that sort of defend while he's taking a stride, doesn't he? He does that rather well and pushes it away in the offside. As we were sort of discussing earlier, though, it was that first half an hour, although Kent didn't go anywhere particularly quickly, they were able to negotiate what Hannon Dolby and Rushworth bowled in the initial instance, and you thought, right, if they can see through this period, it'll get easier to bat. But then, of course, there was that cascade of wickets. Barnard bowls, and Miaye drives off an inside edge, and it goes away to deep backward square leg where Hannon Dolby fields. Not the first time that's happened either, and further evidence that Barnard is, I suspect, making the ball move quite late, because he's caught the inside edge 2 or 3 times now. Yeah. Yeah, we saw it earlier from Miaye, didn't we? And actually Denley's one run was off the inside edge. So long leg has been busy down there. Hannon Dolby looks like he's chatting to one or two of the coaching staff. There are a few longer legs than Hannon Dolby's in county cricket. Here comes Barnard on his way to Cox, who guides this down off the face of the bat, running it down towards third man, and they'll have 2 runs. It doesn't get as far as the practice pitches they were using earlier, and Yates catches up with the ball, and they have 2, so Cox up to 9 with that careful deflection. And it's 64 for 4, Kent, who chose to bat this morning, losing Compton, Denley, Finch and Leaning, all for single-figure scores. 2 wickets to Rushworth, 1 to Brooks. Barnard looking for his first, and Cox flicks this, knocks the short mid-wicket off his feet in his diving efforts to get out of the way there, Sam Hain, and it's 4 runs. And the most authoritative stroke we've seen for some considerable time. Cox up to 13, and it's 68 for 4 after 23 overs of Kent's first innings. It's just felt they've lifted the siege a bit in the last 2 or 3 overs. Just having another little look at the replay. Nicely flicked away by Jordan Cox. And as much as anything in the last couple of overs, it's felt like the calling has been that bit more convincing, and the understanding between those two boys out the wicket has been that bit better. Both youthful. I think we were talking about Tawanda earlier on, 22 years of age. Jordan Cox likewise, so both talented young guys.
First bit of spin. Glenn Maxwell will be the first of the spinners to be called upon. The Australian making his first county championship appearance for Warwickshire. Has been with a number of counties in the past, but signed mainly as a player for the Blast, the Australian, and that's what he's more celebrating in white ball cricket. But Hassan Ali, having to leave early to join Pakistan, left a vacancy, and here he is.
And Miyeye tucking him away into the onside, out towards deep square leg for a single.
It is an aspect of his cricket, Glenn Maxwell. He's a batter who bowls rather the other way around. It's a rather gentle approach and off spin.
Certainly a useful bowler in white ball cricket.
Oh,
though.
sure. Batting's not quite so gentle by renown.
Yes. Here he is. Nice easy action. Defended away by Jordan Cox. He's got a little bit of a sort of aura about him, hasn't he, Glenn Maxwell? He's the sort of guy that can almost make you think he spins the ball more than he probably does. Here he comes once more. Nice flat delivery to Cox, which is clipped away. Miyeye quickly through for a single.
He's not giving it all that much chance to spin at the moment.
No.
But when you say an aura about it, it's funny because the chat from within the Warwickshire camp about Maxwell is that he's valued to the squad over the last few weeks. He's measured in rather more than the weight of runs alone.
Here he comes again. Miyeye forward and an inside edge into the onside. They get a single. He was really jumping forward and propping himself on that front foot to try and defend that delivery.
In that a guy who was signed, with that tremendous record he's got and carrying the nickname in Australia, the Big Show, and yet in 14 T20 games there wasn't really a big show. There was no half centuries, no real match-winning contributions.
Which is what you pay your overseas player for in a way.
You would think.
Here he comes again. Cox is forward and defending him.
However, Mark Robinson, the coach, and some of the players were pointed out without prompting the value that he brought to the squad in other ways.
Without prompting is interesting.
Yeah.
As Maxwell bowls, Cox attempts a cut shot, and there's a fielder out there at deep point, so they get an easy single. Because 1 run taken, Kent have moved on to 72 for 4. These scoreboards are both quick. Kane Richardson, fellow Australian, really struggled for Kent in the Blast, and then picked up an injury, and then we didn't see him towards the back end of the competition. And I remember speaking to Grant Stewart about him, and he was talking about what he brought to the dressing room, but that was very much from my question, saying, "Oh, Kane struggled. How about that?" sort of thing. So the fact that they've brought it up without actually, it being a question, I think is interesting.
I'm told that I've been told by several. I've heard Mark Robinson say it at a number of interviews, but that his influence rubbed off on a lot of players. None more so, I think, probably than Dan Mosley, who sadly he's not fit to play in this game. But the young batter bowls a bit of off spin, ended up taking 20 wickets in the Blast. Mosley, and really rising to the occasion. Hannon Dolby starting a new over from the Nackington Road end, and his first ball is guided on the walk into the offside by Cox for no run. But I spoke to Dan Mosley after one match-winning contribution, of which there were several. When he'd starred with bat and ball in a game, he came bounding up to do an interview, and he talked a lot about Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah,
and he'd very much sort of been operating. He gave me the impression he'd sort of very much been in sort of Glenn Maxwell's slipstream over the previous weeks.
Yeah.
He said, it was one quite interesting comment that stuck with me. Hannon Dolby bowls a ball that bounces quite a bit. He's starting a new spell now. For the first time he's bowled from the far end from us, the Nackington Road end, and he's found a bit of lift there, which Cox defends into the offside. But he said, look, I asked him to go for a game of golf with me. and just basically, so according
Nice.
to Mosley's telling of it,
Yeah.
went for a game of golf and basically followed Glenn Maxwell around for 18 holes,
Yeah.
asking him stuff.
That's a fantastic idea, though.
It's also very smart, because
Yeah.
you'd have thought for a young player like Mosley, who's a very bright and bubbly character, if you could download some of the knowledge that Glenn Maxwell's got. This is a little bit shorter, and Cox has pulled it straight to deep mid-wicket. 72 for 5, and another wicket that will feel like a bit of a gift from Kent's point of view. Hannon Dolby striking in his first over from the Nackington Road end. He'd got a bit of bounce from the previous delivery, this time put it in a bit shorter. The shorter boundary on the leg side maybe enticed Cox, and he hit it straight to Alex Davis. He's gone for 15, and Kent are 72 for 5 with a quarter of an hour to lunch.
Wow. I mean, yes, the shorter boundary, I think is fair to say, enticed Cox into playing that shot. And we saw the bounce that Hannon Dolby was getting, and fair play for him to digging it in. But what has Cox done there? I mean, that's either got to go along the ground or miles over that fielder's head if you're trying to hit it in the air at all for 6. And it's a comparatively short hit for 6 if you're a county cricketer who's good on the pull shot. You know, that should have either been flashed in the gap hard and low, or, you know, deliberately hit it hard and high. And I'm not sure Cox was kind of either. It felt like he was in between and has ended up picking out the fielder after, well, him and Mieye had basically been threatening to redeem the situation. And all of a sudden, 10 minutes to go until lunch, Kent are again in a spot of bother because of a needless wicket.
It's easy to sit here and say this, I appreciate, but it doesn't feel like a 72 for 4 having won the toss sort of shot.
No.
But there it is, a wicket for Hannon Dolby. He's first, and I'm grateful to a tweeter who sent me a message earlier on, who went by a nickname that I can't remember, but I will find, for pointing out that Ollie Hannon Dolby had started this game needing 2 for 300 first-class wickets, and there's one of them, the Mighty I, whatever it is. Thank you for the message anyway. So, his first wicket of this innings, Hannon Dolby. He came back, he bowled 1 over from the pavilion end, and then switching to the Nackington Road end. For the first time he's bowled there today, and he's brought him a wicket straight away. He's 1 for 15 now, all told. So whether Maxwell just came on to turn them round, I don't know. But anyway, the new batter is Joey Evison. The right-hander's on strike. 2 slips are in position, and Hannon Dolby drops back into his usual routine of a good length on the line of off-stumpish, and Evison respectfully defends away on the offside. Well, there's been some wickets generously donated.
I think that's a very good way of putting it, to be honest. It's been a bit embarrassing, to be honest, from a Kent point of view. Some of the supporters that are here, I know there's a couple that don't often come that are here today.
Hannon Dolby right arm over the wicket to Evison, who is pushing forward.
You know, it's the sort of day that you might think, oh, which day of the cricket am I going to go to this week? Or that day looks the best in terms of the weather. Take the day off work, come down here, and, well, so far the Kent performance has been, as I say, for a home supporter, pretty pathetic. As you say, they've just donated their wickets rather than Warwickshire had to work hard for them. You know, Compton Rushworth's worked him over and had to work for it, but some of the others have just been offered up.
72 for 5. Hannon Dolby bowls a bit shorter, and Evison rides the bounce of this well and guides it off the back foot through the covers. A chase for Bethel, because the ball won't quite have the urge on it to get all the way up the hill to that quite long-looking boundary. And they have 3 runs. The angle that we're looking at, we're not looking in directly behind the bowler's arm. We're a bit off to one side, so that may be a slight illusion, but I think it is a much bigger boundary that side all the same, and they get 3. Evison's first runs, and it's 75 for 5, Kent, at the end of the over, the 25th over of the morning.
Yeah, and with the Cox dismissal, I personally don't mind him hitting that in the air. And as I said, that's because there's all he has to do is middle that pull shot and it goes for 6.
Yeah, it's not a big hit.
It's not
today.
a big hit at all, but he didn't even get close to middling it or hitting it. I just didn't feel like he fully committed to trying to smack it out the ground. I think if he had done, he would have. Even if he'd have top edged it, he probably would have got it for 6. But he sort of, I don't know, kind of went for the shot without really kind of backing himself to hit it all the way for 6, and thought,
like a guilty shot.
yeah, almost like,
yes.
Well, if I hit that in a gap, it's 4, but I've hit it straight down the man's throat. Maxwell will continue, and Everson forward and defending. But yeah, I love. It's interesting to hear Dan Mosley just, you know, like you say, logging himself into the Glenn Maxwell information database and seeing what he could take from him. That's exactly what you want to hear from. This one's defended by Everson. You know, young player in the group, trying to learn off the overseas.
Yeah, well, it's smart from him, but I've seen Mark Robinson again quote at the weekend saying, look, the value of bringing in overseas players is not just for the runs and wickets they score and take.
Maxwell bowls turned away by Everson out towards short mid-wicket.
If you get the right ones, that's the thing. Now, they've had Hassan Ali in the early weeks of the season, who's been a bundle of fun by all accounts. Been tremendous. He's been good fun for the spectators as well, giving all the celebration, all that. So he's been great around.
Yeah, different kind of overseas players. This one's driven away, you know, energy and drive and competitiveness and that passion you see from him.
Yeah. So there's lots of ways for an overseas player to contribute.
Maxwell trying to do it with the ball at the moment, having volunteered to play in this red ball game. Turned away for a single by Everson into the onside. And I'm sure he's brought a, you know, being a part of a pretty successful Australian team over the years, he's brought a winning mentality to a group that has kept on winning.
And, you know, by all accounts, he's done things like, you know, take particular coaching drills and things like that. So he's brought an expertise to it.
He's bowling here to Wandama, who's defending this delivery. End of a swift over. Probably get a couple more in before lunch. From Kent's point of view, they can barely afford to lose any more wickets. Unfortunately for Joey Everson, he's probably found himself in this position a little bit too many times this season, where he's coming in at number 7. And, well, he's seeing, looking up and seeing the board, and it's not very much for 5. And he's the one who's having to take it upon himself to go and get a good score to try and rescue Kent from the poor start. It's been a slightly familiar tale for Kent to not get batting bonus points in the first innings, albeit today they found new ways of, I don't quite know what to gift away their wickets, as this one's defended by Everson. Hannon Dorby, the bowler once again, as Mike put it earlier, it's they've a few of them have gifted them up. You know,
if you've won the toss and batting on a day like this, you'd like to think, I've made it harder to get it out. And look, you know, batters make mistakes, but
you've got to place value on your wicket, haven't you? You've got to almost be like, right, you've got to get me out. I think that's almost a sort of an old-fashioned way of playing this format, almost, as Everson turns this away into the onside. You know, I think of my granddad sort of teaching me how to play, and it's like, well, you don't give your wicket away, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, we might be doing them a little bit of a disservice here, Warwickshire, because they have bowled with skill and with discipline, in that there haven't been, you know, much to hit. And there is some evidence that they have moved the ball a little bit sideways. Not prodigiously, but you don't have to, do you? You don't have to move it half the width of the bat, and you're in business.
Here comes Hannon Dorby. Everson forward defending. Yeah, absolutely. Let's not take anything away from this Warwickshire bowling attack, because as we've said, it's a very skillful attack. It's lacking that outright pace that Hassan Ali has brought to it in recent weeks. And admittedly, the run out is probably one of those that you see once every blue moon. You know, a mix up like that doesn't happen all too often. But it felt like it came off the back of a couple of not great shots, and
pressure gets applied.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes Hannon Dorby again, left alone by Everson, and then we saw another one with the pull shot from Cox since then. So yeah, it's obviously quite a fairly youthful Kent batting outfit, other than Joe Denley. Jack Leaning as one of the more senior players, being the skipper. Compton's not young, but I guess in terms of years spent playing at this level, in terms of, you know, 4 years of county cricket he's had.
Yeah.
Here comes Hannon Dalby, left alone outside the off stump. He's obviously, yeah, just had a couple for Kent and then didn't really get a look in elsewhere prior to that. So, yeah, it's been a poor showing from a side, like you say, who's won the toss and said we'll bat first on what looks to be a good day to bat. But credit to Warwickshire for the way that they've gone about getting their wickets and forced mistakes and applied pressure, which has led to more errors from the home side. Final ball of the over from Hannon Dalby. And Everson lets it go outside the off stump. Kent remain 76 for 5 here on this first day at Canterbury.
A couple of pretty good leaves in that over.
There's a couple of tight ones.
One that seemed to go right over the top of the off stump. But
by the way, sorry, it's been pointed out to me that this season Kent have been 82 for 5, 51 for 5 and 72 for 5 against Warwickshire.
I see.
Having struggled up at Edgbaston in the defeat there, which Everson almost, I think, salvaged the draw.
You might have identified the cause of the problem now. Maxwell bowls a delivery on the pads of Miaye, which, without even moving, he allows just to hit his pad. And it bounces away into the leg side. It's a short leg as well in now, as a slip in for Maxwell. In what may be the last over before lunch, although he bowls them so quickly it might not be. Miaye is reaching forward, pushes out into the covers, and they'll take a well-judged single.
Yeah, it was Everson's 99 in the second innings, and I think it was Conor McCurr as well who held up proceedings for quite a while, which almost earned Kent a draw. I must admit, I made the fatal error. I was listening to it on the radio and then made the fatal error of turning on the live stream.
Oh no, you should never do that. Because Maxwell bowls and Everson pushes away in the offside. So what you're trying to say, it was your fault?
I do feel slightly responsible for the fact that Joey Everson got out.
Should have interviewed you.
Yeah.
77 for 5. Not sure which clock they're working to, but 12:58 on mine here. And there are 3 balls to go. But there's a bit of faffing about with the field, so that may cost them another over. In goes Maxwell, spears this into the toes of Everson, who is defending into the leg side.
I mean, I've seen medium pace bowled slower than Maxwell's off spin right now.
Yes, there's not a lot of loop. Forward comes Everson. They all like it round the bat, but you do when you deal the 70 off for 5, don't you?
It makes the batters play, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's accurate. He's here again, Maxwell, and this it's a bit of full toss, and Everson respectfully pats it away into the leg side, and it's 12:59, and it's no good running, chaps, because umpire Blackwell's not going to, so he'll be there when he's there, and you running, Ian Blackwell's been round this block plenty of times, but I think they are going to have another
I think they've just got it in before 1 o'clock. It's final over then of the opening session on day 1 here at Canterbury on BBC Sport Online. Miaye having started out the innings for Kent. 38 not out for him.
He's had some adventures.
Yeah, he's had
he's 38 not out.
He certainly has. He's run out the skipper. He's had a couple of moments himself. He lets this one go outside the off stump. He's had 4 runs gifted to him by Will Rhodes' wild throw when there was a possible run-out opportunity. It's always nice. Somebody give you a few runs. But the main thing is, by hook or crook, he's still there, and the rest of his mates are not.
He's actually played quite well.
Fortunately, one of those mates was his fault, but he's managed to himself kind of get the concentration levels back at least. He's playing this one defensively. It looked like he was a bit late on that shot. It was half an appeal.
Well, again, it feels like they're slightly playing with him a bit here, because there are 2 short mid-wicket fielders who've come in. They're literally standing next to each other at the moment, but a few moments ago when Hannon Dolby bowled, they were maybe 8 feet apart, 10 feet apart. And suddenly Moyeye's fidgeting there as if he's looking off. I said, what are those fellas doing there? We're just Hannon Dolby tailing the odd ball back into him. This could be a little bit nervous.
2 slips, those 2 clutches. Oh, there's a shout for LBW and given. And what a bonus for Warwickshire to take that wicket before the lunch break. And it is completely their session because Moyeye falls in the final over before lunch. Kent is 77 for 6, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. And the one man who looked like providing any kind of resistance and putting some kind of score on the board for Kent departs in the final over of the session. Moyeye, LBW to Hannon Dolby for 38. He walks off. There's an applause, half an applause for him. See if I can get a look at the replay. Hannon Dolby is a tall bowler. Oh, for me, that's a poor decision. That's a harsh decision on Moyeye. I mean, the angle that Hannon Dolby's bowling. Moyeye comes across his stumps. It doesn't look like it's hit him in line, and then height's an issue as well. And unfortunately, I think Moyeye's got a rough call there. Having a look on the replay, but he's out LBW. And well, as for the rest of Kent's cricket this morning, it's been below par. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent shortly. Mike Taylor's just gone off to update BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire listeners. As I said, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, and then you'll be able to hear from us again in just under 40 minutes time. And we're back for the second session after lunch. Welcome back to Canterbury after lunch. The players are heading out to the middle. Grant Stewart in at number 8 for Kem. Off out to join Joey Everson at the crease. After the departure of Mieye just before lunch. LBW to Hannon Dolby. Bit of a rough call for the batter, in truth. After some, well, pretty poor calls in terms of shot selection and running between the wickets as well from Kent in that morning session, as well as some good Warwickshire bowling and pressure created that brought about those mistakes perhaps. But 38 from Mieye, the only real score of note. 15 from Cox, 9 Compton, 7 Leaning, 1 Denley and none for Finch. And then Everson 4 not out from the non-striker's end with Grant Stewart ready to face the rest of this over, which Hannon Dolby is going to complete from the Nackington Road end.
Thoroughly satisfactory morning for Warwickshire.
Certainly was.
And it looks like they're going to start with the same little plan they tried in that last half over of having the 2 short mid-wicket fields. In fact, it's quite a leg-side loaded field in that mid-on is there quite wide as well, which suggests again they do think that the ball is just tailing in a bit. It's Hannon Dolby to complete the over with Stewart defending his first ball into the offside for no run. 77 for 6, Kent having won the toss and negotiated 45 minutes until suddenly the wicket of Compton started an avalanche.
Yeah, it certainly did. From 21 without loss, wickets fell 21, 26, 29, 40. Before that departure of Cox, 72.
Hannon Dolby bowls and Stewart with quite an exaggerated late movement allows the ball to pass. But it's tricky against skillful bowling to decide whether to play or whether to leave, especially for batters new at the crease.
You made the point at the lunch break, which when you and I were having a little chat, that actually we haven't discussed on air, the fact that this is of course round 2 with the Kookaburra.
Yes, I had a tweeter. I'll put the phone down next door now, but a message on Twitter, I'll name check later, saying, is this the Kookaburra ball again? And it is. Hannon Dolby bowls and Stewart gets bat on that, defends it back up the pitch. It's the end of the over that was interrupted by lunch. Hannon Dolby's second successful over. Kent 77 for 6, with Stewart having joined Everson, who's not out, with 4. Having Kent already lost Compton 9, Denley 1, Leaning, Finch 0, Leaning 7, Cox 15, and Mieye 38. But which, yes, it is the Kookaburra ball again, yeah.
Which actually, I don't know, as if it could make it any worse, but it makes it worse in a way that Mieye's got out when he has, because as we've seen so far, what we saw us last week, I think the general kind of pattern is with the Kookaburra ball, it moves a bit early doors, then it gets soft and doesn't do much, then you can get some reverse, as Maxwell bowls here to Everson once that ball is a little bit older. So there's an argument that Kent are going to come into the best time to bat in the game kind of nowish. This one's clipped away by Everson into the onside for a single when the new ballers stop kind of moving around as much in an orthodox kind of way before we get to the period where it might start to reverse on a dry wicket. So for Kent to lose Mieye when they did, obviously before lunch is always a blow for him to not come out for the next session, but with now kind of no recognised out-and-out batter to maybe try and cash in on the ball getting a bit softer. As I mentioned, Everson has basically been one, the amount of times that he's come in early-ish in the game. Stewart defending this next one off the back foot.
I hadn't expected Maxwell to start again after lunch. Not that he bowled badly, but just I thought they'd go back to the seamers after lunch. But
yeah, interesting call. See if he can eke something else out. Stewart facing him. Defends it back towards Maxwell.
I think that was a little bit of a leading edge, and I think they thought it too. Just scuttled back along the ground, but there were one or two oohs.
Flat delivery from Maxwell, which Stewart defends into the onside. this is the most amount of balls I've seen Grant Stewart play defensive shots in a row, to be honest. Tends to be the sort of batter that likes to feel bat on ball and score runs, find a boundary. Destructive hitter of the ball, but he's just happy to tap back this over from Maxwell after the single for Joey Everson. So we've had 30 overs so far in the day, 66 to go. Maybe Warwickshire just thinking, sneak through a few overs with Maxwell, keep forcing the new batter to play, and the batters having come out for lunch, force them to play.
Time and a place for going for it, though, isn't there? Maybe this isn't it.
Well, quite.
So,
which in a way is potential reason to have Maxwell in the attack, because you maybe can try and get a full stroke out of a player who wants to try and score, or new man to the crease.
Well, they're going to continue with the two short mid-wickets, who really are quite close together. And mid-on, Hannon Dolby pressing in from the Nackington Road end, and he's found the edge of Everson's bat, just pushing the ball away from his body, and it's well taken by Burgess, who's ended up in a heap. He dived across in front of first slip, and it might really have been Yates' catch, but Burgess was committed, and Everson is the first to go after lunch. 3 for Hannon Dolby now, fencing at a ball wide of off stump and edging through to Burgess. Everson gone for 5, and Kent 78 for 7.
Yeah, he just didn't need to play at that. Just didn't need to play at that, Joey Everson, and you saw the reaction from him. He swiped out of the air in frustration that he'd nicked that behind, because he knew that it was up to him really to try and get Kent up to some kind of respectable first innings score, and you just feel that that's unlikely now. Kadri showed that he has capability with the bat in the previous home game against Surrey, and Grant Stewart can hit the ball hard and long, but now we really are into Kent's bowlers, and the score is 78 for 7, and Kent won the toss, remember, this morning. So yeah, that is a well, one wicket falling just before lunch, and then 1 wicket falling just after lunch, and again that goes in the poor shot selection category, unfortunately.
Yeah, just pushed at a ball that was quite wideish. I mean, Hannon Dolby hasn't bowled much that's been very wide.
Good catch from Burgess, as
it
you
was
say.
well taken. Well, yeah, once he'd committed, he'd got to go. It might well have been a first slip catch. But it is puzzling, because it doesn't look from here, and I say we're not directly behind the bowlers. I mean, it certainly doesn't look as though it's been swinging and seaming all over the place. I do think there's been a little bit of movement.
Well, the field was set almost for a pitch that wasn't doing loads, because second slip was so far forward, like in front of the keeper, which you don't normally see, and then those 2 catches leg side.
There are 3 slips now, only 1 a short mid-wicket, as the new batter Kadri, a right-hander, and Hannon Dolby gets the ball pushed back to him and then tries to flick it up with his boot, which rapidly looks like a bad idea, and he's sort of chasing around like John Cleese, trying to flick it up on his instep. Eventually it goes astray. But he's got 3 for 19, so he's not fussed. Back in the side, didn't play at Chelmsford in the last championship game, did play in the last couple of blast games without having as much success in that short form as he has earlier in his career. Hadn't played a T20 game for 4 years, but now this is where he does his best work with the red ball these days for the Bears, and it's pushed away into the offside by Kadri for no run. Went past 50 championship wickets last season. He's got 24 already this season, and Warwickshire have had quite a battery of seamers at times this season. Obviously, Chris Wokes is now with England. Hassan Ali's been with them for the first half of the season. But Rushworth has been there throughout. And he's up to, what, 39 wickets now, the leader in Division 1. And there's Barnard, and there's Brooks. Norwell still hasn't played yet this season. Here comes Kadri pushing away out on the offside.
And there's Miles.
Yeah, Miles, who's...
Stone?
Yeah. Well, Stone's moved on now to Notts, but I mean, Miles and Norwell have both been affected by injuries. That's, again, alas,
Don't
both
think
those players.
I don't think Stone's played for Notts, has he? Because of injuries as well.
He played against Bears in the 2020 and broke down in his first over.
Oh, there, crikey.
So, I mean, he's a lovely lad, Ollie Stone. He really is. But, gosh, he's had a rough trot with injuries. Really, really ill luck. And Dolby bowls a little short of a length, and Kadri, who's not a tall man, stands up on his toes to defend that. Back to the bowler. No, he's had a shocking time, hasn't he, for quite a long time now, Ollie Stone. Because in full cry, when all the gears are connected together properly, he is quite a sight.
Oh, yeah.
He's tremendous fun to watch. And he's a really lovely character, but gosh, he's had some bad luck. But he broke down in his first over and played in the T20 against the Bears. Hannon Dolby bowls. Oh, and he beats Kadri with a good one that lifted from outside the off stump, and it went past the shoulder of the bat. And through to Burgess without Kadri getting a touch. He's had a result not touching it. 78 for 7. And Hannon Dolby now 3 for 18 in 10 overs. That's this is his turn. This is what he does, Oliver Hannon Dolby. And as he matures in his career, he's getting better at it.
Yeah, as you say, that last delivery, looked like there was a little bit of extra bounce. Real contrast with that particular battle, because Hannon Dolby is on the taller side and Kadri is on the shorter side, and so you've got the extra bounce of Hannon Dolby up against the shorter batter. That one's clubbed away by Stewart for 4. And I mentioned the fact that he tends not to sit there and block too much, as he did in the previous over to Maxwell. Well, having seen his mate Everson depart, he's decided that now might be the time where he wants to play his more natural game, stepping away, giving himself room and thrashing a cut shot for 4 into the offside. Here comes Maxwell again, tosses this one up and it's driven down the ground. I would have thought there was a potential single there. And Dolby moving away to his left. Kadri thought there was, but Stewart sent him back.
That first one was only a little bit short from Maxwell, and Stewart was having plenty of that.
Toss the next one up though, Maxwell, interestingly. This one is flatter, and he sweeps it very nicely, but straight to the man who's on the 45 behind square on the leg side. So picked out the fielder retreat there, Stewart. But all of a sudden you can see perhaps why Warwickshire skipper Will Rose has kept Maxwell on. Stewart defends this next one into the onside.
Yeah, they've got Barnard there in a position at sort of backward square leg, so he's maybe 30 degrees round. He's not all the way around, but it's there for a miscued sweep, isn't it?
Bowls, Stewart down the ground and a massive 6. That's an absolute wallop into the top tier of the players' balcony. Away to our left. That is an enormous hit, Grant Stewart, who moves to 10. In this over, 3 dot balls, a slapped 4 through the covers off the back foot, and then an almighty straight 6.
He got plenty of that. Umpire Newell's having a look at the ball, see if it's still round.
Yeah, for those that know Canterbury, our commentary position is next to sort of the upper pavilion where the members sit. This one's cut away out towards backward point, straight to the fielder again. So quite the over. 10 off it. Kent moved to 88 for 7. And then to the left of, well, as we look on to the wicket, to the left of the members' pavilion area. But if you were out there in the middle, it would be to the right. There's the players' changing room, and then there's the sort of the first floor, if you will, balcony, and then there's a second floor balcony. And I think that's where it ended up. That's the away dressing room, that upper balcony level. The home team are on the first floor, and Stewart has, well, cleared his teammates that are watching on and sent it into the away dressing room.
Hannon Dolby's going to start a new over, 3 for 3 from the Nackington Road end so far, and that's going to be slightly dented here by Kadri, who's driving stylishly through the covers, and he's going to get at least 2. It's a long chase for Barnard, and it's 3. Barnard, I note he's not throwing the ball in overarm from the outfield. He sort of underarms it back. He's done that 2 or 3 times already. and 3 runs to Kadri. So 91 for 7. And a semblance of counter-attack from Kent in the last 5 minutes. Because the lower order maybe have the idea that trying to push and be careful didn't get the top order very far. Well, it got them precisely 45 minutes is how far it got them. And then it all came unstitched. In comes Hannon Dolby in lovely sunshine, and Stewart, a little cramped, pushes this away defensively on the onside. He looks happier when he's whacking, doesn't he,
yeah.
Stewart, rather than defending.
Less so on the defensive side of things. Henry Brooks getting loose at long leg. Suggests a change maybe in the offing.
Yes, he's already Hannon Dolby's 11th over today. Rushworth had 7 at the start. Got wickets in his last 2 overs. The first incisions into this Kent first innings. Hannon Dolby bowls. Stewart is late on a pull here and inside edges it into his pad, and he's still looking away towards where the tree used to be. And it runs out on the offside and there's no run. Would the much lamented tree, had we still been here, it would have been very much in range. I know not many people ever hit the ball over the tree. It was a big thing to hit it over. But I sense it would have tempted Grant Stewart. I think he'd have fancied his chances, certainly with a pitch this far across.
Well, it would have been very close to it.
I think so, if it's where I envisaging it was in my mind's eye. Here's Hannon Dolby Walls wider of the off stump, and Stewart's positively leaving this in with a big wave of the bat above his head. Yes, I remember from when coming here 20 odd years ago, vision it was, you'd been well over towards it, so you'd been definitely in range. There are no other pro-grounds with obstacles within the playing area. It must be some club grounds around that
absolutely.
do. So if your club grounds that, do drop us a note and tell us. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Stewart is late on another pull here. He was aiming that squarer towards the flats. There's 2 people and 2 currently vacant reclining chairs on the second floor balcony over there, which looks rather good.
Yeah, that's where he was aiming.
There's 2 people in sort of red t-shirts and 2 people in green, or there's 2 green recliners and somebody, a third person, also in a red top.
Oh, about to sit on one
coming
of those
out.
seats.
So they've come in team colours. That's rather good. Come and sit on the seat. So I should want to bring a crash helmet in the next few minutes. That's the way Grant Stewart's sizing it up. Hannon Dolby bowls and he drives through the covers. He's going to get runs here. Bethel turns into a chase as if he thinks it's going to be a pointless one. It's not actually, because the ball stops about 6 feet short of the rope. And by the time he's got there, Stewart's completed 3 runs and he says that's enough. That, I think, is the end of the over. So Stewart fancies another look at Maxwell. So they've had 2 threes in that over. And all run 4 on that side of the ground. He's surely as for the taking. But 13 to Stewart, 3 to Kadri, and it's 94 for 7.
Yeah, it's by far and away the longer boundary, isn't it, up the slope this week?
See, when you're running up hills, I think Jacob Bethel will presently be happy to testify.
He was quite happy to let that one go.
He's a young pup, he can do it.
I'm trying to think what the one ground I've played on this season. I think it was West Farley, which is a little village outside of Maidstone that has a tree on their pitch.
Is it? Is it 4 if you hit the tree?
4 if you hit it on the full, yeah, whatever happens.
Okay.
So even if,
Good.
those sort of classic local rules.
Oh, good. Well, let's hear more of those. Was it kentcricket@gmail.com?
Correct.
Yeah, look, there you go.
There we go.
So if there's an obstacle on your club ground, and I don't mean the bloke who opens the batting.
Or the scorer that is always
look, I'll speak up for scorers, if you don't mind.
sat at the same spot. That'll be off the ground, wouldn't it? This one's clipped away by Stewart. Out towards deep square leg for a single. Umpires. There must be a few of those around.
Had a jolly good scorer yesterday. Umpire yesterday was very good to those of us scoring Kings Heath yesterday morning. Very early with the signals. I like that. Young chap. You know when you're getting on when the umpires are younger than you. I've discovered that. But he was smashing. He was very good.
I don't mind the umpiring stint, actually. Quite like it. When you got out, you go and umpire, you feel like you're still contributing in a small way, and you get quite a good view of the action.
Yes.
This one's off the back foot by Kadri, and he's pushed it straight to cover. And maybe a bit of extra bounce for Brooks, or Kadri was on it earlier than he anticipated. But he has joined the queue of Kent batters who have somewhat gifted their wickets away today. Because off the back foot, he's just punched it straight into the hands of Alex Davis. And he's out for 3. And Kent are 95 now for 8.
That was quite a good grab by Davis, diving forward. It came straight to him, but about 3 feet short. And Davis, he's not the tallest chap, but he's used to leaping about from his wicket-keeping duties. So that was quite a good grab. Only 95 for 8. Warwickshire would have been, they'd have liked to have been batting at 11 o'clock this morning, but in a way, it's even nicer to think they might be batting by mid-afternoon.
Yeah, this couldn't have gone much better for Warwickshire, to be honest, having lost the toss and been asked to field first. Matt Quinn's coming out at number 10 to join Grant Stewart. Always entertainment to be had one way or the other when Matt Quinn is at the crease batting, and well, likewise from what we've seen in a limited time, Harshdeep Singh also. Some updates on the way for BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire from Mike Taylor next door. Can hear the BBC Radio Kent news in my headphones. So we'll be giving an update in a moment. But Quinn now about to face up then to Brooks, having made his way on strike. Oh, and he's had a hack at this one. First up, a short ball. He's played a hook shot and skied it in the air, and it's dropped kindly for the Kent batter at square leg. As the keeper set off to try and get it. Fine leg and deep square leg. Running in from the rope as well. But the ball has dropped in between the 3 of them. So a sort of short mid-wicket now goes into position. I wonder if Brooks is going to carry on with a bit of short stuff. Stewart backs away to the leg side and tries to slog it. The ball hits the thigh pad and drops away into the leg side. .96 for 8, Kent. It's been a sorry effort from them so far today. Stewart 14 so far to his name though. It's a short ball which he ducks underneath, and a no ball is signalled. I don't know if for height or for front foot overstep. Certainly one for the over shoulder height is signalled by umpire Blackwell at square leg. Change of the field, sort of a short third man going in as Brooks bowls into the pitch again, and Stewart just punching off the back foot into the covers. 98 for 8 after the extras added. Update on the way now for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, well, unfortunately, to be honest, because it's been pretty grim viewing from a Kent point of view so far. They have not done themselves any favours. Of course, they're coming into this game off the back of an innings victory against Northamptonshire, and we were talking about all kinds of records for Kent as this one's pulled away by Stewart for 4 runs. That applause you can hear is because 100 runs have come up for Kent, and that's about the one saving grace, because it's 8 wickets down. The fact that Grant Stewart has gone out there and hit a couple of boundaries, including a massive 6 off Glenn Maxwell, has been one of the few things that these fans here at Canterbury have been able to enjoy so far, because there's been more wickets since lunch. Joey Everson caught behind, wafting at one outside the off stump. Kadri playing one off the back foot, punched it into the hands of extra cover. That after Mayeye was given out just before lunch, and then some of the Kent top order playing some poor strokes. There was a Calamitous run out which saw leaning go for 7. So yeah, it's not been great so far from a Kent point of view. We can but hope that Grant Stewart's got a little more of this cameo still to come, because he's out there with Matt Quinn, the number 10, at the moment, as Kent are scratching around to try and put a few more runs on the board. It's been all Warwickshire so far, Pat. 102 for 8 as commentary continues online. Calamitous is not the word you want to hear from a Kent point of view at this stage of the game. Just 34 overs in. From a Warwickshire point of view, will do just nicely. Hannon Dalby searching for more wickets. Oh, Quinn with a classical tail-ender's waft and a thick outside edge for 4 runs wide of the slip cordon. Is exactly why I love watching Matt Quinn bat.
Well, whatever happens in the closing stages of the Kent innings is going to happen quite quickly, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be entertaining one way or the other. So Quinn to 5, having hooked his first ball straight up in the air and somehow in a space in between 3 converging fielders. Then he's produced a sublime thick edge wide of slips.
Well placed, I think he'll be telling you later when you're interviewing him after he's 50. He'll be telling you, well, look,
I'll be happy to interview him after a 50 if he wants to score one.
The only objective is to hit it where the fielders aren't.
And he did that perfectly.
Well,
and Norby to him. Oh, he's chipped it into the onside, wide of short mid wicket. It wasn't far away from Sam, and they come through for a single. So Matt Quinn has got 6 off 3 balls. Grant Stewart's got 18, including some very nice, well, a couple of boundaries and an absolutely massive 6. So they're just plotting the field for Stewart once more. A short third man appears to be an option they like. I think he might spoon one in the air there. There's a deep point. The leg side boundary, of course, now is particularly inviting. Long leg, deep square leg. Mid wicket was loitering, but I would suggest he needs to be on the boundary. Still slightly in. Hannon Dalby to Stewart, who's on 18. Steps across his stumps and lets it go. But you can see he's trying to step across his stumps to swing leg side.
Yeah. Yes, this is the sort of field that Australia have been posting for England a lot in the Test match, isn't it?
It really is.
Mid-wicket, then the square leg's a little bit in front of square. Deep backward square leg in front of a parasol, which looks as though it's attracting most of the breeze on the ground. There is a little bit more breeze now. There's a lady sat defiantly under a parasol, which keeps looking as though it's going to invert. Oh, there it goes, look. It's going to invert before the day's out.
Hannon Dalby, short ball, pulled away by Stewart. It's in the air, it's gone where? Into the flats. 4-6.
I don't think he's middled that.
I don't think he did, to be honest.
I think he's sort of brute forced it.
I don't think he did middle it. Which was why I was, well, I sort of lost the flight of the ball, but why I was kind of looking out towards deep mid-wicket and that forward square leg on the boundary, thinking one of the fielders might be in contention here. And then in the end, they both had to sort of concede that it was going over their heads.
Well, fourth official, gosh, 4 weeks too early. A substitute fielder has run on. With
it is pre-season after all.
Yeah, don't. Look, I don't want to speak out of turn. But There's nothing less attractive than a pre-season friend.
I mean,
sorry, I've grown out of them.
I 100% agree with you, although Gillingham are in Como right now in Italy, so
okay.
that has slightly more attraction to it. But yeah, in general, the quality is terrible, isn't it? And I avoid them as much as possible.
But, people like them, I know. But anyway, so chaps come on with a very smart sort of it looks like from a distance, it looked like a car battery.
Yes, it's the box of balls.
But the box of balls, the official sort of attaché case of balls, looked like the sort of thing that a Bond villain would carry.
It's got the nuclear codes in it or something, yeah.
I should say, well, Alan Dobby, he's got something explosive in it.
He's bowling to Stewart, and he's just actually quite nicely guided this. Looked like a slower ball down towards third man for a single. So Grant Stewart has 25 from 26 balls, which includes 2 sixes. And maybe the rest of the Kent order have been going about this the wrong way, and they should have all batted like Grant Stewart. But
well, we've seen evidence there that, as we suspected earlier, a decent miss hit has got a fair chance of going for 6, because it is quite a long way across the square.
Which is why I still can't quite believe that Jordan Cox managed to pick out a fielder going for that pull shot earlier on.
Not as much as he can't believe it.
Well, quite, because he could have missed it for 6 if he'd have gone for it.
Maxwell's he'd come up to slip, and there he's going back to his sort of fly. There's a proper fly slip.
Yeah, it's the last ball of the over, so I think they're trying to either get Quinn out or let him have a single. And Dorby bowls to him. He drives quite pleasantly, Matt Quinn, wide of mid-off. That fielder's worked too hard there. He should have let him have the single.
Oh no, he's done something.
Oh. He definitely should have let him have the single for that. That was a lovely shot.
Quinn wanted, Stewart very pointedly, so I'm not having a single there, even though there was a long single.
Yeah.
But I think Stewart fancies a dip at whatever's coming next from this end. But I think, was it Will Rhodes?
Yeah.
Has pulled something a bit there as he went to stop that.
He's either landed funny or tweaked something, hasn't he?
But
and actually, he could have just jogged it and made the point that there was a single there.
Well, I'm struck by the fact that there was obviously a single there, and I say that with some trepidation after the morning session. But Stewart was like, no thanks, I'm all right here. Maybe he likes the look of what Brooks is going to bowl to him. But the leg side here for Stewart, which I sense that he favours, is a long boundary into the wind. So if he's going to clear the leg side, he's really going to have to clobber it.
Yeah, I think short to Stewart with this big leg side boundary is the tactic, isn't it?
I think so. If he wants to take that on, I think as Henry Brooks, you say, OK then, son.
Go on then, mate, yeah.
Come on, sunshine, have some of that. And Brooks is not usually one to shy away from that sort of thing. Here he goes. From the pavilion end, he bowls a bit down the leg side. Stewart, he's a bit cross with himself here. He sort of stepped inside the line of that and shoved the bat towards it, but didn't really play at it, and it's gone down the leg side through to Burgess.
If he'd have made contact, probably would have got 4.
Yeah.
Because fine leg is sort of quite far round. I can see a flag actually on the far side of the ground which says Lichfield Bears. And then the Warwickshire emblem blowing away in the breeze.
Off goes Brooks, and Stewart's hoisted that straight up in the air, and he might have placed it well again because there's a fielder coming in from the boundary and he doesn't get there in time. And they've got 1 run. And that was quite a sprint in, because he benefited from the fact that it is such a long boundary, because Sam Hain made 30 yards and he didn't get there in time.
I would suggest, and I hope, Grant Stewart realises likewise that actually that's not the best idea to try and take on that boundary, because it's going to have to be an almighty club to clear those fielders. The fact that he miscued it has saved him there.
Brooks goes into bowl to Quinn, who, he crashes that on the up, over extra cover for 4. It's a good shot.
There's the option. Don't go leg side, go to that short offside boundary. Giving himself a bit of room, up and over extra cover.
We like that. Quinn, he's twirling the bat with excitement. Look at that, did you see that? That was good. He held the pose a bit afterwards as well. He got plenty of that.
Matt Quinn is a fantastic bloke. He's a quirky character, and to see him play those kind of shots is fills me with a lot of joy.
Well, he's twirling the bat now and he's prowling around the crease as if to say, come on, bowl me another one. Bowl me another one of those. Watch this. Here we go. Brooks bowl. He does bowl him another one of those and he gets a bit big and he went to hook. He was late on it. It's gone not quite straight up in the air. It's gone down towards long leg. And Quinn, he's almost lapped Stewart coming back for a second run. I want another one of those.
Stewart has paused. There was a long hold from Stewart at the striker's end as if to say, are we sure we're going to take two here?
Yes.
You don't want me to take strike? But actually, I think...
Well, Quinn nearly shouted in his ear, yes, I'm here, look,
like
already.
You say, he was off. I don't think Stewart... Kent want to save Stewart for the short boundary at the other end.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get himself out trying to hook balls over the massive leg side boundary.
Now, 121 for 8. If you're the fielding captain, this is going to get right up your nose, isn't it, a partnership like this? You think you've nearly got them. And then these two jokers come out and start swishing. Oh, it's going to get right on your nerves. Here comes Brooks, and he runs in and bowls, and Quinn cloths that to mid-on to Rhodes.
Matt Quinn is my favourite player to watch bat.
Well, look at him now. He's marched like a sergeant major marching around the crease at the moment. He's
backed away there as if he's going to carve another one through the covers and has just smeared it into the onside.
Swinging.
He's got 12 off 7 balls.
It's proper gunfight at the OK Corral stuff, this is. And Quinn is waiting again for Brooks. In he comes. And he bowls him a short ball that's far too big and fast for Quinn. He gets nowhere near that. And he's away through to Burgess. It's the end of the over. 7 runs picked up in a variety of exciting ways. And it's 121 for 8, Kent. With this counter-attack continuing, led by Stewart with 26, with Quinn on a lively 12.
Certainly been lively, hasn't it? It's been fun to watch this partnership so far, which is something that might not have been the case for many of the previous partnerships from a perspective of the home supporters. So Hannon Dalby to Stewart here from the Nackington Road end, trying to defend that shorter boundary. Field is very spread now for Stewart. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the leg side boundary. One at long off, one at deep cover, one at deep point. Stewart slugs this away into the onside, out to long on, and says, yeah, I will have a run. So he moves to 27. And it brings Quinn on strike. And apparently those leg side fielders, well, they're all sort of wondering as if to say, am I staying here? Where do I go now? Covers come up, mid-offs come up, mid-ons come up.
I'd want somebody on one of those green recliners. I think that's where I'd be putting my fielder here.
I think they need a fine leg, if you will. He's more at long leg. If it's a short ball and Quinn's going to hook it, it's going over the keeper's head.
Well, it's telling now that there's far more discussion going on. It was all quite routine this morning for Warwickshire. We run them, we take a wicket and we get on with it. But now there's all sorts of furrowed brows and chatting and where are we going to do.
One slip. Still some men out on the boundary leg side. Short ball, very wide of the off stump. Fired in by Hannon Dalby. This is Kent's number 10. Their tactics are getting funky too. He'd probably, if you stuck 3 slips in there and bowled him length, he'd probably nick off. But they're going funky with the field.
Well, it's the first time today, to be fair, that Kent have been, if not dictating terms, they're at least making Warwickshire stop and think about what they're doing.
So Quinn has a big chase at this one, which is again well outside the off stump from Hannon Dalby. He appears to be kind of hiding it wide of the off stump to make sure there's no slog to the short leg side boundary on.
Well, that's a reasonable tactic. You know, if you want to hit it, come and fetch it. It's if they'd got the guideline there for wides, he'd be that they're for limited overs games. He'd be flirting with that now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I think that would have been wide of it. That particular delivery. So he's asking Quinn to really come across his stumps and chase it, and then you would have thought he'll put a straighter one in him, but instead he's gone over mid-off. And it seems to have plugged slightly, but it will just about roll for 4. So mid-on and mid-off had come up, having been back on the rope for Stewart to almost encourage and invite such a stroke. But Quinn's got enough of it. Moves to 16 and Kent to 126 for 8.
Yeah, it nearly worked because it sort of landed about 2/3 of the way back. So it just about cleared mid-off, but it was a struggle.
Yeah, it wasn't far off.
So it nearly worked.
Again, wide of the off stump. Inviting Quinn to go and chase it. Oh, he's gone for it again. This time it's spooned in the air and to a sort of deepish backward point kind of position. And they come through for a single with a ball to go in the over.
There is a slightly perverse argument of hitting to the long side, which is, it's a bit like a sort of a game of battleships. You play battleships?
Yeah.
In that it's such an enormous space.
Yeah.
That, given that it's reasonably unlikely you're going to hit it out in the middle anyway.
Yeah,
the chance of you hitting a fielder, just if it was like spot the ball,
it's sort of,
is fairly, the odds are in your favour.
yeah, it's sort of pot luck if it lands on a battleship type thing. So here comes Hannon Dalby to Stewart, who plays a leave outside the off stump. He can't believe that umpire Blackwell's not given that as a wide. But it hasn't been given. They don't normally get given in county championship cricket, in truth. So Stewart's annoyed that he faced one ball in the over. And well, at the minute, it's Quinn who's farming the strike. He's got 17 off 12 balls. Stewart's got 27 with a couple of sixes. Kent are up to 127 for 8, having been, when the last wicket fell,
95.
So
35 and 32 and a little under 5 overs, and at least it has changed the tone of things a bit.
Indeed. Well, we've got 10 minutes until Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network is going to be coming to join us for a little bit. And, well, whether Kent will still be batting then, we'll have to wait and see. But here comes Brooks.
Here he is to start a new over. Ball short, and that's pretty meaterly pulled by Quinn. It lands wide of Will Rhodes, who's running back. I'm still not sure he's running all that easily from mid-on, but he keeps it down to 2. I don't think...
Little test for the captain at the moment, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of thinking having to be done and a lot of moving around of fielders. And as you say, trying to just place... just sort of try and place blokes in possible areas where the ball might land.
But when he's not against orthodox batters, that actually becomes quite difficult. Brooks bowls a short ball, and it's whacked by Quinn, and he's got a lot of that. And as he cleared the long boundary, whoa! That was a big hit, and it just about went over the mid-wicket boundary, that's a long carry into the wind as well. But it sounded good as it came off the bat, and Quinn has gone to 25 by accepting the challenge against Henry Brooks. And really, they've just gone down to the tactic of we're going to bang it in and wait for him to hook one up in the air. But he got that in the middle of that. 135 for 8. Brooks tries him again, and he's fish hooked that like casting a line, and this time he's out. He's finally perished. It perhaps was inevitable, but just for a moment, Matt Quinn was dreaming. But finally he's picked out one of the 6 fielders that eventually were on the leg side, and he's out for a spirited 25, and Kent are 135 for 9. Ethan Brooks, he's the brother of Henry, who's on as a substitute fielder. He's the catcher.
Yeah, and that was the way to do it. Matt Quinn gets a good hand as he leaves the field, having, as you say, cleared the longest boundary with a brilliant hook shot. But that was well bowled by Henry Brooks. The next ball to again dig it in short and high, and he had to fetch it. It was almost an overhand tennis shot. And from there, he was never going to clear the long boundary. And he would have been perhaps wiser trying to, I don't know, try and pop it over the keeper's head or something from that kind of height. All he would have had to do is just nudge it. Instead, he tried to take the hook shot on again, and it ballooned high in the air and was caught by the subfielder pretty easily. So Arshdeep comes out to bat. So Stewart's ended up being at the wrong end, really, for much of that partnership, which was fine because Quinn was going well. He'll want to find the way to get himself up on strike in a moment, because otherwise Grant Stewart is at risk of being left stranded at the non-striker's end here.
Are we going to go back to a normal cricket, or is Arshdeep going to adopt the same policy?
Arshdeep Singh is not going to...
Not going to die wondering?
No.
Okay.
There was a really hairy few moments when Arshdeep came out and Bell Drummond was in the 290s.
Oh, yes, I was watching that.
That
yes.
Bell Drummond might not get there because Arshdeep's style of play was a little bit interesting. It was either a massive forward defensive or he was scooping it over mid-on's head.
Well, he's come out like he means it here, Arshdeep. Of course, he's a left-hander, so he has got the short boundary to his leg side. Brooks is going to come round the wicket, 3 to come, and he bowls him a short ball, and Arshdeep has pulled it for... looks as though it went for 6. I lost the flight of that, yeah. So I think we've got the order of business here from Arshdeep.
I told you, he's not going to die wondering, Arshdeep Singh. He doesn't go out and block the ball unless somebody's on the verge of a triple century. So, yeah, absolutely. Mid-on, up, get him on the rope, get mid-wicket out. That's where it's going.
Well, that was heading to... I thought that he was heading with that parasol.
I think that was possibly the cleanest hit from Arshdeep in his short time at Kent, because most of them just go straight up in the air, or he sort of pitching wedges them over mid-on.
Well, Brooks probably... true to form, I suspect he's going to give him another one. No, he pitches this up a bit. Oh, a very slower delivery that might have reached Burgess on the 3rd bounce.
He tried the little pop over the keeper there,
yes.
Arshdeep.
Well, Arshdeep's rehearsed 2 or 3 more shots since it went past him, all of which were as unconvincing as the 2 or 3 that he played while it was still coming.
Brilliant.
But it's all the fun of the fair now. You were going on about the 2020 had finished, and here we are.
Kent's tail enders more entertaining.
141 for 9. Arshdeep's flexing and fiddling, and he's an enormous mow at this. He loses his balance. He ends up on one knee, and again it dribbles through to the wicket keeper. He's comprehensively beaten by the lack of pace. He looks totally cheesed off about that, Arshdeep. He's come walking up to Grant Stewart as if to say, this chap's trying to make a fool out of me. Look.
I wonder how many Kent batters or Kent number 11s have rocked up for their first ball of a game and hit it for 6. 600 strike rate after one ball. That's not bad, is it?
I don't think Titch Freeman ever did that, did he?
Probably not.
But he didn't. Anyway, look.
We've got Grant Stewart on strike for at least one more ball after Arshdeep has survived that over. I would have suggested that perhaps if Brooks had just gone full and straight and Yorker, he might have been as good a ball as any.
Might have been. I invite your colleague to come in here. He's just appeared, I think, right on cue, so I'll bail out for a bit.
Fred's going to join us, providing this innings goes on any longer, and it is for a moment because it's down the leg side, and this is going for 4. Buys, in fact. Michael Burgess says, what are you bowling down there for? I thought we were trying to bowl wide of the off stump to protect the short boundary. Stewart went for the heave, missed it. It's gone for 4. Fred's going to join us for the conclusion of this Kent innings, presumably, assuming it's not going to go on for much longer than half an hour.
I wouldn't bet on this lasting half an hour.
No. The way things have gone in the last over or so. As Hannon Dalby, Kent 145 for 9. Hannon Dalby bowls. Massive swing from Grant Stewart outside the off stump. He's bowling very wide here to him, Hannon Dalby. And, well, Stewart 27 so far. Matt Quinn's 25 was entertaining. Always is when Matt Quinn gets runs.
It is. He doesn't hang around, does he? Was it Warwickshire last year when he came on and made that single ball 6 before Kent declared?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was Edgbaston away last year. I was on commentary saying, why is Matt Quinn coming out here? And thought, well, maybe they're just going to give him one ball, and he hit it for 6, and off they walked. Here comes Hannon Dalby. Stewart hits this up in the air. It's high. It's over the head of the fielder, and it's gone for 6. As he stepped across to the offside and slugged it down the ground and muscled it over the head of Long On.
I think we both thought for a second there that Long On was just about going to claw that back, and we were going to see a bit of blast-style fielding.
He looked keen for it, didn't he?
It has felt very much like a T20 innings.
Rushworth down there, right on the edge of the boundary. Yeah, 33, well, run a ball for Stewart, but that's his third 6 now. 150 up for Kent. 151 for 9. Hannon Dalby bowls. Stewart again goes down the ground. It's again towards that long on fielder. This time it's further over his head for 6.
Yeah, he wasn't even interested to field at that time. The previous one, I think he thought he had half a chance. It might just sort of die on him slightly, but that one, you could see it probably had about a couple of metres more on it. And thanks to the intervention of a spectator, it hasn't damaged anybody's car, because there are 2 or 3 vehicles parked over there.
Yeah, that was a slower ball from Hannon Dalby, and Stewart just waited for it and hit it with a flatter trajectory. The previous one, he didn't quite judge it perfectly, but just muscled it for 6 as it went high and just about long enough. So 2 6s in a row. Hannon Dalby bowls to Stewart again. It's a full toss which has been fired in, and he's just steered it down towards third man for a single. So Arshdeep has 1 ball to face here. Well, we could be all over after this ball. We could see a bit more of Stewart in the next over if Arshdeep can survive. You never quite know with Arshdeep Singh what's going to happen. Every ball is an event while he's out there.
It is. This is... I think quite a lot of Kent supporters will have been watching the first session, or however they've been following it, in a state of mild despair the way things were going. But the flip side of that is that the back end of this innings has been very entertaining, with first Quinn and now Arshdeep and of course Grant. It's 40 from 35 that Grant's got.
Yeah, and as soon as it was Everson that got out, Stewart, having blocked an entire over from Maxwell, then thought, nah, now my other recognised batter at the other end has gone. I'm going to stop trying to bat properly and just hit this out of the ground. So what can Arshdeep do? Hannon Dalby bowls a short ball to him, and he ducks underneath it and sways out the way. So end of the over. 39 gone. Update on the way. Well, no, it wasn't going well. And if I'm honest, I can't remember exactly what the score was, but Kent have got a few more runs since then. They're 158 for 9, and that's because Grant Stewart has come in and hit 40 off 35 balls. Grant Stewart is a sort of man that likes to play this way, this positive, aggressive manner. He's a big, burly chap, and he's got very strong, powerful shoulders and can hit a long ball. And he has duly shown this crowd exactly that. Hit Glenn Maxwell into the opposition changing room on the second tier of the pavilion, and he's hit a couple of 6s in the previous over as well. Matt Quinn joining in likewise, the number 10, with a couple of hook shots, one in particular that cleared the long boundary to go for 4. He played a lovely sort of in-to-out shot over the top of extra cover as well. He made 25 entertainingly before he was caught in the mid-wicket area. So Stewart now has been joined by Arshdeep Singh. He hit his first ball for 6. Stewart now is trying to hit another one, and that is enormous as he's hooked this away over the long boundary for a huge hit. And he moves to 46 with his, well, 5th 6 now of the innings, Grant Stewart, and Kent are up to 164 for 9. We've gone from Kent trying to bat properly and giving their wickets away earlier on, all the batters, who are now in the changing room watching the bowlers just swing and try and smack the ball as hard as they can. And at the moment it's been quite successful for Grant Stewart and for Matt Quinn and for Arshdeep Singh. And this is, well, a little bit of entertainment for the Kent crowd, who would have been watching on with a bit of despair as Kent found ways to contrive to lose wickets earlier on in the day, from sort of 29 for 3 to 40 for 4, 78 for 7. But at the moment, Grant Stewart's 46 off 36 balls is giving them something really quite entertaining to watch. Facing up to this next ball from Brooks, I'll leave you in a moment as he tries to play it through the covers, and that's gone for 4, and Grant Stewart has 50 from 37 balls with 3 4s and 5 6s, and that is the definition of a counter-attack from Grant Stewart. Coming in at number 8, he's blasted his way to a half-century and raises his bat to the Canterbury crowd, who have gone from, well, banging their heads on the seats next to them to really quite enjoying the cricket that they're watching. 168 for 9, Kent, as commentary continues online. There's a full ball from Brooks, which Stewart's backed away to. And again looked to go offside. He's defended it away. sort of jamming out the Yorker into the offside. Well, 10 off the first 2 balls of this over from Grant Stewart.
I just hope it lasts.
It's certainly entertaining while it does. As Stewart faces up to Brooks here. Slower ball, just flicks it up the pitch, back past the bowler. Maxwell saunters across from long on to field.
And there was a single there, wasn't there? He's decided not to take it.
Has decided that he's still got 2 balls to face. And again, the field is still very set deep. So one would assume that maybe this ball, he'll look for a single. See if Arshdeep can take 1 ball in the over. No ball, in fact, from Brooks, overstepping. So Stewart is slightly annoyed with himself that he's missed out there. Try to carve it away offside. But 2 runs added for the no ball, so 170 for 9, Kent. And, well, it doesn't feel that long ago that they were 78 for 7, so it's been quite the counter-attack. Even if this is still going to be a below-par score, batting first on this wicket. Short ball fired in by Brooks, which Stewart thought about trying to hook, but actually fairly sensibly left his bat out the way.
I suppose the reference point is, a couple of people mentioned this earlier actually. The last time we were here was the Surrey game where Kent were, I think, something like 45 for 5. And they got out of jail big time in that innings. I think everyone would have been happy if they got to 200. They actually got to 300 in the end due to some very impressive lower order hitting, but this is not felt as controlled as that somehow. That was more of a kind of proper cricket innings, if you like.
Yeah, it was that innings from Everson, wasn't it? And then 100 from Jordan Cox, which got them up to that kind of score. As the field comes in, short ball, goes for the hook shot and misses. So Arshdeep will be on strike for the next over. Brooks has done well there to make sure that Stewart couldn't retain the strike. So he's got 50 from 42 balls. Arshdeep hit his first ball for 6 but hasn't scored since. So he will be the man on strike for this next over. And of course, the last game we were talking about the Kookaburra ball, how did a bit early on, maybe went a bit soft and got easier to bat. Then there was maybe a bit of reverse around later on in the innings. I think they wanted. Is there a shout for a helmet or something? There's something coming out for Arshdeep Singh here, but yeah, it's. I think personally, I was saying that. I feel that maybe if Mayeye had batted on in this afternoon session, there would have been an opportunity to kind of make use of the ball going that bit soft and not doing as much out there. Unfortunately, he got a pretty bad call, in fairness, from the umpire, an LBW shout that, in hindsight, well, he's playing a shot outside the line of off stump.
I think there was some suggestion he may also have hit it as well.
Well, it's all kinds of not out in that case, but yeah, unfortunately for him, he got adjudged prior to the lunch break for 38, and he hasn't been able to come out. And then Everson fell just after the lunch break. Again, another player that could play in an orthodox fashion and construct an innings. So Kent have just kind of gone to plan B and said, well,
I think Tawanda's dismissal was possibly the only one that Kent have got any sort of serious grounds for complaint over. The rest of it was I don't know whether you have to credit the opposition for bowling the way that they did. Kent basically saw off the first 10 overs without too many alarms, and then it was just a cluster really of, I think it was 4 for 19 went down in the space of about 4 or 5 overs. And from there you really are struggling to make any kind of competitive target. 170 for 9 at this point is obviously it's a lot better off than it was when it was 70 for 8. It was still, having won the toss and decided to bat, I'm sure they were hoping to get a lot more than this.
Yeah, at lunch you were looking at that score thinking there's no way that Kent basically can't win the game from here. You're almost looking at it as Warwickshire are so on top that the only thought is that maybe there's some weather around over the next few days and there might be a draw as a possibility, but Warwickshire are clearly going to try and look to bat once in this game, you would have thought now, and see if they can bowl Kent out for another time.
Yeah, bat once, bat big, the philosophy you'd think. There doesn't seem to be a great deal of weather around here at the moment.
Not today. Not today. It's a beautiful sunny day here at Canterbury. Arshdeep's backed away. Arshdeep's backed away. So much so that it was almost as if there was someone walking in front of the sight screen, but there really wasn't.
But I wonder, he just did a slight waft. I wonder if there was some sort of insect there, or wasp or something.
I just think he's backing away because he wants to open up the short boundary down to third man, and Hannon Dalby has stopped as if to say, no, I'm not having that. I'm not bowling to you standing there. So maybe Arshdeep just needs to stand there in the first instance, because he was probably going to move again here. Here comes Hannon Dalby. Instead he comes charging down the pitch and tries to swat a fly out the sky, this time that being the ball. It's been given as the one over shoulder height for the over in terms of the bumper. He's not going to clear that leg side. I mean, I've said that a couple of times, and then Quinn and Stewart have duly done it, but...
Well, that's not a shot that you'll see in any manual. It's very difficult to describe, almost like he was trying to play a kind of tennis serve.
Well, that's the thing. It's more likely to be seen at SW19 this week, to be honest. Little overhead smash, but it was like he was trying to swat an insect, sort of waiting, then made a couple of strides towards it and tried to smash.
He must have been a good 2 yards down the crease.
I think backing away and going offside is a better plan, like he tried to do previously. This time he just nudges it around the corner. That works too, as he just stepped across his stumps and fiddled it down towards fine leg for a single. And I mean, that's quite the round of applause just for a one run, but it means that Arshdeep's got Stewart back on strike again.
I think it's appreciation from the crowd that he's obviously trying to get the single early in the over, and he's done that off the second ball. So I think the members here are appreciating that he's gone according to plan, and now you can look at the field. It's a very strange sight. You've got everybody sort of advancing towards the boundary rope.
Yeah, long leg, deep square, deep mid-wicket. 2 of them basically. Long leg, or long off, deep cover, point, which is where the ball is heading, in fact out towards more deep cover. There's a wide Yorker which Stewart has drilled out towards.
But yeah, every single fielder is basically on the boundary rope.
Apart from Hayne, who's kind of loitering at a sort of a pitch length in from the boundary.
There was a one-day game. What actually changed it, it reminds me of the field that was set. There was a one-day game, England-West Indies, where West Indies, I think, needed a 4 off the last ball, and David Gower basically put everybody on the rope, and this is pretty much the same field.
Stewart looks like he's batting on off stump here to try and access the leg side. He has a big swing at the delivery, which is kind of 4th, 5th, 6th stump from Hannon Dalby. Through it goes to Burgess. More 5th, 6th stump, because it wasn't that close to bowling him.
I just think the speed and power that he's getting at the moment, Stewart, it's, even with basically 9 fielders on the rope, it still might beat them for pace.
Well, certainly if he goes leg side, he can almost miscue it and still muscle it for 6, as we saw previously against Hannon Dalby. Here he comes again. Oh, that's a low full toss, but he hasn't got hold of it. Fielder in the deep is interested and holds on. And Stewart will be quite wondering how he hasn't managed to hit that for 6, because it was a low full toss. It's the sort of wicket you see on a Saturday afternoon in a club game, in a village game, where low full tosses get wickets, because Stewart has miscued it out to long on. He departs then for 50. Kent are all out for 171. And it tells you something about the turnaround and the effort of Grant Stewart. The fact that a couple of supporters are rising to their feet to applaud his efforts after, prior to that, some pretty miserable ones from his fellow Kent batters. Yeah, because that's still a below par score, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And I think Stewart fully deserves that ovation, because he has given Kent at least a sniff of something to defend there. You'd be surprised if Warwickshire don't get a first innings lead of at least some description. But Stewart has just given him a little bit of hope there with that innings. As you were saying, at one point it looked like they might even struggle to get 3 figures. And if that was the case, I think we were both sort of dreading the idea of being here for the next 2 days while Warwickshire sort of pile on the runs. As it is, it's more than they would have expected at lunch, but probably significantly less than they would have thought when they decided to bat.
Well, here comes the heavy roller. out from the ground staff. The Warwickshire fielders have just been sort of applauding one another's efforts and making their way off the field now. Likewise, the two umpires sort of sauntering off the field, having, well, been pretty close up to the action and seen a quite brilliant half-century from Grant Stewart and some lower order heroics as well from Matt Quinn for his 25. But all in all, it was a pretty miserable effort from the Kent batters, at least, or the recognised ones. So 171 all out. Applause for some of the Warwickshire players as they make their way off the field. To read out their bowling figures, because Rushworth's first spell was fantastic. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's figures look good in terms of the wickets column, but slightly ruined by some of those late order heroics from Stewart. 14.5 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 56. Henry Brooks, 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 55 in the end, the most expensive bowler in terms of economy rate. Barnard bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Maxwell bowled 5 overs, none for 17. And arguably that was that the biggest one, the straight 6 from Stewart, or the one of the hooks into the leg side? You can debate amongst yourselves. But Kent's innings, Mayeye 38, LBW Hannon-Dalby, Compton, Court Burgess bowled Rushworth for 9, Denley, LBW Brooks for 1, Finch, Court Burgess bowled Rushworth for 0, leaning run out for 7. Cox was caught on the rope for 15 off the bowling of Hannon-Dalby. Everson edged the same bowler behind for 5. Stewart eventually caught by Rushworth off Hannon-Dalby. 3 4s, 5 6s, 45 balls for his 50. Kadri made 3, spooned 1 up to cover off Brooks, and Quinn was caught by the sub, who is of course also Brooks, off the bowling of Brooks. Caught Brooks, bowled Brooks for 25, not caught and bowled, with 3 4s and 1 6. Archdeep ends 7 not out with 11 extras. Kent make 171 all out, which, as you say, brilliant Grant Stewart, great from Matt Quinn, Fred Atkins, but you look at some of those dismissals from the Kent batters.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about Denley and Finch, obviously getting naught. Leaning's mix-up for the run-out was horrible as well. It's, you know,
it was, and
as Mike said, some wickets were rather gifted.
It very nearly happened to Cox as well, didn't it? Because he was almost run out in identical fashion. I think there was a misfield, and basically, if it hadn't happened, I think it would probably have been even worse than it was. You've got to, on a human level, you've got to feel a bit sorry for Harry Finch too. His debut this season in red ball cricket, and he did tremendously well, scored a century for the second, and deserved his call-up, you have to say.
Yeah,
and then to sort of get out for a duck after 3 balls, very decent piece of glove work to remove him, the keeper standing up. But yes, I mean, it's all suboptimal from a Kent point of view, apart from Stewart, as you say. I mean, Yeye, we said we thought was possibly unlucky, and it was one of those where you'd definitely review it if you had the technology, let's put it that way.
Yeah, sure.
But, you know, I don't think there's any point in sort of piling in on the umpires for it, because everyone's allowed to make a bad call every now and again.
And ultimately, you know, Kent's batters didn't do well enough, you know. And Mayeye himself was obviously guilty for the run out of leaning.
I think it's the prevailing sort of style of cricket that you've got at the moment, which there's a word starting with B, which we don't actually use in the Kent press box, but it was very much that sort of innings. It was, you could look back at various dismissals and say, well, you know, maybe that was unlucky, or maybe that one shouldn't have, you know, you shouldn't have played that shot. Certainly with the run out, you could be, you know, you don't have to analyse that one too deeply to see what's gone wrong there. And the flip side of it is a lot of these runs, you'd have to say, were quite fortunate as well. It wasn't exactly a chanceless innings from Quinn. Stewart clearly decided to set out and play that way, power hitting, and it came off him and it worked. But it is one of those things, I'd almost say that Kent are lucky to get 171 from the way that they've played there. From that point of view, they might actually be reasonably happy with how it's turned out. It's just looking at a couple of the scores from elsewhere as well. At Northwood, Northants 104 for 4 against Middlesex in a game which obviously has fairly major ramifications for Kent, as they are the 2 sides below them in the table. At the other end of the table, Surrey 130 for 5 against Nottinghamshire at the Oval, which is possibly a surprise. And elsewhere as well, Somerset 74 for 4 against Hampshire. That one has been delayed by rain down in Taunton. And Essex are 12 for 1 against Lancashire. That's also been delayed by rain. Not quite sure where that one's being played. There's not actually been any play at all between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. As down at Hove.
I think Lancashire's Blackpool this week.
It is, yeah. I've got a feeling it is, isn't it? It's some of the international commitments, I think. Sussex are 197 for 3 against Derbyshire. It's in Division 2. Yorkshire were 142 for 0 against Worcestershire. That one has been delayed by rain in Worcester. And Chester Street, Gloucestershire 178 for 3 against Durham. So plenty of action going on elsewhere. Just watching the heavy roller being deployed in the middle here. Noticed that lunchtime fans were allowed to walk on the wicket, well, not on the wicket, but they were allowed to walk on the outfield today to get a good look at the stumps. And I think it was a good wicket to bat on.
I mean, from a friend of mine who's here and went out and had a look at the wicket at the lunch break, he said there was still a bit green in places, but you know, you would have expected maybe that just to help it just come on a little bit, give it a little bit of extra pace. Sometimes it can be, you know, a little bit slow, having got quite dry at this time of year here at Canterbury. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you would assume that both captains would have won the toss and chosen to bat first on a day like today, with the better of the weather, or potentially the best weather in the game in terms of the forecast for the remaining days. Yeah, it's still a, it's not, you would have hoped for plenty more than that, but in the end it's not as drastic as it looked like it was going to be.
And I guess we've probably both covered games where we've looked at scores and thought they've looked pretty low, and then the opposition has come out to bat, and we've rapidly recalculated.
Well, I think it was that Surrey game where, obviously, like you say, Kent looked like they were going to get bowled out for 150 and ended up getting 300, and then Surrey did get bowled out for 150, and if it wasn't for that historic run chase in the fourth innings, Kent may well have won that game.
Yeah, I think there's still a kind of collective trauma among certain members of the fan base about that. Certainly some of the staff that I've spoken to was, I think when we came here on the final day, I don't think many people were that confident that Kent were going to bowl Surrey out at that point. I think were they 3 down at the start of day 4, and Sibley was just in such metronomic form at that point that I thought it was probably about 40-60, because it's easy to sit back and say that you knew it was going to happen. I don't actually think that's true. I thought Kent had a chance at that point, and certainly if they'd taken a couple of early wickets and got about the lower order, it might have made more of a game of it. But as it was, Surrey were just so dominant. They saw off the new ball so competently that by the time the first wicket did fall, the target was so low at that point that I think if there had been a win predictor there, I think Surrey would have been well over 80 to 90% at that point. As Arshdeep is about to bowl the first ball of the innings from the Nackington Road.
He's going to be bowling and pushed away out towards backward of point by Yates, the opener for Warwickshire, out there with Alex Davis, his right-handed partner. And yes, we are back up and running then for the second innings of this match. 3 slips for Kent, Mieye, Leaning and Finch. There's a point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, long leg. Oh, we're back to sort of orthodox cricket now after the rather amazing scenes and field settings that we had. Arshdeep from the Nackington Road end, down the leg side, which Yates tucks away to get off the mark. Down towards Matt Quinn, and they're going to come back for 2 as well, because it's a long way out to that boundary that Quinn is currently monitoring.
Just Joe Denley with the wide brim sun hat out there. Everybody else wearing either their county caps or the regular caps.
So here comes Arshdeep once more. Left alone outside the off stump by Yates. It's been good so far, Arshdeep. What have you made of him, Fred?
Well, I think we were all pretty excited when he first started bowling. That first spell that he had, you could see a difference. He just had that little bit of extra pace that we'd been lacking, perhaps. But I think he, like everybody else, was made to toil by Surrey. He did take that wicket late on day 3.
Looked good with the new ball up at Northampton as well. Certainly swung it early on. And where's Agar, who picked up the 5 wickets? And most of Agar's wickets came with a reverse swing with this Kookaburra ball. He after that first day's play was quick to praise Arshdeep for the way that he bowled with a new ball and swung it. So you would expect this to be a tough examination for these Warwickshire openers. You would expect Arshdeep Singh, one of the leading T20 bowlers in the world, white ball cricket. The BCCI wanted him to come to England and play some red ball stuff. Give them a test here, and this one's blocked out by Yates. He's jammed the bat down on it. Against slip fielders and the bowler. Wondering just how he managed to do so.
Of course, that was a point that a couple of people made. They weren't sure why Arshdeep wasn't bowling in the Blast competition, and that, of course, was because IPL rules apparently forbid it. You know, they're not allowed. The players are not allowed to play in T20 cricket.
Elsewhere, yeah, other competitions. Well, that last delivery was the inducker, the change-up delivery, having generally looked to try and swing the ball away from the left-hander towards the slips. So defended away this last ball of the over. 2 without loss, Warwickshire, after the end of the first over from Arshdeep Singh. 171 all out.
If you're looking at it from a purely logical point of view, I understand that they don't want their players to play in rival competitions to an extent. If it's to guard against injuries or something like that, he's far more likely to break down playing red ball cricket than T20.
And I mean, is it not beneficial to him to play a bit of white ball cricket in English conditions? I mean, you'd have thought, even particularly when it was the back end of the competition.
Sooner or later, there's going to be a tournament in England that India will probably want players to have experience of, and sooner or later they're going to play a bilateral series here. So I'm not actually sure when the next Indian tour is, but I wouldn't have thought it's too far away.
Well, Grant Stewart, off the back of his heroics with the bat, has been given the new ball here. So in past the umpire he comes. Again, he'll look to try and swing the ball away from the right-hander, so, or the other way to Arshdeep Singh at least, but they're both effectively being right and left-handed bowlers looking to swing the ball away.
Did wonder if Quinn might get the new ball. So they've gone with Stewart.
I guess you go with Stewart in the initial instance because he might be on a high from his efforts with the bat. And he does get that early swing with it. Through it goes to Jordan Cox, and also because he might be slightly more used to bowling with the Kookaburra, although now we're going into the territory of who was in Australia and New Zealand longest as a youngster between Quinn and Stewart. They should have both have experience of the Kookaburra already.
Yeah, look, we have got the Anzac division here at Kent this season, haven't we?
It is somewhat a very Australian and New Zealand flavour to the attack. Both of these, the guys we're talking about, as this one's left by Davis. Stewart and Quinn don't count as overseas players, but both were born down under. And in New Zealand, in Quinn's case, in Auckland.
And when you talk to Fred Clarkson as well, he has a distinct accent, doesn't he?
Yeah, he might be a Netherlands international, but he's definitely got family in Australia, hasn't he? Michael Hogan, of course, another one, and then Wes Agar and Kane Richardson they've had as overseas players. Agar is currently injured, and why he's not playing in this game. Back goes Davis and plays out towards point. So yeah, there's an Australian flavour to the Kent bowling attack. There's more Aussies than there are Kentish folk in the bowling attack, that's for sure. Yeah,
it was interesting call as who's going to make the lineup today. Arafat Boyan was in the squad as well.
Yes, indeed. Of course, born in Bangladesh, part of that Saka UK squad that were training in Birmingham in the winter and picked up by Kent after performances in the second 11. And then likewise, Jazz Singh got 6 for last week, didn't he, in the 2s? I think the BBC had mistakenly put him in the 11 on the website earlier on instead of Arshdeep, but I think Arshdeep was always going to play. Here's Stewart. Again, a nice away swing up to the right-handed Davis, who lets this one go outside the off stump. Through it goes to Jordan Cox behind the stumps. I still don't quite know how Jordan Cox didn't hit his ball for 6, to be honest. He almost... He played the pull shot and picked out the one man on the leg side, even though if he'd have tried to hit it for 6, you would have thought he'd be able to clear it with a miss hit. It's a shorter boundary.
That was when we were in the full kind of blast madness of that first innings, wasn't it?
Stewart again. Warwickshire 2 without loss. Kent 171 all out. Through it goes to Cox. And, well, it feels like normal cricket and normal proceedings have resumed. We had an emailer get in touch with us earlier on, kentcricket@gmail.com, saying that the early stages of this morning's play felt a bit more serene, like, you know, the chaos of the first 3 Ashes tests compared to the uniformality of the county cricket. But then since then it's gone a bit bonkers. So,
well, I saw one tweet from Hugh Laurie yesterday about the test match, saying that basically every run scored felt like a year off his life and every wicket felt like a decade.
Arshdeep Singh bowling to the left-handed Yates, lets this one go outside the off stump. Kevin Pickford getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com, saying, should Kent bat in reverse order in the future? Loving their version of that word, the something ball that Fred doesn't want to mention. I don't think Brendan McCullum wants us to mention it either, to be honest.
I don't think he does. It's one of these things, it's...
he doesn't like the phrase.
He's been kind of cursed by it, hasn't he? Because I don't think it was his invention.
It's just, it's more that kind of brand of cricket that his New Zealand team played, didn't they? Just trying to be aggressive and get on the front foot and score. And big drive attempted here by Yates, and he's played and missed to that quick delivery from Arshdeep Singh. Sorry, just to answer Kevin's question, he said how many 6s were hit after lunch, and the answer was 7. 1 for Arshdeep, first ball. 1 for Quinn, which was a hook shot that cleared the longest boundary, and then 5 from Grant Stewart in his 50. And then we also had a message in from Paul, which I missed, but hopefully Paul's still listening, saying it might be a short game and a long season for Kent supporters. Good way for Warwickshire to bounce back after their T20 disappointment, knocked out in the quarterfinals, of course. This one left alone by Yates outside the off stump. Yes, I'm sure I will ask Mike in a minute. He's doing an update for BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire in a moment about the possibility of some speedway coverage this evening, but I would have thought there is some. Often is on BBC WM. Sorry, Fred, carry on.
Well, I was just about to say, both Kent and Warwickshire, of course, basically had their hopes dashed by Essex.
Yeah, that's a sort of bad taste in the mouth for both supporters of both counties to miss out to Essex. From a Kent point of view because of the rivalry, and then Warwickshire because it was a home finals day on the cards at Edgbaston, which they've been denied.
The way that it happened as well, it looked like they were pretty much out of it, and then really dragged themselves back into it in that last over, Warwickshire, to the point where I think Essex was still favourites, but it was a lot tighter than I thought it was going to be, and of course that has a knock-on effect for everyone's blood pressure.
And Essex obviously snuck through in the first place. Obviously Kent could have gone through if they'd have beaten Somerset. They could have gone through if Surrey had beaten Essex at the Oval earlier on that Sunday. Final day of the group matches. Arshdeep Singh bowls. It's been pushed away by Yates. He was trying to drive, but without any kind of timing at all into the covers there.
I think what is a bit unsatisfying about all of this at the moment, it's not a specific point about that particular game, but just to give you the example, Dan Lawrence was playing for Essex against the side that he's going to be playing for next season. And
then Ravi Bopara has ended up helping out Essex for Sussex with his ton here on the Friday night, and now he's leaving Sussex as well. That was his last stance for them. There's Arshdeep Singh bowls, and it's driven away out towards Wybin off. No run, end of the over. Warwickshire 2 without loss. There'll be an update very shortly for BBC Radio Kent, and then after that I'll swap with Mike Taylor and get him back in alongside Fred Atkins of the ECB Reporters Network, who's joined us. Good start from Arshdeep. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2, and then maiden from Stewart first up as well. Stewart in and bowling, defended away by Alex Davis. Well, you got the big excitement of the day so far in your previous update with Grant Stewart going to that half-century. Unfortunately for Kent, he couldn't add any further runs to his score. Got a full toss in the next over, which he managed to swat out to the boundary, but was caught right on the rope very well, actually, by Chris Washworth, and he departed. So Kent all out for 171 in the end. Of course, they were at one stage 21 without loss, went down to 40 for 4. 72 for 5 became 78 for 7 just after the lunch break, and then Kent almost putting on 100 runs with some late order hitting inspired by Stewart. 3 4s, 5 6s. Matt Quinn hit a 6 to the longer side of the boundary, and then a lovely shot over extra cover in his 25. Arshdeep Singh's first ball went for 6 as well, the number 11, and he was not out for 7 right at the end. Kent currently with Grant Stewart and Arshdeep Singh, those two guys that were in at the end, trying to get an early breakthrough. Both clearly getting a bit of swing out there, and Yates and Davis, the two openers for Warwickshire, just at the moment having to sit in and try and play this out. So Warwickshire 2 without loss in reply to Kent's 171 all out earlier on. Commentary continues online. I'll just complete this over then from Grant Stewart before I'll swap with Mike Taylor as Stewart is in and bowling. Hooked away down towards the deep square leg boundary, and Alex Davis is off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, unguarded boundary, that one. So as soon as that left the bat, that was basically going to be a boundary. And they didn't really bother running for it. It's being retrieved down there. Hamid Kadri is taking the ball. It's one of the boundary's so long that even your average gun fielder on the circuit can't actually get that back to the wicket in one go. So they've had to do that in relays.
Yeah, it's an enormous boundary this week, that one out towards deep square leg. I'm actually impressed by some of the hitting and the hook shots that cleared it, to be honest, as this one's a away swinger, which has been let go outside the off stump.
There's also a very decent crowd in today, I think. Even the club themselves have been surprised by how many people have turned up. I'm wondering if it's a sort of post-Ashes boost that everyone wants to come to the cricket this morning.
Well, I know a few of the private schools have finished now for summer, haven't they? And I know a couple of people that have got the day off work today looked at this one as the best day of the week to come down and watch the game, as this one's pushed away off the back foot by Davis into the covers. But yeah, absolutely a
just looking
crowd.
At the demographic, I wouldn't say that they're private schoolboys that are around the boundary, unless they're teachers.
Well, that's true. I can't see too many youngsters here, admittedly.
It is the sort of, I mean, people can say about the demographics at county cricket. If it's played on a Monday in term time, you're not going to get that many people under the age of 16 here.
Exactly. There are a few youngsters I can just see away to our right on the sort of grassy bank up the top, who have obviously finished for the summer. But anyway, I'm going to make way, and Mike Taylor's going to come in, and Arshdeep's going to bowl here. Attempted hook shot into the ground, and I'm going to make way. See you in a moment.
Fielded fairly comfortably there, and Arshdeep will return to bowl again from the Nackington Road.
Hello, Fred. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah. It's livened up a bit since lunch.
It has.
In a way.
It was, I think it's given us just a bit more of a contest than we were maybe expecting.
Certainly changed the tone of it. He's Arshdeep, left arm over the wicket from the Nackington Road end, and Yates is a little bit squared by this. Comes off a thick edge but low away to backward point, and there's no run. Just lifted the tone of things. I just heard you saying it is quite a good crowd in today, I think. And it just
I think you might have over 1,000 in here today, which would be very good for a Monday in the county championship.
Yes, because we're a bit short of the school holidays. I assume that's the case down here still as well.
It is, yeah.
Arshdeep is on his way to a bit of a sprint, and we bowls full and wide. It's wide. Ian Blackwell calls that.
And Cox must have taken that almost at second slip.
It's a good grab, that. I don't know whether the schools around here, both my boys' schools are on enrichment they now call it. It's activities. It sounds a lot of fun.
Yeah,
It's
they
all
do
sorts of
that.
things.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Kent schools are on the same thing.
No, they are. They are on the same page, actually. My daughter's, I wouldn't say she's thrilled by it.
Depends what it is. Here comes Archdeep, and he bowls a good Yorker, which Yates adjusts quickly and sort of shovels it away from near his toe, and he gets a run to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think it covers anything from sixth form games, as it used to be in old money, to almost religious studies as well, I think.
I think it was only 2 days when I was at school. One of the schools extends about a week and a half now. But we had it at 2 days when I went to high school, and we had quite a spirited PE department, not PR department. And they were mostly from Yorkshire. So they arranged cricket. So you had a day of playing cricket, and a whole day's cricket was quite a thing at a Staffordshire comp. And then you'd have a day watching county cricket somewhere. And usually as far away as they could get the school minibus to go on a tank of fuel, I think. Went some lovely places. Archdeep bowls across the right-hander, Davis. I think it's the first ball he's had from Archdeep, and he allows it to pass not far away from the top of off-stump.
Is the way that this ground is actually situated very near a number of local schools, so it's not unusual to see people drifting in after tea once the school day is finished. Certainly, it used to be the case when they played at the Moat in Maidstone. That was very close to one of the grammar schools, so you get a lot of people drifting in afterwards.
That's good. Is Archdeep hurrying in to bowl to Davis? Takes him on the pad, possibly, does it? No, it goes down the leg side, maybe just flick the outside of the pad, but Cox has got it. And there's no run. Well, if you are in the area following the cricket today, and if the kids are finishing school, come down. It's a lovely day for being at the cricket. The breeze has picked up a bit, but it's none the worse for that.
Plus, it's a great ground. I mean, if you like, in hot weather, it's actually a very good ground because you've got the Frank Woolley stand, which is probably one of the coolest places you can watch cricket in terms of temperature, as opposed to the younger person's use of the word cool.
I don't know. Retro. Here comes Archdeep. Oh, and now Davies backed away at the last moment there. Archdeep carried on bowling and knocked out the leg stump, but Davis was well away out of the way by then, and there's a chap in a sort of a purpley shirt had wandered in front of the sight screen.
Yeah, and he was wandering very slowly as well. It was, well, it's one of these. It's easy to do at a cricket ground if you just forget where you are and you suddenly realise you're in front of the sight screen. It's not something you see that commonly here. I think normally they would have something there to stop somebody from walking in front of the screen, but he was walking very slowly, and the batter is, of course, perfectly within his rights to stop. Just in time, as Archdeep tries to repeat what was rather a good Yorker that he ended up bowling to a bare set of stumps. In the end, he pushes one wide of off stump, and Davies lets that go, and the over ends, and it's 8 for none. Warwickshire replying to Kent's 171. But it's a nice ground for walking round, isn't it? It is.
I was saying, I haven't been here in 20 years, but it is still. It's a very pleasant ground to spend time in, and you can go around different parts of it. It's changed a lot, I would imagine, since you were last here. I guess those flats probably have come up in the last 10 years or so. Well, the tree was still here. It was, yeah. And I'm pretty certainly the white scoreboard was here on one of my previous visits, which was a bit of a landmark. Well, the last time I saw Kent v Warwickshire here, I'll mention in a minute. There's a new over started by Stewart, who bowls to the left-handed Yates, and he defends out into the offside. No run. It was the 1995 Sunday League, I think. Actually, that's not quite true. I did see the quarter-final here a couple of years ago. Oh, yeah. But it was a 95 Sunday League final when Kent, Warwickshire and Worcestershire were all in with a shout. And Kent ended up winning on run rate, although they were absolutely hammered by Warwickshire on the day. Off goes Stewart and bowls to Yates, who plays a very compact defensive stroke away into the offside, and there's no run. Warwickshire were defending that title. I think it was one of the 3 trophies in '94. But yeah, it was a 3-horse race right to the end, though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I've got a feeling that the Worcestershire game was rained off, and that it somehow took Warwickshire out of the equation.
Right.
So even though Kent were losing, everyone knew they were going to win the league.
It's been a lively night. Here's Stuart bowls, and he's turned off his pads for runs here by Yates, and it might go all the way up to the short boundary. He's timed it very well and gets 4. His first boundary goes to 7 out of 12 for none.
Yeah, I think it probably was quite lively, because one of the things I remember about that game was seeing somebody brought Tim Wren out a glass of champagne. So he was drinking it on the boundary, as far as I remember. And so Kent won 2 trophies in the last 2 seasons, but it doesn't happen that often here.
No.
So it was something to remember.
Off goes Stewart, and Yates defends out on the offside up to Arshdeep at mid-off. And there was a particularly keen rivalry between Kent and Warwickshire at that time, as I recall.
It was, yeah. It got quite feisty. It sort of dated back to, apologies to listeners who've heard this before, but
Well,
there was a bowl-out, wasn't there,
yes.
in a one-day game.
There was quite a lively semi-final, I think it would have been, in around that era at Edgbaston, if memory serves. This is guided off the outside edge and well stopped, actually, in the slips. It stopped a diving stop at 3rd slip by Finch, and there's no run.
Yeah, it probably would have been about 94, I think. It was it the year that Warwickshire just beat Sussex in the final? I've got a feeling.
Right, that would have been 93. Yeah, 93 in the final.
But it might have been the year after that, actually, that the Kent one-day game happened. Paul Smith, I think, had a starring role towards the end.
Off goes Stewart, and bowls are very full, and it's driven back firmly by Yates. The yelp came from Cox behind the stumps, but nobody else saw it. And it's 12 for none after 6 overs of Warwickshire's first innings, replying to Kent's 171, Yates 7 and Davies 4. But it's always felt like quite a keen fixture since then, even though there've been some seasons where Warwickshire and Kent haven't met.
It's strange how rivalries sort of either develop or fester. Normally you'd say a rivalry is often between your closest geographical rivals. So, Warwickshire's presumably Worcestershire.
Yes.
The main.
Yeah.
The main thing. With Kent, there's always a bit of needle with Essex and Surrey.
I've heard about the Essex thing. Since I've been here this morning. Here's Arshdeep bowls. Oh, a short ball, and Davies got into trouble with that. He set himself to pull and then seemed to be changing his mind and ended up sort of ending it back down the pitch.
I don't think that eluded Arshdeep by much. It was just out of his range, probably about a yard away, but it was a very strange shot. Like he pulled out of it halfway through, as you say. But in the end, he's just about managed to avoid getting, offering a return catch there.
Might encourage Arshdeep to bowl him another one. 3 slips awaiting. The wind's tugging at their clothes now as Arshdeep bowls left arm over to Davies, who slightly overbalances, pushing this out into the covers. And he doesn't get a run because it's a scrambling stop by Kadri. Davies is inspecting the end of his bat now, where he knocked it back down the pitch a few moments ago.
So after Worcestershire, who would be the next biggest rivals then?
Well, Derbyshire is quite geographically close, obviously, and then Notts, because it's such a it's a big county. There are big games against Notts, but it's the Bears pairs thing with Worcestershire that's what really gets the juices flowing. Arshdeep bowls a short ball, and Davies pulls on the bounce down to long leg. Quick throw in from Quinn means they'll only have 1. Just for a moment they were interested, but it was never flying far enough to reach Quinn.
Yeah, I think you could tell that from the reaction of the field. There was no real, there are certain fielders or bowlers who'll shout catch it when a ball has basically been driven into the ground. But there was no real animation out there, and Quinn, I don't think, was ever really likely to get near that one, so he just sensibly backed off.
Davies is 5. Yates to face Arshdeep, who bowls on length, and Yates is securely forward, pushing back up the pitch. He's very busy, Arshdeep, isn't he? He doesn't hang about once he's got to the end of his follow-through. He sort of turns on his heel and stalks back off.
Which is probably just as well, because Kent have had a number of problems with run rate issues this season and last. See, last season, a game with Warwickshire ended in almost surreal fashion, with Jack Leaning basically bowling, getting a wicket when he wasn't actually trying to.
Trying to hurry the overs along a bit. Here's Arshdeep bowls on the pads of Yates, and he's going to get a run here, well placed. Wide enough of Evison running round from mid-on, so make sure he's through for a single. So umpire Newell, having run across between deliveries, he's now going to run all the way back again.
That's good exercise for him.
Although he has the air of a man who wishes he hadn't bothered. He watched one from cover point and then sort of dragged himself over, thinking I probably ought to. It's only the first day, I'd probably better keep up appearances. Davies watches him back to his position, and Compton moves round a bit from square leg to mid-wicket. There's a man to come on the flick drive as well at shortish mid-wicket. As Arshdeep bowls and Davies drives through the covers, going up the hill, but Kadri's hoping it's going to have the urge to get there, because it's a very long chase if he doesn't, but it does. And it's away for 4. It's a good shot from Davies, perhaps the most authoritative stroke of this innings so far. He's it's 17 for none at the end of the over.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot from Davies, that one. Great style to push that one through the covers, and Kadri wasn't going to get anywhere near that. You've always got a slight hope when you're hitting it up the slope as a fielder that it might just die before it gets to the rope, but that one clearly had enough momentum to take it over.
The screen had got in a bit of a tangle there, but the mechanical board was right, and it's 18 at the end of that over. The 7th of Warwickshire's first innings, with Yates 8 and Davies 9. There's not so many of the old clattery scoreboards around the circuit these days. It's nice to see one. Davies bowls and Yates is defending back on the onside.
Yes, it is a very useful backup actually, because they are very quick to correct errors here. But every now and again, human error will creep in and it'll just throw it out of sync slightly. It happened in a blast game a couple of weeks ago.
Well, everything happens quickly in those. Off goes Stewart and drops a bit short, not very short, and Yates is onto this quickly and pulls it backward of square leg and 2 bounces over the rope and away towards the flats. He's very quick on that, Yates, and he started well here. He's 12. He's been a bit patchy in the championship so far this season, made 1 century but nothing else past 50. But he's settling in nicely here, and Warwickshire at 22 for none. Plenty of time to bat. Stewart's going to come round the wicket now to the left-hander and try a change of angle. Here he comes, bustling approach, but he's wide of off-stump here, and that rather flops through low on the almost on the second bounce through to Cox.
I'm going to say we're sort of 7.5 overs in now. Can't remember too many actual near misses. There's maybe one sort of waft at one of Arshdeep's earlier deliveries, but it's not like you'd say that a wicket's looking likely every delivery at this point.
No, I think 171, for all the life that the tail enders put in it, looks a fair bit light. Here's Yates driving up to mid-off, Kadri fields. I mean, you win the toss and bat, you don't want to be bowled out in 40 overs.
No, it's been I imagine there's a fair amount of chatter being generated about it, and I'm sure that Kent will have been having an inquiry in the dressing room during the innings break, probably at lunch as well, when the situation actually looked significantly bleaker.
In scoots Stewart, who did his best to lift the gloom earlier with that lively 50. Yates defends back on the onside. The top order has fallen over 3 times out of 3 against Warwickshire. They were under 100 for 5 in both innings at Edgbaston. And here, they struggled again. On a day, it didn't look as though there was a lot happening. I mean, we're not directly behind the arm here. I know the press box is a little bit further round. But it really didn't look as though anything extravagant was going on. It was just skillful, persistent bowling. Stewart bowls again, and Yates pushes out on the offside. We had the idea here that just the occasional ball was tailing in late, but it really didn't look to be anything too menacing.
Yes, well, I mean, from our view, we're sort of at 8 o'clock to the wicket in the press box, so it's not ideal when you're trying to find out if there is anything going on out there. You're basically relying on the play, you know, on the reaction, etc. But it didn't look particularly dicey.
There was nothing that would have made you think that Jack Leaning would have thought twice about batting first this morning when he won the toss. I'm pretty confident Will Rhodes would have batted too. Anyway, in comes Arshdeep, and a little bit short of a length. He doesn't have to be very short for Alex Davis to get onto that, and he doesn't really hit it, he just guides it.
Yeah,
it's got third for 4.
It's got the advantage of the slope here as well, so it's just being steered past the area where the training pitches are cut. You see the players warming up. If you do arrive here early, you do get a very good view actually of in front of the Woolly stand. You can see the players going through the paces in the net. Very, very close quarters.
It's a lovely viewing ground if you've not been before, and especially with the shorter boundary on one side. I was walking around there earlier in front of where the flats are, and the rows of seats there. You've got to be paying attention today because you'd be right in the game. Grant Stewart was bringing the game to you if you were there. Davies goes for a bit of a loose drive here. It was quite a wide one from Arshdeep, and it tempted Davies. I don't think he was very close to that.
They probably missed by about an inch, I'd say.
Bit carried away.
But yeah, I think this is the sort of ground, I know that you know, it's the difference between test venues and non-men's test venues. For a game like this, a crowd of 1,000, which I'm guessing is what is in, it actually looks like a pretty decent crowd.
It does. I'm sure there are more than 1 or 2 Warwickshire supporters on tour, as it were. It's a short ball from Arshdeep, and it's very well pulled by Davies. He got onto that early and hit it well in front of square and away, scudding away to the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah, we can see one flag at the far end where the Nackington Road Grumblers, I think, is where that section is named after. But there's a Lichfield Bears flag up there.
Well, I feel as a native of that county, I feel honour bound to point out that Lichfield is in Staffordshire, but nevertheless, the Warwickshire players will be delighted to see them all the same. And here comes Arshdeep and bowls Fuller to Davies. It's a bit of a mixed bag at the moment, and Davies pushes it up on the onside.
I suppose it's a bit different, isn't it? With this particular corner of England, you've got a huge cluster of first-class counties. So you've got Kent, Essex, Sussex, Surrey, Middlesex, Hampshire, all basically in one kind of area. So it's not like you'd support the nearest county.
No.
I find it very difficult to think that. I don't think anyone from Kent would support Essex.
No, I've very much been left with that impression this morning. I dare say it's mutual, but it's been a while since I've been there.
It probably is.
Anyway, Arshdeep is going to come around the wicket to the right-hander Davies. He's left armour, and Davies defends into the leg side.
We did some interviews before the Royal London Cup final last year. Matt Quinn had signed from Essex the previous season, suggesting that, you know, that Essex and Canterbury were probably 2 of the more intimidating venues because you've got people right up on your face. And he basically said that it was much easier than playing at Essex because they're even abusive towards their own players there.
Oh, splendid. It's Arshdeep. And round the wicket he comes to Davies, who throws everything at that, drives a full delivery just backward of square for 4 runs.
It's a great shot from Davies. Very stylish looking shot. Just there's no point in Kadri running after that, so he's just sort of strolling and saving a bit of energy. But I do remember the quarter-final here, there was a chance on the boundary. I think it was Wokes who was the fielder that was underneath it, and he was clearly copping some from the fans on the side of the ground by the flats, and because he took it and he did a little shushing gesture to the crowd, which some people think you shouldn't do, but I think you're well within your rights if you're If you're taking it, I think you're allowed to give a bit back, aren't you?
He'd have blushed while he was doing it, Chris. Too nice a chap. Anyway, 34 for none. We've had 9 overs. Stewart starts another one, and Yates defends back up the offside.
I suppose it's a question. I've not actually watched the county championship game at Edgbaston, so I don't know what the atmosphere would be like. When you've got 1,000 people in there, I can imagine it probably feels quite quiet.
You'd need more than that. It's hard to tell. From where we are, it's hard to tell because the sort of pavilion build is so huge that a lot of the members you can't actually see. Here's Stewart off a short run, and Yates is defending on the onside. I'll give way to Ben between balls here, Fred, because I think he's got an update for the radio coming shortly. But it's 34 for none.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I've just about managed to do a lap of the ground in that half an hour. Felt like shorter. Apologies for butting in, folks, but yeah, I've got an update in a moment for BBC Radio Kent as Stewart is in and bowling. It's down the leg side. Arshdeep moving around at long leg to do the fielding, and they come back for a couple.
I actually measured the distance around the boundary once during one day. It's exactly a third of a mile if you do a circuit around. So
that's a decent bit of exercise.
Yeah. 3 laps a mile. It's all right if you're trying to get your steps in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, what's your feeling on how Kent have bowled so far? Sort of in the last 15 minutes, just felt like they've been trying a little bit too hard, and there's been a couple of short balls that have been tucked away.
Felt they've really threatened too much.
Stewart in and bowling. Defended away into the covers. I thought in the initial instance, Arshdeep and Stewart were clearly swinging the ball, and Davis and Yates being quite watchful.
Yeah, there were not too many deliveries that made you have that intake of breath where you think, well, that was lucky. There'd been a couple. There was one in the last over where probably just missed the bottom of the bat by maybe an inch or so in the end.
36 without loss. Stewart around the wicket. He's clipped away. They've got the 2 catching mid-wickets that it's wide of, out towards deep square leg for a run. I wonder before long if we'll see a bowling change. Matt Quinn was just limbering up as I wandered past him.
It's the sort of game where when you've got only 171 on the board, it already feels like it's drifting a bit. 37 for no wicket. 37 in the context of a game like this is a fairly significant partnership.
Yeah, it's a good start for Warwickshire. Two slips in the gully for Davis, who's on 21 for 25 balls. Defends this one into the pitch. And the end of the over, so 10 gone so far, 5 each for Stewart and for Arshdeep. I suspect maybe Arshdeep will carry on, but Matt Quinn will replace Stewart from the pavilion end. Leading's just having a word with Arshdeep. He's going to hand his sunglasses to the umpire. Update on the way then for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, currently Warwickshire batting, having lost the toss. Kent won it and chose to bat first, and of course just 171 all out. That actually was a recovery from 78-4-7, the top order, apart from Mayaya, who made 38 and got a tough decision. All pretty much failed, and it was Grant Stewart in at number 8 who managed to produce the counter-attack, along with Matt Quinn, who made 25. Stewart hit 3 4s and 5 6s in his half-century before he was caught on the rope, which brought about an end to Kent's innings. Arshdeep and Stewart, the 2 men that have been bowling so far. Stewart 5 overs number 15, Arshdeep 5 overs number 22. So far haven't been able to break through this opening partnership between Yates and Davis for the visitors. And at 37 without loss, with Kent's low first innings score, feels like Kent need a breakthrough soon if they're going to make use of this Kookaburra ball before it goes a little bit softer later on. So commentary continues online. We've got around about 10 overs or so till tea, as there's half a shout for LBW. And Warwickshire 37 without loss, replying to Kent's 171 all out.
Yeah, that was the sort of shout where when the bowler's not actually joining in with the slip cordon, you don't really bother looking at the umpire to see if the finger's going up, do you?
No, it's one of those where it was quite obviously sliding. Down the leg side.
I do wonder if they claimed it just to keep themselves awake.
Archdeep running in and bowling. That's a better one on the stumps, which Yates just pushes away defensively.
I'm just going to, a reference point here, 10.3 overs. At this point, Kent were still without loss. It was 10.3 overs that Compton fell.
Okay.
So perhaps that'll instigate something here. As Archdeep just preparing to bowl again from the Nackington Road end, just rubbing the ball against his shirt.
He's got 3 slips waiting. He bowls to the left-hander Yates, who's in behind this solidly. Similar sort of style to Ben Compton, I guess, in terms of being a nuggety left-handed opener, Yates.
And I'm just looking at the partnerships with Kent. The highest partnership was, I think, 40. Which is obviously not optimal, but last wicket, I think, went for about 36.
Here comes Archdeep once more.
Most of which was scored by Stewart.
Full delivery outside the off stump. So yeah, there was 40, the partnership between Quinn and Stewart. And then, yeah, 36, the last wicket.
Because without those two, we would be looking at an even bleaker prospect for Kent. I think
Yeah,
some talk, there's been some weather around tomorrow.
32, the partnership between Mayeye and Cox before Cox was caught on the boundary. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of bad weather, you feel, for Kent to potentially get something out of this, the way things have started. And they've, of course, missed out on bonus points too, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Yates. Made an over for Archdeep, because obviously in terms of the table, Kent have played a game more than the Middlesex and Northants, who play one another this week, of course. So somebody, unless it's a draw, is going to win that game and potentially make up some ground on Kent. So for
and the other factor in that is, of course, that Kent don't play Middlesex again this season. They've played Northants both. I think they won both games.
Correct, yeah.
And if I'm right, that's the only 2 victories they've had so far in the championship this season. They lost at Lords, and they won't play Middlesex again.
Yeah, they were poor at Lords, weren't they? They didn't just lose; they'd lost that badly.
Yeah, and Everson, it looks like, is going to come on to bowl from the pavilion end.
Interesting, because it's Quinn that's been doing the warming up down at long leg, so
maybe he fancies coming down the hill,
yeah,
and
maybe he will.
He wants Everson to do the donkey work.
So just in terms of those scores elsewhere, still a rain delay in Blackpool, where Essex were 12 for 1 before that was stopped. Northants currently 132 for 4 against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's School. Proctor and Keogh at the crease. A couple of wickets for Higgins. Somerset 80 for 4 against Hampshire. They've rested a lot of players, haven't they, for finals day. This one's defended away by Davis out towards deep point for an easy single. Lammonby, Dixon, Aborn, Bartlett all out. All courtesy of Kyle Abb, actually. 3 of them were his bowling, and then one was a run out. So Andy Ameed is in with James Aru at the moment. Surrey 179 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. A couple of wickets for Hutton, 2 for James, 1 for Patterson. A few 30s in there. Folkes and Clark currently at the crease. Everson bowls to Yates, cut away. That should go for 4. Being chased up the hill by Kadri and Stewart, and in fact they will just rain the ball in. And it'll be 3.
So there was some talk about whether it was the right thing to do for Somerset to rest as many players as they have. And I think from my point of view, I'd say it is fair enough, because they want to win a trophy. You know, they're absolutely within their rights to maximise their chances. And
they're probably not going to win the county championship this year. They're not going to, you know, potentially win the One Day Cup with players at the 100. So this is their chance. Pulled away by Davis into the onside. Kadri down at long leg. Should be 2, I reckon, as he does the fielding. And they've obviously come close couple of years in a row, making finals day. We're runners up to Kent. Team they've got at the moment, the way they've been going in the South Group. They probably, well, yeah, it's an all-South Group affair, isn't it?
And the last thing you want to do, you don't want your star bowler to pull up playing red ball cricket.
So yeah, no Henry, no Everton, no Gregory, etc. This one's clipped away, leg side. Everson's come on, and don't think he's really landed a ball on the spot just yet. 1-3, 2-2. It's just been a little bit too straight. And
it's shaping up to be an expensive first over for him.
So far in Division 2, no play at Cardiff, Glamorgan, Leicester. And there's now a rain delay at Worcester. Assuming that game is at New Road. It is, yeah, between Worcestershire and Yorkshire, who were 142 without loss, actually. And then
just a slight delay here while Cox is given a helmet.
He's going to come up to the stumps. Gloucestershire 2-3-1 for 4 at Durham. Chris Dent made 85. Wicket for Matt Parkinson, soon to be Kent's next season already. As Everson is in a bowling. Back goes Davis to defend.
That's sort of back to what we were talking about earlier, really, when we were saying how it's a little bit unsatisfying to have players like Dan Lawrence playing for Essex against the county that he's going to be playing for. Matt Parkinson going on loan to Durham, it just feels very sort of strange that he's playing there. And looking at Everson, who of course just comes into bowl.
If you lost us online, we are hopefully back with you.
Everson, of course, played for Kent last season while he was technically on loan from Nottinghamshire, and ended up playing in the final at Trent Bridge. I understand that as part of the deal, I don't think, had Kent got into a situation where they would have been playing Nottinghamshire, I don't think he would have been able to play as part of that deal, whereas that obviously didn't happen with Lawrence.
Yeah, I personally think it's very bizarre how we have this sort of transfer window in the middle of the season where everyone's sorting out their futures for next season. And I think in terms of Matt Parkinson, yeah, he's moving to Kent next year, but right now I guess he doesn't want to upend his life in the very short term. You know, it's fine when you're pre-planning ahead to make a move to Kent or something, but he went on loan to Durham previously. He's obviously gone there with that in mind, that it's closer to home. Short ball from Arshdeep, which is pulled away, so Quinn not in the attack just yet, and in fact he's on the turf trying to dive to stop that ball, which has gone past him for 4. So the Warwickshire opening partnership continues to roll on, and at the moment they've looked pretty untroubled. 22 for Yates, 26 for Davis, and they are off onto 49 without loss.
I don't think Durham is that close to home, though. I mean,
well, I suppose it isn't.
It's a long way from anywhere, really. I can remember talking to their club photographer when they played at Beckenham a couple of years back, and I think he was saying that the closest away ground is Headingley, and even that's 2 hours away.
Arshdeep Singh bowls on the leg stump, and it's tucked away by Yates down towards long leg this time for a single. The 50 partnership comes up, and in 12.2 overs, and the Warwickshire openers have made that look pretty easy. And it's probably one of those things you fear when you get skittled out for a pretty low score, that the other team are going to come out and bat and make it look rather easier than you have just done so.
Yeah, so you could never be entirely sure how it's going to go, because I mean we could easily have been sitting here and Warwickshire might have had the similar sort of start to the innings that Kent had. They might have lost a cluster of wickets, but certainly these two haven't looked especially troubled as they've made their way to 50.
Arshdeep, 2 slips in the gully, turned away into the onside, then leaders the fielding off Davis. Sussex, by the way, 235 for 3. Clark, 88 not out after Haynes was dismissed for 86. A couple of wickets just falling in Division 1, and Meads out for Somerset, so they're 80 for 5 against Hampshire. Northants losing Keogh to Roland Jones, so 132 for 5. Northamptonshire against Middlesex. That's probably the result that Kent want the least, actually, because if Middlesex win, then they'll be right up around Kent with a game in hand. As this one's guided away wide of gully by Davis. Finch is chasing it down towards the rope. They're probably going to come back for 3 here. Good running.
I think the bottom line for Kent is that as much as you can look at what's going on elsewhere, and I'm sure they are looking at that, and I'm sure they're hoping that Northants can get a result there, they're going to have to win certainly 1 or 2 more games this year to stand a chance of staying up. And I think it's certainly realistic to think that they could do that. So they were pretty unlucky is probably not the word against Surrey. They did well to put themselves in a winning position against the champions, but I think back last year, very unexpected win at Hampshire basically kept us up.
Here comes Arshdeep Singh. Short ball, helped on its way by Yates for a single. Yeah, that was a big result, wasn't it? And then followed it up with a win over Somerset here the week after.
I mean, I think by that point that the whole kind of atmosphere around the ground, by the time of the Somerset game, there wasn't as much tension as I thought there might be.
Yeah, it wasn't
because
jeopardy.
It was such a good win against Hampshire beforehand, and the situation was that I think things would have had to have gone pretty badly wrong for Kent to go down from that position. But they are going to have to win they're going to have to start getting a result against someone.
Yeah, like you say, they've played Northants twice and beat them twice. Lost at Lords to Middlesex and don't play them again. Arshdeep bowls. At the moment, he's just looking rather laboured, and it's just cut away by Davis. Easy as you like. Had all the time in the world to help that away for 4. Arshdeep surely going to come off after that over that's gone for 2 boundaries and a 3. And Warwickshire have moved easily on to 58 without loss. And already Kent are struggling to look threatening, even though this ball's only 13 overs old.
Yeah, deficit is down to 113. Warwickshire with 3 bonus points in the bag and Kent with none. And to say that entertaining cameo from Stewart aside, it's really been a very one-sided affair so far.
Yeah, Kent have got a lot of away games coming up as well. Got this month trips to Essex, who are currently 2nd, and then Notts, who are just above Kent in the table. Still got to go to Somerset before the season is out as well. And then it's home games against the likes of Lancashire and Hampshire still to come. As you say, Fred, they've got to find a way to get a win from somewhere. You would think if they're going to stay up, as Everson bowls, clocks up to the stumps.
Lest we sound too gloomy about this, I'd say that one thing I've thought about this squad is that they have got quite a lot of fight in them. They every now and again they will have a bad defeat against a side that will be packed with international talent, where you could kind of understand it, but they don't surrender easily, Kent. The epitome of that was the draw with Hampshire earlier this season.
Everson bowls, almost, of course, drew at Edgbaston, thanks to the heroics of Joey Everson, that 99 that he made.
Yeah,
having been skittled in the first innings.
Yeah, it's not the most, it's not the stellar squad compared to some in this division. They've not got the resources of Surrey or some of the test playing sides, but they have got some players with fight.
Got some young talents like Everson. And we saw a little bit of that in the sense that, there's a bit of naivety, the way some of the wickets fell earlier on in the day. Everson himself was very disappointed with the manner of his dismissal, chasing a delivery so soon after lunch and edging it behind.
Matt Quinn's just having a conversation with somebody on the dressing room balcony. A lot of hand gesturing going on.
Yeah, I don't quite know what all that's about. Everson bowling. Yates clips it away into the onside, straight to Finch. Better over so far from Everson with 4 dot balls. Quinn's definitely warming up and raring to go.
I wonder if he's just being told where to. Just been given some last-minute strategy instructions from the balcony. Wouldn't exactly be secret if they're being shouted loudly enough for him to hear them from there.
Quite. Everson bowling. Oh, that one just maybe popped up a little bit the way that Yates has played it into the onside. Only one slip in play now, leaning himself, the skipper, and then Compton and Finch have been posted in catching positions at mid-wicket with Mayeye at short cover for Everson, mid-on, mid-off. Point, square leg, long leg. Denley down there on the boundary. As Everson passed the umpire, turned away. Out towards Compton, dot ball, so made an over from Joey Everson.
And that's a decent comeback, and there's a shout of "Come on, Quinny!" echoes around the ground. He's got his own one-man fan club down here.
Oh, there's more than one.
Assuming it's one man, it's one vocal man. I think there are a lot of people in the Matt Quinn fan club, but he has one very vocal backer who has got all sort of a whole range of things he likes to shout to encourage him while he's bowling.
There he
Mighty
is.
Quinn is one of them.
Well, Kent need a bit of inspiration from Matt Quinn.
We were just talking earlier, weren't we, about the inspiring six that he hit at Edgbaston. It was the style that he did it as much as anything else before.
Just the audacity.
It's like a mic drop, wasn't it,
Yeah,
rather
it really
than a
was.
cricket shot. And he could do with something to drag Kent back into this here.
Miyeye's been posted in a silly mid-on now. There's a short cover and a short mid-wicket for Davis. One slip, backward point. A very wide mid-on in Arshdeep and a mid-off as well as deep square and long leg. As Quinn is in and bowling on the stumps, turned away into the onside. So Quinn's got the ball in his hand for the first time in the innings, and already all the slips have been abandoned for fielders in front of square.
It's certainly an innovative field setting.
It's almost a field setting when you don't think much is going on, though, in terms of the pitch or...
Well, in terms of what we've seen so far, we're saying there's not been too much in the way of chances.
I don't know what Jordan Cox has done, but he maybe...
Has he got something in his eye or contact lens problem or something?
Yeah, something going on.
Because he had been standing up, he's taken the helmet off, and Jack Leaning was just attending to him.
Leaning Star now standing next to him at a kind of second slip. But obviously nobody at first, or nobody outside of Leaning in that one slip position. Quinn in and bowling. Guided away once again by Davis. Playing that late cut shot very close to his back hip. Similar to where the Bell Drummond plays it actually in one-day cricket. Gets 3 runs. Again, it's a sign that this ball is not really doing much anymore, having swung early doors for Grant Stewart and for Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, Kadri managed to get that about a metre before it got to the boundary.
Another 3. There's been a few in this innings so far.
Yeah, it's an unusual score. You don't often see 3s in. I suppose they're more familiar in red ball and white ball cricket, but there have been a few today, which might suggest that maybe the outfield is just slowing it up. I don't know when we last had rain in Canterbury. But, certainly it rained when we were here for the Blast game with Sussex, which would have been a week ago on Friday.
Yeah, it's been very dry. Bit of rain in the west of the county on Saturday. 2 slips now in for the left-handed Yates. As Quinn bowls it across to him, and he's cut this away actually in between backward point and cover point. Good work by Stewart. Haul it in. As they were chasing down towards the shorter boundary on the Freeman House side of the ground. Had a bit of a walk round earlier on, and yeah, there are actually a few slightly younger crowd than perhaps you would get in the early stages of a championship campaign. Sort of a few students that might have broken up for the summer and finished exams, etc. A few people with a day off work, perhaps, as this one's defended away into the onside.
I do mean to have a look at the bookstall before I go today, which is over towards the Les Ames stand. There's usually something interesting there, and I find I have to resist going by there sometimes because it's not the prices, it's the time commitment. I find something and I end up with 4 or 5 books. Most recent one I bought there was Godfrey Evans' autobiography.
Okay.
Which was very interesting.
But like you say, it's a commitment to, once you bought it, you've got to read it.
Yeah.
Pushed away by Yates into the offside. Top ball.
I'm looking for the Les Ames book as well. I'm told that's very good. Bought the Colin Cowdrey autobiography. Got that from over there at some point last season. Shout of "Come on, the Quinn" echoes from somewhere in the ground. I'm not quite sure where it was. It sounded like it might have been the upper deck of the Woolly.
Is it coming all the way from New Zealand?
Well,
It might as well be, from as far as we know. Quinn in bowls. And Yates in and defending. Up towards mid-on. End of the over. 63 without loss then, Warwickshire. These two openers, particularly Davis, run a ball 36. And then Yates, 26 in a more watchful 54 balls. Look pretty comfortable for their partnership so far.
I guess we're going to get about 2 overs before tea. We're well past the scheduled hour for the tea interval. We've still got 38 overs to go. I've got to say, the hours of play that you see on the scorecard, they're basically an aspiration rather than anything else. So we'd never ever finish at 6 o'clock.
I think we did the other week, didn't we, for the Surrey game? But that was because there was a lot of spin bowled at times in that game.
Well, I think there was one day, though, we were still here at 8 o'clock in the evening, weren't we? I think that wasn't when play finished, but
the latest we've had was at 7:40, I think.
Yes,
was when we started late due to the thunderstorm, and we lost 4 overs in 45 minutes or something. This one's off the back foot out towards cover point. Actually, at Northants, we had a couple of sort of on-time finishes again because so much spin was bowled, and so much spin to the extent that Joe Denley injured his back for the final 2 T20s, which again was a blow for Kent, losing their top run scorer Bell Drummond to the hamstring injury in the Sussex game, and then Denley missed both of those final 2 games off the back of having bowled so many overs to help Kent get the win against Northants. Yes, Yates plays this one into the covers.
No, the injuries are obviously just as something you have to factor in during the course of any season, but Kent have not had a huge amount of luck. Certainly I can remember back in April writing the preview for the Reporters Network.
Well, the amount of overseas they tried to sign that were injured.
They wanted to know who the key player this season was going to be, and I thought it would be Nathan Gilchrist.
Yeah, certainly back into last season he was bowling brilliantly, and this one's left alone outside the off stump with the departure of Milnes and Podmore and Stevens. It certainly did indicate that Stewart was going to be the main man or one of the key men with the ball in red ball cricket, and as a result, well, of the injuries that he's had this season, we've seen him for 1 game, of which he was undercooked clearly for that, and then he has been trying to work his way back to full fitness ever since.
I mean, he's one of those players, when he is fit, he does make such a difference.
Everson bowls, defended away into the onside. He's just a wicket-taking bowler, really. Seems to get the ball to nip a little bit.
And as
bowls at good pace.
As we're sitting here looking at the scoreboard that says 64 for naught, a wicket-taking bowler is exactly what we could do with.
And Joey Everson sometimes has that knack.
He is. He's a partnership breaker, isn't he?
He's in and trying to break this one. As Yates goes back and defends. Collected by Everson in his follow-through.
I think he is the sort of player that makes things happen, actually, Everson. He's got that about him. He's, you know, you might not necessarily... He probably wouldn't be the first person you'd throw the ball to if you wanted to get a wicket, but he's just got that thing about him. I think Jack Leaning is the same sort of player. He's just got that ability to make things happen out there.
Everson bowls, a full delivery which is driven. Stewart with the stop at extra cover. Well, the leaning one, you go back to Northamptonshire when Arshdeep was told he couldn't bowl because it was too dark. Leaning came on and got a wicket.
Yes.
Got an LBW.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic example. Plus, he played in... he opened the bowling in one of the Blast games, didn't he?
Yeah,
and
Gloucestershire,
I think, and ended up taking a couple of wickets fairly early on. Well, will this be the last over before tea? I think it probably will be. 3:58 on the clock, 37 overs.
Do we go to 4 or do we go to 32 overs or whatever it is?
Okay, you could be right. If it is 32, I was thinking it was 36.
I think it might be 32.
But if it's 32, then we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, it was going to be even later for tea. Not a lot of spin bowled as you'd expect on day one of a game, especially when there's been quite so many wickets falling as well. to allow the time for those. Davis gets himself off strike as soon as he gets onto it with a little nudge into the onside. Yeah, just in terms of Kent's wickets so far this season in the county championship, Wes Agar has the most, 21. The next is Joey Everson with 13, and then Matt Quinn with 12. Everson admittedly having played the most games quite comfortably out of the bowlers, because Quinn's played 6, Agar 6, 1 for Arafat, 5 for Kadri. Arshdeep's obviously in his 3rd game. Stewart's coming back into the team for his 5th.
That's a decent return, though, isn't it, for a guy who you wouldn't say was your front-rank bowler?
No, that's certainly a decent return. Tad expensive at times, but learning that element of the game, I guess. There's Quinn, who's that bit more miserly in bowls.
Well, and as unfair as it is to make the comparison with Darren Stevens, certainly at this stage of his career, I mean, Stevens wasn't bowling at all, was he? Until
no, quite.
He didn't even start until he was
30,
reaching an age when some people have retired.
Yeah, Quinn's economy rate this season in the championship 2.67, which is particularly impressive. By far and away the most economical bowler for Kent in this format. And here he comes around the wicket once again. Sort of bowler that will just keep banging away on a good length, trying to hit a spot, try and create pressure in that manner and force batters to change something.
It seems to be the sort of player who's got quite a dry sense of humour, Matt Quinn. That's the way he's come across when we've spoken to him after games before. Which I imagine is probably quite helpful in a situation like this when you're 65 for no wicket.
Trying to summon up the energy to run in and look to take a wicket. Yates in behind this one defending. Mike Taylor will be updating BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire very shortly in the box next door. 4 o'clock news on BBC Radio Kent currently in our headphones ahead of the 4 o'clock update. Get Mike back on to conclude things with Fred until the tea break.
I just wondered, there must be a value to having... talking about, you know, the fact he's got a sense of humour. Everyone has a sense of humour. So we'll just wait for him to deliver this before we finish that thought.
Couple of slips for Matt Quinn. Wider on the crease and left alone. Good leave, in fact, that from Yates.
But there's a value to having people like that in a side, you know, when things aren't going well.
Yeah.
The last thing you want is someone who is basically going around blaming everyone but themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to chuck the name out here. I can think of a fairly prominent England player who retired not that long ago. He wouldn't have been exactly great when things weren't going well in the dressing room.
Yeah. Like you say, it takes the individuals with that dry sense of humour to sort of pick other boys up. Just the one off the over. 5 dot balls to Yates from Quinn. 65 without loss, the Warwickshire score.
I wonder if they factor that in, you know, if they think, right, if you're a difficult character, how many extra runs do you have to score for people to put up with your behaviour?
Oh, is there a set formula, do you think?
Well, I guess it might be. I mean, it's not like it's never happened before. I would imagine that if you played with Jeff Boycott back in his heyday, when he was, you know, I think there was a fairly famous occasion where he didn't tell his team. He worked out how to play Bishan Bedi, I think it was, but he said, "I'm not going to tell you lot." And that was to his own teammates.
Always helpful. So Everson continuing. Full delivery, which Davis drives for 4. Overpitched by Joey Everson and crunched away by Alex Davis, who, being that little bit shorter, you do have to adjust your lengths to him. You probably do have to bowl that bit fuller. But that was a half volley from Everson. And Davis has got 42 from 39 balls so far. It's pretty easy out there.
It's a point, isn't it? You know, you don't want the heads to go down, and you don't want your body language to be too negative.
Full delivery from Everson, defended away out towards point. You've got to almost like keep believing, even though it doesn't look like there's anything on.
Well, I mean, we were talking earlier about that sort of era with Warwickshire in the 90s, when Dermot Reeve was the captain, and Reeve was some ways quite a polarising figure, certainly for opposition, but part of his ethos was that if people made mistakes, as was inevitable, you didn't blame them for it.
Everson with a flash of green on the boots, in and bowling. Davis, hands tight, punches off the back foot into the covers. 69 without loss. Warwickshire in reply to Kent's 171 all out.
And Reeve was, I mean, obviously very successful as a captain, but I think one of the people he rubbed it the wrong way was David Lloyd.
Yeah. Here comes Everson. Update on the way very shortly for BBC Radio Kent. This one's defended away by Davis. Into the onside. Yeah, Kent still looking to try and get a breakthrough, but Warwickshire 69 without loss. Davis going along at a run of ball 42, 26 for Yates up the other end. Kent, of course, earlier all out for 171. Poor start. They were 40 for 4, 78 for 7. 50 from Grant Stewart, though, helping them post a score of some sort on the board in the end. 38 from Mayet at the top of the order and 25 from Quinn at number 10, but still looks well below par on this pitch, and at the moment the visitors having the better of proceedings. Commentary continues online as we build up towards tea, and Warwickshire trailing Kent by 102 runs there, 69 without loss.
Yeah, just to go back to that point, I mean, they were two of the most successful sort of coaching captains of that era. So David Lloyd was the England coach for a spell.
Everson bowls. Oh, is that a wicket? There's a shout for LBW, I think. And Davis is not happy, but it has been given. And Everson, as he so often has the knack of doing, has managed to break the partnership. And Warwickshire are 69 for 1. I wonder if Alex Davis thinks he hit that. Let's try and have a look on the replay. He's waved his bat in the air and sort of walked off with that air of frustration.
Yeah, I mean, you don't often see batters looking happy when they walk off. He's clearly,
I think he's inside edged out onto the pad.
He's just tossed his glove away. And whether that was frustration or whether he just lost it in the wind, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where it's easy to sit up here and say you can't do that and you can't get frustrated when you're out. And if you know that you're not out, as I suspect he may certainly thinks that way in his head.
I've got every sympathy for batters that know they're not out and have no means of reviewing, like they're doing obviously in international cricket. I think he's got an inside edge onto front pad there, hence the reaction and the upset from Davis. I mean, potentially that levels things up in terms of the decisions, with one Kent opener perhaps not being out, and likewise for Davis, but still. It's very frustrating as a batter, and especially when you're going along so well. 42, almost a run a ball. He's thinking, right, there's a big score for me out here today.
He was. I mean, it's just sort of bringing it back to a fairly hot topic, the spirit of cricket, which has obviously been in the news for a number of reasons. I mean, that is one of the things about cricket. You're not supposed to react, and difficult as that is, it is the sort of thing that can get you in trouble as a batsman, or a batter, sorry, if you do lose it. I
think as well, there's a sort of demerit points, aren't there? And there's and sort of, let's say that was noted by the umpires, that reaction to the way they've got out, and then if you do that again, it sort of can lead to a ban or whatever for if it's a string of sort of reactions. Here comes Quinn around the wicket, left alone outside the off stump by Yates, but I'm as I say, I've got every sympathy with Alex Davis there, because having seen the replay, he's got a big inside edge. I mean, Kent as a fielding side won't mind, but it's probably one of those.
Take it.
It's one of those where you've appealed, the umpire's given it, and then you sort of gather together in the huddle and go, "Yeah, did we reckon he hit that? He's probably hit that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a. Oh well.
There is a school of thought that says that if you're absolutely sure he's hit it, then you probably should call him back.
Yeah. Around the wicket comes Quinn, left alone by Yates. But there probably is, but at the same time, I don't think I've seen it happen too many times.
I don't think I've seen it happen for
the last 10 years.
I find it. Well, I cannot think of an example when I've been watching cricket when someone's been called back
Certainly not for an LBW call.
I was at did do the test match when Ian Bell was run out off the last ball before tee. And that was almost an international incident when that happened. And when he came back out after tee, there was a huge cheer.
Quinn around the wicket. On the stumps, Yates in behind this one defensively. Will Rhodes is up the other end. He's yet to face the ball because there was the wicket off the last ball of Everson's previous over.
I think there was an incident here last year, actually, when Kent were playing Hampshire. And pretty sure it was Ollie Robinson who was out. And I thought they should have called him back because it was so obvious that he hadn't hit the ball.
Wasn't there the Jordan Cox one off the spinner that sort of looped up and was caught a short leg and it was nowhere near hitting anything? Like, it was clearly sort of off pad, and then bat and gloves and whatever were nowhere near.
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, the flip side of that is, you know, you can go so far that you can say that people appeal all the time for dismissals that clearly aren't out. And that, you know, in itself, you could say that's not really cricket.
I mean, people appeal just try and save a wide ball or whatever, you know, in a T20 and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a slight cultural difference. T20, you know, some of the things that you would hear and see, you wouldn't in a red ball game.
Queen around the wicket, again to the left-handed Yates, and he plays this one defensively into the offside.
Particularly in the crowd.
Yeah, quite.
You've got, you know, people sort of yelling for a wide ball. So you might be able to hear that. I don't know if you can hear that on a microphone. Someone's, the Matt Quinn fan club leader is yelling, "Come on, Quinny," pretty much every time he comes in.
Well, it's been a lot of dots so far. Somebody just screenshot me the Alex Davis dismissal. This one's driven away by Yates out towards mid-off. Maiden over from Quinn. Again, I personally think whoever's Cody's tweeted me that he's hit that. Hence the sort of the sort of air of disappointment from Davis as he walked off and kind of waved his bat.
Yeah,
that actually was different umpires, those two decisions, FYI. So arguably both umpires have got one wrong, and each an opener for each team has been dismissed incorrectly. LBW 69 for 1 at the end of the over. We've got 2 more until tea now.
There's a hierarchy of dismissals, isn't there?
Yeah.
When you're kind of annoyed by it. Like if you go out and you're caught on the boundary, but you've had a good go, and you think, well, maybe that's not so bad.
So Stewart, for example.
Yeah, at least you've died wondering, as it were.
Whereas a Jordan Cox one, less so, perhaps.
Yes.
Then you've got the strangle down the leg side, which I think should just be banned from cricket, because it's just nobody likes that.
I don't know. I can remember Dominic Cork getting Brian Lara out like that once.
Ben Stokes got out of that in the Ashes game, didn't he, at the weekend? Off the outside edge, this one. First ball for Rhodes. And he's nicked Everson down towards third man. Leaning's chasing after it. Will only be 2, actually. Good fielding from Leaning to keep that down.
It just feels like such a bonus when you get somebody like that.
Yeah, it does somewhat. It's a real sickener for the batter. And then, yeah, I guess dodgy LBWs are not far behind the leg side strangle.
Again, I mean, that's just part of it, isn't it? I don't think anyone's ever really happy when they're giving out LBW.
Here comes Everson. Cut by Rhodes out towards backward point.
It's a very strange field setting there now. 3 fielders. Very close in. Almost like a sort of a mirror slip cordon.
On the leg side.
Yeah.
I mean, would an orthodox second slip not be better for the new bat?
You've got Jack Leaning at slip, and then you've got 3 almost at 12 o'clock on the other side of the wicket to him.
100 runs the deficit at the moment. It's flicked away by Rhodes to one of those fielders, Joe Denley. Yeah, it is a bizarre position, or a sort of bizarre field setting. And I mean, you'd have to be pretty daft to kind of clip the ball to one of those individuals.
Maybe it's a bit of reverse psychology, perhaps.
Try and get him pushing at one outside the off stump. Well, into the gaps on the offside. Well, he's clipped one away, and there is Denley tumbling to his right. Good fielding. Because if it beats that little mini cordon, it's going for 4.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one down there at all.
Certainly funky field settings. I did wonder if we'd see a bit of Hamid Kadri before tea. Get a sort of...
Well, he might just chuck the ball to him for the next over, mightn't they, to see if he can surprise anyone.
It doesn't appear to be warming up or anything, so I think maybe Quinn will. But 71 for 1. Back goes Rhodes. They've split the 3 fielders who were standing in a line, and Compton's now deeper than Finch and Denley. Everson so far has gone for a couple that thick outside edge, first ball of the over, and then dot balls ever since. 1 ball to go in this over. 1 ball over to go until tea. Conversation between Stewart and Everson. Rhodes will just reset. Here he comes. Oh, turned away. Beats 1 man, beats 2, and will go for 4. So that leg side funky cordon of being beaten by a well-timed push from Rhodes into the onside, and a boundary ends that Everson over. So 5 overs, 1 for 19 for him. Warwickshire 75 for 1. 20 overs gone in their innings. 33 remain in the day. Kent 171 all out, having been 40 for 4 and 78 for 7. 50 from Grant Stewart at number 8. 25 Matt Quinn at number 10. Yeah, made 38 opening the batting.
You've got to salute the way that Rhodes placed that, because if that had been a degree either to the left or right of where he actually put it, that wouldn't have even got a single. He's found an almost minute gap between the 2 fielders there, and has got 4 runs for it, and fair play to him.
Compton's gone out towards a deep point position here for Yates. There's also a sort of there's a deep point and then a deep backward point as Quinn is around the wicket, bowling a very full delivery which has been driven away. Stewart's chasing it round the boundary rope. It is, of course, that shorter boundary, and actually they're going to come back for 2. Good running. Stewart almost stumbled as he picked the ball up, and they've collected another run. There's a long leg, 2 slips, quite tight cover, a mid on mid off, and then a deeper mid wicket. Would assume that Quinn's just going to try and bowl stump to stump here. Yates so far very patient, 28 off 71 balls, in comparison to Davis Knock, which was pretty much run a ball for his 42. There's Quinn around the wicket bowls. Soft hands played defensively into the covers.
There is a school of thought that says he probably shouldn't take too many risks just before the end of his session. The Australians, round about the Steve Waugh era, are kind of reinventing that, saying, well, there's no reason to not go for runs if they're there. Wouldn't have thought that Yates is going to do anything too daft here. No. 28 from 72 balls. Worth
chucking in a bumper in with that in mind. See if he goes after it. Defended away. Who was it? Gus Atkinson got out before the close of play on day 2, was it, in the Surrey game? Short ball that he got caught at long leg hooking.
It's one of those things that only happened about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and yet it feels like,
I know, right?
So much has happened.
But yeah, he was the night watchman, and he came in and got out, caught hooking on the fence.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But weirdly had done his job, because it was the end of the day's play, even though he got out. This one's defended into the covers. As Mark Church was saying, if he was sort of defending the wicket of the next batter who was going to come in, they came out the next morning, rather than having to...
Yeah, yeah, you could say he's done his job, and with 1 ball left, you can't really let the recriminations fly. There was a game here, Gloucestershire last year, when they sent in 3 night watchers, and that backfired.
Yeah,
pretty much spectacularly.
Yeah,
I think
that
Gloucestershire
lost them the game.
It did lose them the game.
Yeah, and likewise for Kent at the Oval. This one's defended away. They sent Agar in as they lost the wicket at Mayeye. At the end of day 2, it looked like Kent might set a decent score. Then Mayeye got out. Agar went in as a night watchman. He got out. Leaning came in, and then he got out. So the night watchman's failure to kind of do his job.
Yeah, I always think it's
a naive pull shot from Mayeye.
Yeah, it is harsh to kind of put it on the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, quite.
But at the same time, there are shots that you should play and shots that you shouldn't.
Comes over the wicket here, just a change of angle for Quinn. Turned away into the onside by Yates, and that'll be tea. So a good job from the Warwickshire batters thus far in this reply. Kent managing to get some kind of score of respectability thanks to Grant Stewart's quick-fire half-century. And Matt Quinn's 25, some late order wagging. Certainly some entertainment for the crowd, having watched some pretty poor Kent batting prior to that. But then with the ball, despite a bit of early swing for Grant Stewart and for Arshdeep Singh, Warwickshire's batters have negotiated things very well indeed, and Alex Davis unfortunate to get a tough decision, which he certainly didn't agree with. Looked like he might have got some inside edge on it. The LBW for Everson, which is the one Kent wicket so far. 77 for 1, deficit 94. Fred, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon. Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network. And should get a bit of Freddie Young from the club coming to join us in the afternoon session, along with myself, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, Mike Taylor of BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. And, well, I might even hear a bit more from Fred tomorrow, but thank you very much for joining me. He's given me the thumbs up, so, yeah, Fred Atkins will be back with us tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to have a 10-minute break, then you'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Kent, but then we'll be back for the commentary of the final session on day 1 here in the County Championship on BBC Sport Online in around about 20 minutes' time. Here we go then, final session of day one. Players making their way out. Umpires were super keen. They've been out there for a few minutes already. They were out there before the bell even rang.
Perhaps they're not on an hourly rate.
They want to get home this evening, apparently.
Time's Coronation Street.
7:30.
Don't know, 'cause we're going to be in for a bit of overtime, are we? 32 overs.
Yeah.
We're a bit late. Went to tea at just before 4:20, so that is quite late.
Yeah, we might be a sort of 6:45, 7 type finish the way things are playing out. But let's see how we go. I'm going to see if I can make it back to the other side of the county for a game of 6-a-side at 9 o'clock tonight. I'm talking about the 7:40 finish we had was the latest so far this season. Fair to say I didn't get back for an 8:30 kickoff on that particular occasion, but I think we should be alright for tonight. And those that are in the ground are having a great time. It's a warm day out there, sunshine. I've been treated to some Grant Stewart heroics with the bat. He's going to get us underway with the ball.
Well, they need a few heroics, Kent, because their 171 doesn't feel like enough at the moment. Warwickshire 77 for 1, but his first ball from round the wicket in this session from the pavilion end is just a little bit awkward for Will Rhodes, who pushes it away quite ristily into the offside.
Yeah, Warwickshire look pretty comfortable so far, haven't they?
Yes, and Alex Davies looked quite surprised to be given out, but it would have been a surprise, I think, to most people in the ground, if they're honest, that a wicket just didn't seem to be in the offing. Stewart, off a modest run, he scuttles in and bowls. Keeper standing up to the stumps, but Rhodes is pretty firm-footed here as he just swivels to turn that away off his hips for 4 quite comfortable runs and goes to 10, his second boundary.
Grant Stewart's got his hand on his hips and then is sort of gesturing towards wicketkeeper and captain. I don't know if he wants his long leg moved position-wise, but ultimately that's just a bad ball, isn't it?
It's so short on that boundary that unless he's got the man absolutely in the right place, if it sits up to be hit as sweetly as that, it's probably going to be 4.
Yeah,
and have we lost we can't have lost the ball, can we?
I think somehow we have lost the ball. I think it might have skipped up off the advertising hoardings and maybe gone into the gardens.
Well, a couple of the players and some of the spectators have appeared to have opened negotiations with the residents about coming down. There's a chap on the first floor balcony who is very much looking down and saying, well, oh no, has that air of, I've already thrown this ball back over the fence twice today. And
Compton's trying to get the ball back. He's
come round after your tea.
Over the advertising hoardings, trying to locate it. Spare ball's been brought on. I don't think we really need a spare ball, do we? I think that everyone can see where the ball is. They just need somebody to go and get it. It's just the other side of the fence.
It's gone right in among the begonias there. Well, there's a lot of consternation there. Everybody's looking.
There's a lot of activity going on. Just nobody appears to be at home in the bottom floor flats.
This happened to all of us when we were 9. But anyway, they're preoccupied doing that, and a different ball has been found. And Stewart bowls that to Rhodes, who defends it back up the pitch. So there's now far more people on that side of the ground looking for the ball. Oh, the chap's come down from the first floor now, look.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he's been enticed down. You say, what cricket ball is that? Oh, this one here. He's thrown it back.
Oh, we got the ball back there.
We got the back.
Here it comes.
Okay, so the one that Grant Stewart didn't have time to get attached to that one. So he's thrown it back to the umpire, having bowled precisely one ball with it.
Well, at least the umpires are clearly trying to get a move on for something, aren't they? They're not hanging about for us to get that ball back.
I imagine this happens quite a lot, especially if the pitch is on this side of the ground.
T20s it can happen, yeah.
Yeah. Stewart run round the wicket, bowls to Rhodes, who clips this airily into the leg side.
Although rather than losing it in the first floor of the apartments, it goes down the road. It goes kind of out the way. You can hit it sort of a hook shot, a pull shot, over the gate where the spectators came in, and it goes into the supermarket car park and down the road towards the pub.
Oh, right, okay. Is that the Bat and Ball pub on the corner that I passed earlier?
So, yeah.
Oh, okay, jolly good. Batting several balls. Stewart bowls round the wicket on the pads of Rhodes. And it's just easy meat there. He just flicks that off his toes for 1 run. Stewart coming right arm round the wicket. You've angling it across into Rhodes' pads. He's just nudging it on its way.
I wonder how long it'll be before we see some spin. 22 overs old. This ball already feels like it's not really doing much for Kent.
Well, Stewart's doing his best to work it. He's rubbing it vigorously. And now here he comes. It's only about 8 or 9 paces, Stewart. It's quite economical. And Yates drives stylishly, but straight to short extra cover. And the fielder there. It's the end of the over. We've got a sob on for Kent. Haven't we, I think. Anyway, so 82 for 1 at the end of the over. Warwickshire are 89 runs behind. Rhodes is 11 and Yates 28 before tea. They lost Davis for a busy 42. Warwickshire had a sub on before, after lunch, Ethan Brooks.
Yeah, so on one of the scoreboards, or one of the apps I use, which have the scores on it, it suggested that Quinn was caught and bowled by Brooks, but of course it wasn't. It was a different Brooks.
That's right.
Bowler Brooks.
Yes. Brother Ethan.
Brother of Brooks.
Brother of Henry.
Caught the ball off Henry Brooks.
But you're right. Officially, it's caught sub-bowled.
Yes.
Brooks H.
Quite. So, Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road end, continuing where he left off before tea, pretty much on the button. It's turned away into the onside. Ironically, that was the one time Kent haven't had a kind of close catching mid-wicket. They had 3 of them at one point, and he's just kind of popped a defensive stroke slightly in the air in that region.
You might be getting them back if he plays many more strokes like that. They've obviously seen Will Rhodes play it, because you say they had 3 there before tea, and now they haven't got any. He's just played exactly that stroke. We would have gone straight to them, but there it is.
So he's in again once more. Oh, hook shot. Short ball chucked in by Quinn. Denley chasing it around the rope. He will get there to prevent the 4. And they come back for 3, did they make?
2.
Yeah.
Only 2.
Oh, just 2 then.
He got on it quite early, didn't he, Will Rhodes there? Hit it hard.
It was nicely played. So good work from Denley running around the boundary rope. I'd like to see a bouncer in the over before tea, in fairness, from Quinn. Rhodes plays this one off the back foot up towards Arshdeep.
It's a very gentle scene here now. It's been very busy today. So I've heard lots of people saying for a ground of this size, but it's felt busy. It's felt like there've been, you know, enough people in to make a little atmosphere. It's been a nice place to be.
It certainly has. Just that little bit of extra in terms of the crowd than usual, and that's very nicely played. A little bit of extra length from Quinn and cashed in on by Will Rhodes with a cover drive all the way to the rope. And already after tea, Warwickshire have kind of picked up where they left off, and Kent's bowling has been pretty meek.
Well, there's been lots of boundaries. Yates hit 7 boundaries in 44. Or rather, Davis 7 boundaries in 42. Yates has hit 3. Rhodes has already hit 3. That was his most stylish so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a man there at short extra cover, but he still found a slot.
Yes, so they're now bringing the man out into that tight mid-wicket position. Just leaning left at slip. Round the wicket goes. Hits him on the thigh pad. There's an appeal from leaning. Might have needed a set of stumps on top of the set of stumps for that to be seriously considered.
Well, they look very comfortable for the moment. Ooh, his Arshdeep's getting... I was going to say he's getting loose. These exercises are making him look anything but loose at the moment.
Sort of slightly yoga type stretches from Arshdeep. Warwickshire at the moment making this look like a good toss to lose. Have a bowl first when sometimes, generally that is the case. You know, that's the time to bowl on a pitch at Canterbury, the first morning, where it can do something. And Rushworth managed to get the ball moving around. Hannon Dalby got those top order wickets, which left Kent struggling. And then now, after the pitch has been baked in the sun all day, it's had the roller on it in between innings, now is the time to bat. And Warwickshire at the moment 88 for 1 and trailing by just 83 runs.
Completely in charge of this game.
Yeah, it's very much shaping up for them to go and bat once and bat big.
Forecast decent enough. I think there's a little bit of showery rain around, but a better forecast here than across much of the country. Stewart starts a new over. He's 7th in all. Going round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. 2 left-handers in now. Yates turns this away off his pads for no run to square leg.
Yeah, possibility of some showers tomorrow morning. So may get a slight delay, but afternoon looks better.
If you bowled out the home team in 40 overs after they've won the toss, though,
you're ahead of the game.
You've put time into the game, haven't you? Stewart's on his way, passes umpire Newell round the wicket, and Yates is pushing forward away into the offside.
Yeah, other than that, Wednesday could be a bit windy, but Thursday sort of sunny spells. So, yeah, absolutely, they've earned themselves that bit of time in the game.
Cowdrey picked up the ball there and sort of held this in front of him, inspecting it as if he'd found a gold nugget somewhere. And threw it on to Muyaya, who's in at short extra, and in comes Stewart to bowl. Yates makes a late adjustment there, guiding it down on the bounce towards short third, but no pace on it, and Cowdrey moves round to field.
It's interesting that we're talking about the possibility of, you know, maybe there's a slightly inflated crowd. Perhaps the Ashes has just rubbed off on people and they thought, oh, actually, well, I might go and see a bit of county cricket.
I think there might be a few, and you pointed out earlier the Lichfield Bears flag, notwithstanding the fact it's not in Warwickshire, Lichfield. Round the wicket comes Stewart, and it's pushed away for runs, plural here, by Yates. They're coming back for 2 as fielder Muyaya catches up with the ball about halfway to that long boundary, so they have 2, and it's 90 for 1. But I think there might well be more than maybe a smattering of Warwickshire supporters who've had a look and thought, well, this is quite an agreeable game to go to. If you're able to.
Yeah.
It's not in the school holidays, so perhaps won't be a premium on accommodation near the seaside. Round the wicket comes Stewart, and it's defended back up the pitch by Yates. And Fred was saying earlier about how different it is to a ground like Edgbaston. If you watch most of your cricket there, it's obviously an entirely different sort of setup. And Warwickshire now only play really at Edgbaston. They don't play at any out grounds. Not that this is an out ground, but by comparison, it's more that sort of size.
Feel to it.
Yeah. Stewart comes round the wicket and bowls full. Yates drives firmly, but straight to mid-off. Denley fields. It's the end of the over. 90 for 1, Warwickshire's first innings, replying to Kent's 171. 30 to Yates. Those 2 were his first run since tea. And Rhodes is 17. So, yeah, I'd have thought this is quite an attractive fixture to come away to if you've got the time.
I've seen a slightly amusing tweet from a journalist for one of the national newspapers saying there's a chance that the supercharged drama of the Ashes might seep through and new people want to watch cricket. Perhaps tickets will be bought and days planned for August, at which point these converts will be baffled to find some weird Lego cricket where the teams are crisps. Well, thankfully there's the One Day Cup.
Yes, come on,
which of course Kent will be defending their title in. Should have a decent team once again. Although as Quinn is around the wicket, defended away, although it hasn't, I don't think it's been officially confirmed about the 100 wildcard picks, but it's been fairly well reported in a couple of the cricket websites that the likes of Fred Clarson and Tawanda Mayeye and Daniel Bell-Drummond have got picked up in that sort of wild card draft. So, but as I'm led to believe, there's going to be more movement this year in terms of players that are sitting on the bench at the 100 will actually be able to play some one-day cup cricket and be released from those squads. This one's pushed away into the covers, unlike previous years where there's been the COVID bubble stuff going on, which has prevented that. So hopefully this year we won't see guys sitting on the subs bench for a whole month of the cricket season.
Oh, sure. I mean, look, that there really has to be a better way than that. And I don't want to knock the 100, not because I'm particularly predisposed to it. I'm, like many, I suspect, listening and watching this broadcast, I'm more into this, but...
Turned away off the bat of Rhodes, 17 for him.
But I can also...
ball for Quinn.
Yes, I can also see that, you know, getting more people interested in the game in whatever format is a better thing than the not being interested in it.
Yeah.
Although I hear all the criticisms of the 100, but without wanting to climb onto that. But notwithstanding all of that, it's of no sense and is of no benefit whatsoever to have players just hanging about who are not realistically in contention to play in the 100 and not able to do anything else.
Quinn wide on the crease. Oh, that wasn't far away, as it's left alone by Rhodes, but a good leave in the end. 90 for 1, Warwickshire. 4 dot balls so far.
There are other games going on around the country today at various stages. Not many have been uninterrupted. In the first division at Old Trafford, they didn't get very far, only 4 overs. Essex 12 for 1 against Lancashire. Middlesex, this is at Merchant Taylor School, isn't it? Middlesex and Northants, where Northants are 162 for 6 in 71 overs. It's been hard going there.
Very slow going. As Quinn's around the wicket. Rhodes turning this one away into the onside. Maybe a slight suggestion of that kept a little bit low.
Sometimes see quicker scoring it out at outgrounds, don't you? Because it's so small, but obviously not
there. Can be quite flat sometimes, the wickets.
At Taunton, Somerset, responding well after their top order fell over to Kyle Abbott. They are now 165 for 5 against Hampshire. James Rue, I think he's the leading scorer in Division 1, isn't he? With another 60 not out so far.
So it's not the first time Rue and Casey Aldridge have put on a decent partnership this season. This one's defended away by Rhodes.
Young wicket-keeper who can bat. Not a bad thing to be. Surrey 232 for 6 against Notts at the Oval, with Jordan Clark unbeaten with 66. Notts a couple of bowlers down there as well now. A couple of them off the field. Quickly in Division 2, wickets for Matt Parkinson of Durham. For Parkinson of Durham, he's got 3, but Gloucester are 265 for 6. Glamorgan and Leicestershire have now got as far as tossing up. Leicestershire have put Glamorgan in, but it's pretty soggy in Cardiff. They haven't actually played any cricket yet. 90 for 1 here. Stewart starts a new over, and the left-handed Yates is defending back up the pitch. He's batting in his own time here.
Of course, that's Matt Parkinson of Lancashire on loan at Durham.
Yes.
But to be joining Kent next season. So
yes, of course.
Very much looking forward to seeing him in this format here at Canterbury.
Well, he'd be a fun bowler to watch.
I think he will be, yeah.
Sussex 278 for 4 against Derbyshire. Stewart comes round the wicket and no ball, which Yates is going to score another 2 on top of the 2 for the no ball by guiding it down to third man. Kadri gives chase. And so 4 altogether are added to the Warwickshire total, and it's 94 for 1. Sussex were 150 for none. Tom Haynes and Tom Clark were going great guns before lunch, but neither of them made a century. Clark 96 and Haynes 86. Stewart bowls round the wicket full and driven attractively by Yates through the covers. Now, he's not going to have enough on it to get to the boundary. 3 fielders are after it. Mayeye is winning the chase, and the ball stops 3 yards inside the boundary. And Yates has trotted back for 3 runs. He doesn't try and hit the ball hard in this form of the game, Rob Yates. I think he was one of those who've been slightly pigeonholed as a red ball player and then came into the team in the Blast and scored 4 successive half-centuries until getting a duck in the quarter-final, when he played in an entirely different manner. Today, he's batting as if time is no object, which, in a manner of speaking, it isn't, given how quickly Warwickshire dispatched Kent earlier.
Yeah, given the match situation, he's got the luxury to go on as long as he can, really.
Well, if he could still be batting this time tomorrow, then he really would have put Warwickshire in pole position, and he's quite capable of doing it. Rhodes turns the next ball into the leg side, and it's fielded by one of the 2 mid-wickets who've now reappeared. The other game I didn't get to, by the way, in the Championship, Yorkshire were 142 for none at New Road when rain saved Worcestershire a bit of grief. Round the wicket comes Stewart, and this is turned, I think, literally off his hip, rather than glanced with the bat off his hip by Yates, but there's no signal of leg by, so he is getting a run. By Rhodes, I mean. So Rhodes goes to 18. And Yates is back on strike, and suddenly the board is clattering round again after a brief lull. 98 for 1. 2 mid-wicket stay for Yates, and a ball heading well wide of leg stump. Who's shouting for that?
Leaning at slip.
Yes, that's the height of optimism, and this time it is a leg by.
He's the only one appealing.
Yes, there's a clue there. Another extra. 99 for 1.
Feels like almost reluctant to bowl spin because it's only 26 overs this ball, but it doesn't appear to be doing much for the seamers right now. I'd be tempted by Kadri or Denley.
Round the wicket comes Stewart, and that caused Rhodes a problem. He had to adjust late to that. Maybe that did just nibble a bit, and he pushes away into the offside. Just now and then, all day really, there's been a little bit of evidence that the ball has moved a little bit and moved late. When Warwickshire were really putting the pressure on just before and after lunch, the way that they were setting the field suggested the ball maybe was just tailing in late. But not often enough for Kent at the moment. 99 for 1 at the end of the over, and Warwickshire is suddenly only 72 behind.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's doing a lot for the Kent seamers at the moment. Queen's going to continue. Kadri is just doing the occasional warm-up at mid-wicket. As Quinn picks this up in his follow-through, throws it in to Jordan Cox. The man in next, Sam Hain, might be looking at this pitch and licking his lips, thinking about a big score.
Well, he's made a lot of runs in all formats, recently been disrupted by a hamstring injury, but the county's most consistent player with red and white ball.
Feels like an England call-up can't be far away. I think somebody suggested that perhaps that one-day series in the West Indies, as this one's defended away by Yates at the end of the year, off the back of quite a bit of cricket, whether England might rotate in that series, and maybe that'll be the one where Hayne might get an opportunity.
Warwickshire supporters will say with pained expressions that people have been saying exactly that for about 4 years now about Sam Hain, that this winter he's bound to be the one where he gets the call.
Yeah.
And then there was a suggestion at one point that his white ball runs weren't made fast enough. So this season he's averaged over 40 in the Blast and scored at 9 runs and over.
It's all defended away by Yates. Yeah, he has. It feels like since that criticism came out, he's sort of taken his strike rate to another level.
Yes, scored even more runs slightly faster.
Yeah.
As if to underline the point.
Exactly.
But, anyway.
99 for 1, Warwickshire. Kadri's definitely doing a few shadow bowling actions. At mid-wicket, Mike's off to update BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Congratulations to Darcy Carter, by the way, young Kent cricketer who's making her debut for Scotland today in a T20. As Quinn bowls around the wicket, defended away by Yates into the onside. I think scored in Canterbury. Darcy Carter. Been sent a clip of one of the wickets for Matt Parkinson today, playing for Durham against Gloucestershire. That's turn a lot. And defended away into the covers, almost I feel it's got an element of a parting gift about it from Paul Downton to the Kent fan base, the soon-to-be retiring director of cricket for Kent. If Matt Parkinson were to turn out to be his last signing, I'm sure that would be potentially a great send-off from his time in the role. This one's pushed away by Yates, out into the offside. And the end of an over, and another maiden actually from Matt Quinn. So remains 99 for 1 here. Of course, the Wimbledon tennis continuing today. Novak Djokovic finishing off his match carried over from Sunday. Daniil Medvedev and American Christopher Eubanks into the men's quarterfinals. Rybakina, Madison Keys, Arina Sabalenka into the last 8 of the women's singles. So we are going to now see some spin. We have Hamid Kadri coming into the Kent attack. So a slip and a leg slip, cover, mid-wicket, point. Oh, that's a good start from Kadri, that. Rhodes just on the back foot, pushing it away. Out towards Joey Everson, who's in that backward point roll. Yeye sweeping on the offside. There's also a long leg. This one's pushed back to him. Decent start here for Kadri. Up against 2 left-handers, of course, as well. Warwickshire 99 for 1. Felt like this was the right move for Kent. It's turned away up towards mid-on. Albeit that Kadri is bowling kind of against the slope, so if he can get any turn, it would kind of move up the slope, and then I don't know, I think possibly prefer to have him on from the other end to try and get the slope as a bit of extra help for any sort of turn, but it's an economical start at least for Kadri. Well, currently Warwickshire 99 for 1 in reply to Kent's 171 all out, so going along pretty well. Yates, the opener, 35-18 for Rhodes. That was a big sweep shot attempted there. Kadri's just come into the attack, the Kent off spinner. So far, 5 dot balls from him. The 1 wicket so far, Everson removing Davis. LBW for 41, although there was some suggestion he might have got an inside edge on it. So slice of luck for Kent, having not necessarily had that with a bat, but there were some poor shots from the top order. In the end, it was Grant Stewart at number 8 with a quick fire 50 who managed to give the innings some kind of respectability, but 171 all out looks well short, with Warwickshire moving on to 100 for 1. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and a website, so that deficit cut to just 77 runs here, with the visitors batting on and commentary continuing online. I was waiting for the scoreboard to show itself again and tell us how many overs were remaining in the day's play, but it was telling us about the Warwickshire 100 instead, so I didn't manage to tell BBC Radio Kent listeners. But online listeners, there's 25 overs remaining in the day's play.
And that's going to feel like rather a lot for Kent, unless there's something to turn the tide of this day. The only thing that has so far was that counter-attacking half hour after lunch, which did at least alter the tone of things, even if not substantially the picture of the match. First ball of a new over from Quinn, who's into his 8th now in this spell either side of tee. He's a full delivery outside the off stump, which is squirted away into the offside off near the bottom of the bat by Rhodes, who's not been without the odd false stroke so far in this innings. But he's there with 19. Been in the best form this season, and of course not been too much cricket for him of late because he hasn't featured in the 2020s. He's hit that sweetly enough though. That's a good shot through extra cover between, not a very wide gap between extra cover and mid-off. And he gets 4 runs. Let's hit a couple through there. And that's when he looks in best touch. The Warwickshire captain, he goes to 23 out of 104 for 1. Had it not been for that counter-attack from the Kent lower order, Warwickshire might well be level already, as it is they're only 67 behind as Quinn comes round the wicket and Rhodes hits this on the bounce to Finch, who is in there at short extra. And there's no run. Breeze is picking up again. It's ruffling the trees over on the Nackington Road side of the ground, the far end from us, as we're commentating in the Cheeseman Pavilion. The seating out to our left. This little section here where there's pillars there holding up the front of the stand, but there's no glass in the way. We're behind glass. We've got the windows open here in the commentary box. It's turning to the leg side, the next one by Rhodes. But the section of seats away to our left, there are several hundred seats here, and I reckon that is as good a vantage point as there is around county cricket, especially when the pitch is where it is today. Get a super view from there, and it feels like you're quite close into the action. Would have felt very close when Stewart hit that straight 6 earlier on. Here's a ball angled down the leg side by Quinn, coming from round the wicket into the left-hander's pads, and it's glanced away by Rhodes, and a very good diving stop by Denley. But turns what would otherwise have been 4 into just 2 runs. That's splendid fielding by Denley. Form with the bat continues to evade him, alas, but he's made a couple of good stops of late. And denies Rhodes a couple of runs there. (106 for 1). Round the wicket comes Quinn again, and Rhodes leaves that on line outside the off stump with a stride forward and then lifts the bat over the line of the ball. And it's the end of another over. 29 overs of Warwickshire's first innings. They're 106 for 1. This responding to Kent's 171, in which Grant Stewart was last out for 50. The 4th victim of Oliver Hannon-Dolby. 4 for 56 for Hannon-Dolby, 3 for 55 in 9 overs for Henry Brooks, and 2 for 19 Chris Rushworth in one spell from the start of the innings when he bowled. He nagged at the both edges of Ben Compton's bat until finally getting a feather through to the keeper, and then set up Harry Finch a treat and had him caught behind.
Kadri then bowls on the bounce, fielded by Finch at cover. Got a slip and a leg slip in for him at the moment. Denley's just waving at Jack Leaning, suggesting something as well. The off spinner continues. Back goes Yates and drives out to cover, where Finch does the fielding. Wonder if they might consider a short leg. Kadri tosses this one up, driven. There's another cover, a little bit deeper, Mayeye. Using the more orthodox position and then finching at a short extra, really. Hamid Kadri around the wicket. Bowls and cut away. Mieye moves across to do the fielding. No man sweeping now on that offside, as there had been in the opening over for Kadri. Arshdeep's just whirling the arms over, doing a bit of a warm-up. I wonder whether we might see him come back on from the Nackington Road end. Arafat Bhuyan's out there at the moment, doing a bit of sub-fielding. Queen's at deep square. So Rhodes on strike. Oh, he's got him as he edged behind. And Kadri strikes. And Will Rhodes with a feather of an edge through to Jordan Cox. And bringing on the off-spinner has worked for Kent. And it's 107 for 2, Warwickshire.
Well, Will Rhodes there, a bit like Alex Davis before him, looks pretty cheesed off to be out. But on this occasion, I don't think it's... My interpretation would be that it's not about the decision, it's just about that he can't believe he's got out, because there's time to bat and runs to get. And he's ended up nibbling one behind for 25, and he hasn't quite ever had the air of permanence that Rob Yates has had. But I think any batter getting out in that situation would feel a little bit disappointed, because there hasn't been a lot of trouble for the batter so far. And there was a chance there to make a score. But nevertheless, he leaves with Warwickshire healthily placed enough, and here's Sam Hain, their most reliable player in all forms of the game in, well, not just this season, but for some time now, making his way out at number 4 with Warwickshire still only 64 behind.
For 25 then, Rhodes. And the off-spinner doing the trick for Kent. Will certainly help the over rate if Hamid Kadri sees a fair amount of overs.
If, and this is a bit bottom row of the optician's chart, but I think it's showing level at the moment, which I'm fairly sure, notwithstanding the fact that we ended up 40 minutes late to the tea break, I think it said that for the Bears too.
Yeah, in fairness, with the Warwickshire bowling effort, I think a fair amount of allowance for the time lost due to batters coming on and off the field with all the wickets lost. So Warwickshire 107 for 2 as Sam Hain arrives at the crease. .64 runs the deficit. Here on this first evening session, if you will, as it's turned away by Hain into the onside. Arafat, the sub-fielder, doing their work. And applause for Kadri at the end of an over where he conceded 1 run and took the wicket of Rhodes.
Well, that's cheered up Kent a little bit, because if Kadri can bowl a reasonable length of spell at one end, eases the pressure on the seamers somewhat. Hello, Tony sent me a message as you're watching on YouTube again from New Hampshire, which I hope he's splendid as the weather is here. Tony says, it's been a good day for Warwickshire so far, although I was a bit surprised that Rushworth wasn't brought back to bowl at Kent's tail end. Yeah, Brooks and Hannon Dolby sort of saw out the closing overs. I think they always thought they were 1 ball away from getting it. I think that was the point.
Yeah, I think they probably did, to be honest.
And they might have done. I mean, it might have been the first one that... I mean, the very first ball, didn't it? Quinn shot one straight up in the air, first ball, and happened not to land near a fielder, but could have done. So, yeah, I know what you mean, but I think they just thought, well, the next ball will get it, and then suddenly that added another 50 or 60 runs, but it could have been. Anyway, Arshdeep is back to replace Quinn, who's had 8 overs either side of tee. And his first ball is drifting onto the pads of Yates, like quite a few of the earlier ones. And so there's a run down the leg side for Yates. And I don't think Warwickshire will be in any mood to hurry Rob Yates up. I think they'll be quite happy for him to bat at his own pace. He's currently scored 37 off 98 balls, but he was quite happy He hasn't really looked in any trouble, and I think they'll be quite happy to let him just tick. The longer he ticks on and everybody else bats along with him, if he bats for hours and hours and everybody else makes 30, well,
they'll put a good score on
the
the
board.
big lead.
Well in hand. So I don't think they'll fuss too much about that. Here's Arshdeep's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Hayne, who lets the ball go outside the off stump.
I must admit, I've noticed a number of batters so far in this game make quite sort of exaggerated shows of being in their crease before leaving.
Well, you wouldn't want to get caught out by a copycat, would you? I suppose you could argue it serves as a reminder that you shouldn't take liberties. Where's Arshdeep going? Isn't the ball's thrown back to him?
Somebody lobbed the ball back to him, but rather beyond where.
He's off. He's off to the bat and ball pub. Anyway, here he comes now. He's making his way in round the wicket, and Hayne is forward, defending back down the pitch, and the ball trickles off. It may, I think, have bumped off Arshdeep, and it just about has the energy to knock off the bails at the non-striker's end. And there's no run, 108 for 2. Difference is only 63. I thought it was a helicopter then. That's, some particularly open pipes on a motorbike by the sound of it. Round the wicket, comes Arshdeep and bowls. It's no balled here. It was a bouncer that took a lot of effort, as you could probably hear from Arshdeep yelling. As it happened, Hayne had decided to shuffle outside his crease to that, and it sort of ballooned over him.
I thought it was a little bit harsh, considering Hayne has charged him.
Yeah.
And he's dug it in short to kind of counteract that.
Unless, I mean, he might have overstepped, but didn't seem as though that was what the no ball was for. Anyway, umpire Blackwell stood no messing today, as he's called a couple of wides. Quite enjoyed his day out, I think. Arshdeep bowls another grunty bouncer. Well, that one was a bit quicker and a bit better directed, but Hayne was already down well below it. And Arshdeep's been told to score by the umpire.
Don't often see umpires Blackwell and Newell in this part of the world. Don't feel like we've had an umpire Blackwell at all this season, at least.
Nice little stop off on your tour of the country. Gone down here to Canterbury. Here comes Arshdeep hurrying in. He's bowled a couple of bouncers. Now he angles the ball into Hayne's pads and he just levers it away into the leg side, and he doesn't get 4 because of a very good piece of fielding. Round the long leg boundary and on the dive.
It's the old man of the team, Joe Denley.
Well, he's done some good work in the field down at this end of the ground in the last half an hour or so, and he saved another 2 runs there. So Hayne is off the mark with 2, and it's 112 for 2. Arshdeep's putting plenty into this over. He had 7 overs in his earlier spell where he ended up going for 35. Here he is hurrying in to bowl to Hayne, but Hayne looks as though he's got plenty of time as he leaves there. And it's the end of the over. So 5 runs in all, including the 2 for the no ball. So Hayne is 2 and Yates is 37. And Warwickshire's first innings, having started at a brisk clip, is just sort of meandering along at the moment at 112 for 2, and the deficit is 59.
So Kadri to continue then. 2 overs, 1 for 2 so far from the offie. He's got the man he wants on strike, the left-handed Yates. Having already removed Rhodes in the previous over. He's in and bowling. Cut away off the back foot by Yates. Played away out towards Stewart, a backward point. A good start this from Kadri. He was pretty on the button in his first over and then got the wicket in the second over. Defended away by the Warwickshire opener. Back up the pitch.
He's got a very open stance here, Yates, to Kadri coming round the wicket to him. He's moved that sort of front leg quite out of the way.
Sort of almost T20 stance, isn't it, to move the front leg out of the way. Turns it away nicely into the onside. Down towards the subfielder. Now a deep square leg. So continuing to bowl around the wicket cadre for the right-handed Hayne. Still got a fielder out on the short boundary side, out at deep point. This cadre here bowls. Fires that one in a bit flatter. It's been turned away into the onside by Hayne. Stewart doing the fielding at square leg. 113 for 2. Here he is once more, Kadri. Clipped away. Tumbling stop by Harry Finch at mid-wicket. Another man who's lively in the field. He and Denley almost feel like they've got work to make up for after failing to score with the bat. Or failing to score many, at least. This one, a lovely little leg glance. Played as delicately as he could past leg slip by Sam Hayne. They come back for 2.
That was rather artfully done by Hayne, wasn't it?
It really was very nice indeed. So 3 overs, 1 for 5 for Kadri so far. Arshdeep hasn't had much joy with the cookerable ball today. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 40.
I don't think you see the leg glance quite as much as you used to. Bats generally sort of hitting a lot more across the line or trying to whack the ball hard. But that Hayne there, that was a sort of flashback to the old sepia-coloured photographs of Ranjit Singhji playing his leg glance. Quite stylish. He's 4 and waiting for Arshdeep to run in past umpire Blackwell, and forward comes Yates, who defends it back up the pitch. It's a little bit incongruous though. At Arshdeep, he's absolutely sprinting in, and both and Yates in particular just looks as though he's got time to play him. It just feels as though Arshdeep's tearing in, giving everything he's got.
Yeah, I thought particularly at the back end of his first spell, batters looked like they had time. Like he was just looking a bit jaded. Slightly down on pace, but coming back with a bit more vigour.
It's like watching films at 2 different speeds here. Arshdeep's hurrying in, and Yates has got plenty of time to get into position. He guides it away on the offside. Looking to try and wring out any bit of assistance he can get, but now the ball is into its 33rd over. I don't know whether this is the original one. I know we had another one for a bit. We may have lost one earlier. I can't remember this.
I think it might be the original. Yeah.
No, it was. We had a ball change in the. It was in the Kent innings, didn't we? We definitely had a ball change. We definitely lost one then. Arshdeep comes in again, and Yates shapes to cut here, and that's very well stopped. Another keen piece of fielding by Compton this time on the dive at backward point, and Kent have been very adroit in the field.
Yeah, because we lost the ball for one ball, didn't we?
One ball, yes, we had a different one.
That Grant Stewart used.
It's a good job I didn't get a wicket, isn't it, that? Otherwise it would have been a kerfuffle, wouldn't it?
They'd have been like, can we keep this ball, please?
Oh, it'd have been all sorts going off. And
they'd have been bowling moon balls to try and lose the other one. Hit that for 6, please, we don't want it.
2 slips weight, Arshdeep bowls, a short ball, and Yates has got plenty of time to get on top of that, but he hits it on the bounce straight to Kadri at mid-wicket. So he doesn't get a run. He briefly attempted to lose the ball himself, Arshdeep. Hit his first ball for 6 and then stood there looking very proud of it. And then played an average of about 3 shots to every other ball he faced.
It was the slower balls, wasn't it, from Brooks, where he just couldn't quite decide what he was trying to do.
He couldn't get anywhere with those. But the one he got at normal pace, he whacked the living daylights head off. Here's Arshdeep bowling now, and Yates is forward and neatly pushing it square on the offside. And there's no run, 115 for 2. Seagulls, they know what time it is, don't they? There's no falls, don't they? Sensing we're not too far away from the hour when chips are dropped.
Left over a clock.
So that's the first sound that you're heading towards the close of play when you can hear the seagulls. It's rather nice. We only occasionally get the seagulls in Birmingham if the wind's blowing the wrong way. In comes Arshdeep and bowls to Yates, who's easily forward and defends. This could be a bit of a heartbreaker for Arshdeep. He's bowled a maiden, but it didn't really feel like he put Yates under any pressure at all. 33 overs, 115 for 2. Warwickshire trail by 56.
No, it doesn't feel like the pitch is doing much for him. Hard graft at the moment for the overseas.
But this is it, isn't it? I mean, he's played a bit of first-class cricket, but he's played a lot of white ball cricket. And it's great that he's over here. I'm sure it's doing Kent a lot of good, and it's doing him no end of good to be playing in these conditions. That are still quite a young man, isn't he, Arshdeep? So good stage of his career. But there are going to be days where it's hard graft, and if you look up and think, I've been tearing in here, and I'm still going at the thick end of 5 and over.
Exactly.
That's not supposed to be happening.
It reminds me of young Kahisa Rabada playing for Kent, and he bowled on the Neville Ground at Tunbridge Wells.
Ooh, was that a heartbreaker?
Flat as anything.
Went there once.
It's a lovely ground.
Yeah, he did.
Kadri around the wicket with him, and it's just fiddled away into the onside by Hayne for the comfortable, for what looked like it was going to be a comfortable single, and then the stump's been sent packing at the bowler's end with a vicious throw. Not quite sure Hayne was loitering that much that a throw needed to be had at the bowler's end.
That felt like to take out frustration generally, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Anyway.
Somewhat.
So about an odd experience out at the Neville Ground. We'll come back.
Thanks to Mike. Update on the way for BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. Kadri around the wicket. Oh, Yates sized up to play a stroke to that one, and then in the end left his bat high in his back left and let it go. He's got 38 from 108 balls. Oh, that one he goes back to and ends up playing a defensive shot in front of his back leg, as it was fizzed in that bit flatter and quicker by Kadri. One of those where if you're going to go back to a spinner in that kind of situation, you just got to make sure you hit the ball, even if your technique is a little bit interesting. It was the wrong call to go back rather than forwards, but sometimes you can play spin that way. You just go back to everything. As long as you hit the ball, it doesn't matter. 116 for 2. Kadri continues. Oh, gives himself a bit of room. Nice wide stance to drive off the back through point. Twanama doing the fielding. A couple of runs taken. Seen a lot of running between the wickets today, mainly because of that very long boundary up the slope. Towards the hospital side of the ground. Somebody talking about grass burn there, I thought, out in the middle. Just picked up on our effects mic. Kadri ball into the left-handed Yates, who drives back towards him. He's on 40. 3 runs off the over. Kadri's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8 so far. He's looked in good rhythm, actually, and he was playing for the twos last week at Gloucester in the same game that Harry Finch got 100 in the second innings. It's going to have to be second innings runs for him if he's going to contribute in this match. Having got naught earlier on. Denley made 1. Kadri himself just 3. Failed to get on top of the bounce. Looking to play back foot punch into the covers. Caught by Davis diving forward. A few others in the King card failing to get out of double figures. The likes of Everson, Leaning, who was run out. Compton. So 118 for 2, 19 overs to go in the day's play, 53 runs the deficit. Arshdeep Singh bowling over the wicket now to the right-handed Sam Hain, the left-arm seamer. The Indian fast bowler, number 99 on his back. So far, this is third game for Kent. He has picked up 7 wickets, best of 4 for 133. Here he is once more, left alone outside the off stump. Update on the way shortly for BBC Radio Kent following the travel news. A couple of slips back in an orthodox position for Arshdeep. They're pretty close into the stumps, as the Warwickshire slips were earlier on. Suggests it's a slow wicket. Not that that helped Kent earlier on. Well, the visitors 118 for 2, the deficit 53 runs, but Hamid Kadri, the off-spinner, the man who has come on and got Kent a wicket in this session. A little edge from Rhodes behind to the wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, departing for 25, the number 3 and the captain for Warwickshire. So good stuff from Kadri, who so far bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8. Everson got the breakthrough of Davis for 42 earlier on, although there was some suggestion there may have been an inside edge. But the opener Yates still there, a slow but steady 40 not out for him, joined by Sam Hain, who's a very prolific batter across all formats in the number 4 position. Arshdeep Singh, Kent's overseas, currently trying to get the better of him. Kent earlier on, of course, 171 all out. They were 40 for 4, 78 for 7. Grant Stewart blasted 50 from number 8 to give the scoreline some sort of respectability. But Kent below par with the bat and behind, really, in a manner of speaking, in this game, with Warwickshire just 53 runs behind, 118 for 2. We've got, well, just over an hour or so's play left in the day. 18.2 overs. Commentary up and running online. Up and running until the conclusion. Left alone outside the off stump, this time by Hain. 1 ball to go in the over. Arshdeep goes wider on the crease, and it's defended away by Sam Hain. There is the end of the over. Another maiden for Arshdeep. 4 maidens in his 10 overs so far, none for 40. Both of those have been since he's come back on for this spell, so he's bowling on the money without necessarily managing to get the threat he would like. Gets at least just managing to pin Warwickshire down a little bit. Kadri continues from the pavilion end. It's Yates on strike, he's on 40. Plays defensively. Update on some scores elsewhere. Kadri bowls. Forward comes Yates in defence. Looks like play suspended for the day at Blackpool. Bad light taking over after rain delay. Essex 12 for 1. So limited cricket there on day 1. Play suspended due to bad light at Merchant Taylor School as well. As this one is just about dealt with by Yates. Few oohs and ahs behind the stumps from Kent fielders. 184 for 6, the Northants score in that one. Here comes Kadri again. Flatter, whipped away leg side. Up towards Arshdeep in the deep. Somerset 189 for 5. James Rue 74. Casey Aldridge 51. Really good fight back that from the home team. After Kyle Abbott's 4 wickets for just 20 runs in 10 overs earlier on. Sorry, 271 for 6. With Sean Abbott and Jordan Clark together at the crease. Change of field for the right-handed Hayne. Rain delay at Durham, where Gloucestershire are 280 for 6. 3 wickets for Matt Parkinson in that one. No play on day 1 in Cardiff between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Kadri bowling to Hayne, clips away easily into the onside for a single. No play since I think the first session or start of the afternoon at Worcester. Yorkshire 142 without loss. Haven't been back on since. And then Sussex 307 for 6 at Hove. Scrimshaw's taken a couple of wickets for Derbyshire in that one. As Kadri has got a silly point in play with Compton under the lid. Right under the nose of Yates. And he's played off the back foot out towards extra cover. Where Finch does the fielding. End of the over. On 120 for 2 the score. Mike Taylor's back with us as well.
I just sense there's a slight possibility here that some tension might be built. In that already it feels a little bit like Warwickshire be thinking, we'd like to make sure we're back tomorrow. And that they could just be a little bit cautious. I mean, it's fine. I mean, there's no great urgency. It's perfectly fine if they only inch along at 1 and over between now and the close and come back tomorrow. They'd still have had a really good day if they didn't lose any more wickets. Very good day. But it just might make them a bit tentative. I just felt in that over that Kadri just feels as though he's getting somewhere.
Yeah. Just feels like he's reining things in slightly.
He's Arshdeep still tearing in. He's got rather peculiar figures of 10 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 40. So he's been feast or famine against him. And he starts a new over from round the wicket against Hayne. And he pushes back up the pitch. So it's a slightly odd position for Warwickshire in a way. Not that there's anything bad about it, but they might just begin to temper any wish to keep ticking on, keep moving. Potentially, with still as many as 17 overs, including this one to go, they could be virtually level by the close. But Hayne allows the next one to pass from Arshdeep outside the off stump. But for the moment, they are progressing with some caution, especially against Kadri. But they're picking their moments against Arshdeep as well, although he's bowled the last 2 overs. The evidence of his figures up to now suggests that if you wait for long enough, there'll be something coming along you can score off before too long. So why rush?
I mean, in terms of the Warwickshire run rate, they pretty much will be parity by stumps if they keep that up.
Yes, but slowed down a bit of late. The first 2 were going along at 4 and over. Anyway, Hayne, he might well be untroubled by all of this thing. We'll just keep batting. Just bat time. If you bat for long enough, we'll be in a good position anyway. And he turns this ball away easily to mid-wicket for 1 run. And Yates, who's looked particularly untroubled so far in making 41, comes back onto strike. You were talking about Tunbridge Wells beforehand, and it's a long time since I covered a championship game there. Back in the days before we started doing the commentaries online.
Yeah.
That was Ken Warwickshire game, obviously. In comes Arshdeep, and Yates sets to cut. Oh, and it's a very good save. Oh, the batters have disagreed here, and Yates knew he was stranded. They thought it was going to go away for runs. Danley made a very good save, and I think parried it to a colleague. There was a throw at the non-striker's end. They had a disagreement in mid-pitch, and they more or less decided, well, we're committed now, we're going on. And Yates knew that with the stumps unguarded, he was either going to be run out by a direct hit or he would survive. And he missed, and he did survive. But he knew he was gone if the throw hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Big mix-up between the 2 batters. Imagine if that had been a run out. How many times do you see 2 mixed up run outs? One for each team in the day's play. It wasn't far away, I don't think, the throw.
Arshdeep bowls, a shortish ball, but Hayne gets on top of the bounce and hits it down into the ground, well in front of the close-ish fielder on the leg side, Compton. There was nobody at the bowler's end stumps, so the throw, it was either a direct hit or nothing. And Yates knew it was an odd one. You usually see a batter diving for his ground, but Yates knew there was no point. He was either run out by miles or he was safe. 49 the difference at the moment, 122 for 2. Arshdeep bowls and puts everything into it, as you can tell. But the ball is well wide of off stump. It's the end of the over, 122 for 2 at the end of it. So I was at the Neville ground, and there was just a table near the boundary, that's all. It was a nice day. And in between updates, which was all we did then, I was sort of preparing things for a cricket programme later in the week. And the much beloved figure around cricket, alas, no longer around, Bill Frindle of Test Match Special fame for many years. And for those of us who were very amateur scorers, very much the sort of the ultimate in that department.
Yeah.
The great scorer had got a book out and so was doing interviews. So I was doing an interview down the line while I was at the ground. It was being recorded in the studio that we'd run later in the week. Kadri starts a new over, and Yates turns his off his pad for 1. He might get 2, in fact, and then they do.
Yeah, just turned it very square behind the wicket, which is why there was the slight oohs and ahs, the fact that he played it so late.
So I'm doing this interview, and I'm sort of slightly lost in that. And after a while, I realised the game had stopped. And then I realised everyone was looking at me. Just slightly disconcerting feeling.
Tossed up this one by Kadri, driven away out towards Denley. Does the fielding at mid-off.
And the reason was because the umpire, who was Trevor Jesty, the long-serving, was it Sussex and Lancashire all-rounder, who went on to umpire for a long time, was waving, and he was waving in my direction.
Here comes Kadri. Oh, pushed wide, and the man at short cover by Yates. That was definitely in the air for a moment.
Beaten in the flight, I think. Just groped for that and pushed it away.
But Finch was never square enough to be in position for a catch. Didn't even move in there for a dive. As Kadri comes in again, flatter, cut away, and this time in the gap between point and cover point. Mayeye chases the ball and up the slope it goes. They come back for 2.
The reason he was waving at me was to say, can you go and give the sight screen a shove?
Right.
Because there was nobody else really nearby, and they wanted the sight screen moved. So I had to sort of, had to say, I'm sorry, Bill, would you mind? We can just pause for a moment down the line. I know I've got you on the slot for 20 minutes, but I need to go. I need to go and push the sight screen. And he was a tremendously good sport. And when I came back, he was laughing away down the line. So
they're heavy, they're heavy.
Yeah, well, I know now.
So
yes.
As well. Full toss, driven away straight to Finch in there at a slightly more orthodox extra cover now, because Compton's gone in as an extra catcher. So they've almost got 2 catchers. That short extra. Kadri might need to pitch it though. That last one was a full toss. It's gone for 4 so far in the over. Better length and defended away. End of the over. 15 to go in the day's play. 126 for 2.
I'm happy to say that more assistants arrived very quickly, otherwise the game might have been stopped for rather a lot longer, because you're right, it was heavy. But yes, the day that well, I didn't stop a game.
Yeah.
But it stopped. Everybody was looking. It's quite a bit like that chap who walked in front of the sight screen at the far end. Although I'm bound to say he seemed almost oblivious to the whole thing. But it is a slightly disconcerting feeling when you suddenly think, are they all looking at me?
Well, quite, especially when you know what's going on. Because if somebody just wanders past a sight screen who doesn't know what cricket is on a Saturday afternoon, you're kind of like, fair enough. But you'd have thought if you were coming to watch county cricket, you'd know that you can't just walk in front of the sight screen. Likewise, you'd have known that you I'm not in the wrong place. I'm not blocking anyone's view. So what do they want from me here? What am I doing?
Anyway.
What am I doing wrong?
It's a diversion. Good fun.
Arshdeep is going to continue, and as is the funky field. Kent going to go a bit short here with the bowling. There's a deep square leg and a long leg, and now a man's being posted in short leg and leg gully and kind of a catching mid-wicket-ish position. The umpire's popped over to point instead of the leg side.
This is already his 5th over in this spell and his 12th of the afternoon, so, and you've probably been able to hear on the sound effects microphone the effort that he's putting into these short balls. So if this is going to be a tactic, I suspect it's not going to last for all that long. But here he is, left arm over the wicket, and he pitches it up to Hayne, who lets that pass outside the off stump. So yeah, there's a short leg, a slip and quite a wide leg slip. Mioe is there. Backward point. There's a mid-on and mid-wicket who come together for a conference. A mid-off, and then on the leg side boundary, which is not very deep, there is a man in front of square, around towards mid-wicket, and another man about 25 yards behind square on that boundary. Arshdeep bowls. Oh dear, that's wide. It's not quite wide enough for umpire Blackwell to call it wide, although he had the air of a man who was thinking about it.
Yeah, considering this field feels set up for some short pitch bowling, it was just really wide. Well, there's no cover. If Hayne had a swing at that, he could have pretty much just hit it anywhere, other than second slip. Third man's vacant, backward point's vacant. Cover is just 2 men on the offside. He's going to come around the wicket now, Arshdeep.
He is, and it is a shortish ball, but Hayne rides it pretty comfortably, and he pushes it into the extra cover gap and takes a single. So everybody's got to move round now, except for umpire Newell, who's now feeling the benefit from having gone across the cover point earlier in the over, because he's just going to stay exactly where he is.
But now he's on the march again. I think it's because the short leg fielder is standing.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Is standing so square that he can't see the line.
Right. So he's moving from, as it were, from cover to cover.
Just so we can see if there's a possible run-out opportunity. And Finch has been posted out into the middle of nowhere on the leg side.
Yes, that's quite lonely there.
Quinn's down in front of the Frank Woolley stand.
Because even though he's on the boundary, the spectators in the front row about 40 yards behind him. Arshdeep bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who, as if nothing else is happening, pushes forward in defence back to the bowler, which I think might be the worst thing of all for poor Arshdeep, because he's trying all sorts of things. He's got fielders going hither and thither. He's coming round the wicket and over the wicket. He's rushing in and banging it in short, and Yates just props forward, pushes it back.
There's almost now a cordon of boundary fielders on the leg side. They're all in a straight line from fine leg to deep square leg.
Quite some way in from the rope, and he goes for it's a short delivery, and Yates goes to pull and might have been hit on the helmet, and I think they're going to call for a check. Yeah, I wondered whether he might have edged it onto the helmet, but anyway, the concussion protocols will be carried out, and there'll be a bit of a hold-up. Clock showing 5:50. But still 14 overs minimum.
It's almost like he was threw the shot too early, to be honest. I don't think it was the pace that did for him on that occasion. It was the lack of it, almost, out of this wicket. The fact that he threw the hook shot before the ball conked onto the helmet.
So a pause while Yates has a drink. That seems to be the cure-all for hits on the helmet, doesn't it, a drink?
Doesn't hurt, seemingly.
But he seems all right. they'll check the helmet over. But it's right and proper to have these checks, obviously, for the reasons we've all now become educated about and familiar with. So that's being carried out, and Yates is having another drink. It's quite breezy now. The trees that screen the houses on the Nackington Road from our view, the top branches are swaying about quite a bit now, but it's still sunny, and most people here are sat in the sunshine. There's a few, I think, probably heading for the exits.
Yeah, I think a few have left.
Yeah. If you've got to get public transport sometimes.
Yeah, quite a few people do get the park and ride as well.
Just hang on to the end.
Into the city centre.
How far out of the city centre are we from here?
Not too far, to be honest.
I took one sat-nav shortcut too many and ended up coming down some lanes the last bit, which probably wasn't the best idea. Might not do that tomorrow. Arshdeep bowls a bouncer and Yates is easily down into position underneath it, so no problem. It's the end of the over. 39 overs into Warwickshire's first innings, 127 for 2, so they're only 44 runs behind. And I'm sure when they woke up this morning in the hotel that they thought the ideal thing to do today was to be batting at 11 o'clock. And as it turned out, batting at 3 o'clock was better still, because it means you'd rattle the opposition out.
Absolutely, and the morning session was the time to bowl, as it often can be. Good toss to lose, I think, for Warwickshire, to get the opportunity to bowl when conditions were that bit more helpful. And they took advantage of it. Kent batted poorly, in fairness. And as a result, they have the upper hand in the game, the visitors. Kadri is going to continue here to Hayne. So bumpers at one end, off spin at the other. 6 overs, 1 for 14 so far for Kadri. They'll turn into the onside. By Hayne for a single. Easy enough. Looks more of a threat to the left-handers, as he did before removing Rhodes. And now to Yates, who's on 46. He's played that sort of knock that you want from your opener. 127 balls, but he's stuck around. Seen off the early swing. He's also scored as well. As Kadri bowls to him, back he goes and just pushes it back up the pitch. A couple of times he's gone back to Kadri and failed to convince the wicketkeeper and the slip behind him that he's particularly comfortable. Here he goes once again. Oh, back cut out towards point into the hands of Grant Stewart.
Got into position early for that, Yates, but he keeps hitting the fielder with it.
Got into position very early and had to really wait for it to arrive. It's on a flatter delivery which he defends. 3-dot balls. Kadri again. And once more. Just a little tiptoeing into the crease. Lobs this one up, bit of extra flight. Looks like Finch has been nutmegged by that drive into the covers, so they sneak through for a single. Yates to 47, 129 for 2. The deficit just slowly coming down towards evens. 42 now, the difference.
See Everson doing a bit of warming up, so there might be a change soon. Arshdeep's had 5 in this spell. But Kadri's bowling quite nicely here, so if he can keep going for a longish spell, I imagine possibly the same tomorrow from one end, then that at least he's going to help Jordan Cox out. He doesn't wear through his seamers too quick at the other.
Here comes Kadri. Defended away by Sam Hayne, 2 off the over. And 13 to go in the day's play, 40 gone in the innings, 129 for 2.
They're certainly taking no liberties with Kadri. He's picked up 1 wicket, just occasionally. He's suggested he might get more than that. He's like a number of spinners, isn't he? He's, I mean, he's not a big man,
No.
Hamid Kadri, but he does sort of trot up to the stumps as if he's not trying to. He's trying not to wake somebody. He's quite light on his feet and hustles through the overs. Everson is back already, so Arshdeep 5 overs for 8 in that spell, 12 overs, none for 43 altogether. And he's going to give way to Everson, who dismissed Davis a little earlier, shortly before tea, for 42, which was some of the brighter, perhaps the brightest orthodox batting we've seen today. And I'm accepting Stewart's contribution from that, because that was of an entirely different character. Nonetheless entertaining for it. 5 sixes in his 50. Hit a couple of them a long way. Everson round the wicket from the Nackington Road end. Change of ends for him from his earlier spell. And there's a run here for Yates, his 48th run. Guiding it on the bounce to backward point, which is quite deep set.
Northampton 197 for 8. A Merchant Taylor score. A couple more wickets for Middlesex, and then lots of removed Centurion. Clark for Surrey made 107. John Clark. 309 for 7 there. Closer play at Blackpool. Then a rain delay at Taunton. 196 for 5. That Rue Aldridge partnership continuing. Closer play at Cardiff and Chester Street. They're back on at Worcester. 152 without loss, Yorkshire.
Everson bowls right arm over to Hayne. He's got quite almost an umbrella field in front of the bat, but almost nobody behind the bat. So helpfully for Hayne, Everson bowls a ball that's leaking down the leg side, and he just nudges away for 4 to fine leg, which is not quite what the plan was. I don't know what the plan was, but that wasn't it.
No. And in fairness, feels like the first boundary in a while, actually.
There are 3 very close together on the offside in the sort of short extra cover region, and 2 vaguely at short mid-wicket, although there's a bit more of a gap between them. And he hits the next ball on the forward push to the... he's almost a silly mid-off. If he was a little bit closer, you'd call him a silly mid-off. That's Finch there. And then there's another fielder about 2 or 3 yards to his left, and another one about 2 or 3 further yards to the left. So he's sort of at short extra cover. Everson bowls, and Hayne taps this away gently into the offside, well short of all 3 fielders. And then there's a short mid-wicket and a sort of a again, if he was a bit closer, you'd say he was a silly mid-on. Now, the one at close in at mid-off has come to that position they'd like to take in front of the non-striker. So Yates has had to move a little bit wider on the crease if he wants to run up and down, so that Finch can stand virtually on the cut strip, and Hayne, taking no notice, just defends the next one back to the bowler. It's almost as if all these field placings are going on and Hayne's not paying any attention. He's had his 4 runs for this over. He nudged one down the leg side, and he's quite content just to pat the rest. He's 13, 134 for 2. In comes Everson, and Haynes stands up in the crease and defends another one. So that's the end of the over. It was the first boundary since the Rhodes wicket fell. The last boundary was at just before 5 past. It's now nearly 6 o'clock, but it doesn't really matter for Warwickshire because they're only 37 runs behind. So I'll nip next door again for a moment.
Thanks, Mike. Updating BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. 134 for 2, their visitors. Ken will have hoped that drying up the boundaries might have led to more wickets. Playing the patience game in terms of trying to get their breakthroughs. Haven't managed to get the same sort of prestigious movement on the seamers that Warwickshire managed. Played away off the back foot by Yates. Feels like he's been within striking distance of his 50 for a while. But remains there on 48. Kadri with a dot ball to start his 8th over. And was a little bit shorter, and he went back as if to try and play it leg side, but ended up having to defend to the delivery. 1 for 16 so far for the off spinner. He's in once more. Tosses this one up. Yates forward and playing defensively. See Jazz Singh, the 12th man, one of them. Buyan. Having left some drinks and picking up the jumper, walking around the boundary rope. That's cut away. But Miyeye's there at cover point. Yates hits it straight to him, so can't get a run. So 4 dot balls in the over from Kadri. This is good patient stuff from Kent, just trying to dry things up, trying to force a mistake. Lobs it up, driven away through the covers. Beautiful shot from Rob Yates, and that'll be the half century. Miyeye chasing it down towards the rope. They're going to easily jog back for the 3rd. And in 137 balls with just 3 boundaries, Yates goes to 50. A contrasting innings to that of Grant Stewart, the other 50 that we've seen on day 1 here at Canterbury. But the sort of innings that Kent badly wished one of their batters might have produced. A patient knock which provides the foundation for Warwickshire to go on in this game and get an innings lead. 34 runs, still the deficit, but they're 137 for 2 in comparison to Kent's 171 all out. It's Kadri bowls, and it's flipped away leg side by Hayne. End of the over from Kadri. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 19 so far. Everson 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 24. He's going to continue from the Nackington Road end. Mike Taylor will be back with me very shortly, as this one is turned away into the onside by Yates. 51 not out. Joey Everson. Bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. 137 for 2 here at Canterbury, the visitors. Everson bowls. You can hear the grunt of effort from him. As Yates played it away, and Miyeye doing the fielding at extra cover. Ten overs remaining after this one on this first day of action. Stumps in a couple of the Division 2 games due to bad weather being on the scene. Sussex still going, 3-3-7 for 6 against Derbyshire, as that one's neatly played. Once again a drive from Yates into the covers.
Just hasn't looked in any trouble, really. He's faced now 140 balls for 51, so it's sedate progress as it goes. But that's fine. It's more than adequate for Warwickshire from the position they're in.
Yeah, I was just saying that how Kent would have loved to have had a batter who played a knock of this kind of manner. Plays this one defensively off the back foot. He allows guys like Stewart to come in lower down the order, and rather than going for broke, hit from a position of strength, and Warwickshire will be looking to build a nice first innings lead if they can.
Well, he might be forgiven for saying, can we play you every week? Because I had 128 against Kent earlier in the season at Edgbaston.
Playing off the back foot here towards Miyeye. Not quite.
That's his only championship score above 50 this season, apart from this one. So although he found some form, having got a slightly unexpected run in the Blast. He wasn't in the team at the start of the Blast, but scored half-centuries in each of the last 4 group games before missing out in the quarter-final.
Everson bowling too, Rob Yates. Drives. Oh, good stop from Mieye. Looked like there might be a potential run there, but a maiden over for Joey Everson thanks to the piece of fielding from Tawanda Mieye in the covers. So 10 more overs to go in the day's play. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Mike Taylor alongside me, Ben Watts, and we had Fred Atkins from the ECB Reporters Network with us this afternoon as well.
I mean, it's good for Kent that they're not leaking runs so much. Earlier, until before the first wicket, the run rate was 4 and over. The innings run rate is now down to 3.2. So Rhodes was out with a total 69 in 18 overs. So we've had, what, 37 and 31, 68 in the next 25 overs. But it doesn't really matter because Warwickshire have bought time by bowling them out so quickly. So if Warwickshire bat well into tomorrow, as they seem intent on doing, then this is going to be a form of slow torture for Kent, watching them score all the runs that they probably feel they should have got. And I'm sure there are 1 or 2 batters who will go away tonight thinking that these are some of their runs that are being scored here now. But that's where they are now. More fiddling about with the field. Ben Compton has been provided with a helmet because he's going back in at short leg for Kadri, who's bowled with good control and looked as likely as anybody to get another wicket. He has one. He had Rhodes caught up behind by Jordan Cox for 25. If anybody's going to get a wicket, it's looked like it might be him. And here he comes round the wicket to the right-handed Hayne, who tips the ball off his toes into the leg side for no run. .137 for 2. Particularly high-pitched seagull comes into earshot as Hayne turns the next delivery. To a lot of fuss from everybody around him, but none at all from himself. Into the leg side. It's 13. Beats the bat into the hard ground and now nudges it again, just out of the reach of Compton at short leg. And there's no run. In between stints when I was on earlier, you had an email about Speedway, which I ought to address briefly. I'll do that in a moment. From the listener that got in touch about that. Kadri's coming around the wicket to... That's a good shot from Hayne, who flicks this away stylishly through mid-wicket, and he's going to get only 1 because Mieye continues what has so far been a very tidy fielding effort by Kent. For all their other problems today, they've fielded very well. You expect high standards in the county game these days, and you invariably get them, but I do feel they've fielded particularly keen. 138 for 2. Round the wicket comes Kadri to the left-hander, and Yates is forward defending. Back up the pitch to him.
Yeah, it was Paul that got in touch earlier asking if there was coverage of the
Paul,
Speedway tonight.
Right, I'll address that briefly at the end of this over. Round the wicket comes Kadri, and maybe the way Yates played that gave the impression it scuttled a bit, or at least had him misjudging the flight. But either way, he makes an adjustment, he defends. And it was another very tidy over from Kadri. 9 overs, 1 for 20, and it's 138 for 3. Paul, yes, often I am involved with Speedway coverage online, which is done in the same way as this cricket coverage is, through the BBC Sport website. But being here means I can't be there. I'd love to tell you there was a more creative or technical reason, but it's as simple as that. So, yes, there is... Well, probably will be a very good Speedway meeting tonight at Wolverhampton against Bellevue. I'm sure it would be splendid. And were I not here, I would be there, but I am here, so I'm not there. So if you are able to go, do go, because it'd be smashing. And the same goes for the Birmingham Brummies meeting against Glasgow on Wednesday, which also looks like a very attractive meeting. But no, alas, apologies for that. I'll be back there next week, Paul.
Joey Everson continuing from the Nackington Road end, and unfortunately he's bowled that same delivery on leg stump that Sam Hain has walked across his stumps and just helped on its way down towards the boundary rope. There's nobody down there from a Kent point of view, so the deficit cut to 29 runs as Hain moves to 18.
I think I may have found the flaw in this plan, which is that he keeps bowling the first ball of the over as an absolute freebie. So not only is Hain so far, underlined so far, been playing all the rest quite steadily back, but he's not even had any particular desire to go looking for runs because he's already banked 4. He can't be doing that.
Everson down the slope, bowls, and Hain forward in his defence.
That's the problem now, isn't it? Unless he gets Hain to make a mistake, which could happen, but hasn't so far looked like happening, he's not even building any pressure on Hain by cutting off, because I've already banked 4 runs in this over. That's all right. So these fellas are inching gradually nearer. So, like those sort of playground game where you sort of creep a step nearer every time somebody looks away.
Then he's moved to silly mid-off. And Hain on the back foot defending back towards Everson, which leaves even more of a gap on the leg side behind square and at square leg.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're trying to say to Hain, you want to play one in that gap and sort of play all round a straight one?
Yeah, manufacture a shot over there because there's freebies there. Well, I need to, do I? Because every now and again you'll make you bowling one there anyway. We'll see anyway. It might be a particularly cunning plan, but it's very well disguised at the moment.
Flicked away, there is that gap. It's away for 4 runs by Sam Hain.
Don't get me wrong, if he was stepping across his stumps and doing something to do that, then you'd say, well, fair dues, that's really good batting. But it's not. He's just turned that off his pads for 4 runs. Oh. It must be hard being captain sometimes. The team's not had much of a day. And they might have worked out a really good plan here, but it's falling down.
This one driven away by Haynes into the offside. Out towards Grant Stewart.
The good thing to say is that Kent are not letting the game dawdle, which it would otherwise be in danger of doing. They are trying to do things, which is good. They've been really sharp in the field, which is very good, and they're trying to make things happen.
Left alone outside the off stump, this next one. So a couple of 4s in the over to move Hain on to 22 from 44, and the Warwickshire scored 146 for 2, a deficit of 25 runs. Hopefully a lot of you tuning in are watching the video and the YouTube stream, because I think we're down on the BBC Sport website, so I've been told. But I think that I didn't get any feed for my 6 o'clock update, and I think the wrong ISTM was put on the desk, and therefore that's taken the online stream off. That may well make sense to nobody other than Mike and I in this room, but there we go. Here's Kadri.
And Yates pushes the first ball into the offside, and there's no run. That's the sort of thing people make podcasts out of that. No, behind the scenes stuff these days. This is gold, Mike. I keep saying this is the stuff people want to know. Forward comes Yates and defends back on the offside. Personally, I've never been one particularly who's bothered to know how sausages are made. I just like eating them. But there it is. For those of you particularly bothered about the technical. What he's trying to say is somebody put the wrong plug in the wrong hole. That's essentially what's happened. Yes. Forward comes Yates and pushes away into the offside. We would like to kid you on that it's a great deal more high tech and detailed than that. But can I let you into a secret? It really isn't. Round the wicket comes Kadri, and Yates takes a step forward this time and plays, by comparison, a slightly extravagant stroke. But it's the same result. He hits it on the bounce to Finch, who continues the sprightly fielding of Kent by stopping that. And there's no run. Round the wicket comes Kadri, no time to waste. And back goes Yates. plays a slightly stiff stroke into the offside, where there's not quite such a thick cordon of fielders here, but nevertheless there are some scattered about, not too far from the bat. Back he goes again to another ball from Cadra that invites him to do so, and this time he steers it up to Denley at mid-off, and that was a perfectly decent and polite maiden over that didn't remotely look like building any pressure. And Yates has appeared impervious to that. He's 51 and 146 for 2. With how many overs we got? 7. And if Warwickshire can get off, they'd be quite happy to get off at this score. But if they can add a few more runs without any more wickets going down, then they'll have had just about as good a day as they could have hoped for when the coins fell the other way at 10:30 this morning. Change of bowling. Everson's going to give way to Quinn, I think.
Hopefully the online stream will be back up and running in a moment. Doing our best from remotely. But those of you watching on the feed, on the online video stream, won't be having any issues.
No. You don't get us so lightly, you keep having us bothering you, regardless.
So Quinn replacing Everson at the Nackington Road end. I mean, this seems slightly unfair that Quinn gets a long leg when Everson didn't. But there we go. Kent have now got one down there to stop Sam Haynes' little glance shot. He's playing a back foot punch instead out towards Kadri. I'm hopefully going to be speaking to Grant Stewart at close of play. Find out what it was and hasn't been doing for Kent in terms of the ball, and then talk us through his batting innings.
I think he might be keen to talk about that.
I think he will be, but he'll also be aware that the team have underperformed today. But hopefully we might get a little glimpse into his thinking in terms of, what were you thinking? Well, we didn't have many, so I thought I'd go and whack it, type stuff. As this one's left alone outside the off stump. Jordan Cox is a 22-year-old behind the stumps and threatening to throw a little underarm. Sam Haynes doing his best to laugh it off.
I don't know if you find the same as me with Kent. I suspect you do, in that you don't tend to get much rubbish from cricketers. That if you ask him a question that's, as many sports interviews do, a lot of the questions have reasonably obvious answers, which sometimes you don't get the obvious answers. You kind of get a bit of a platitude around it. I don't find you get that very often from cricketers.
Cricketers are normally pretty good, aren't they?
They'd say, well, no, we haven't done very well today.
Welcome back to online listeners. This one played off the back foot by Hayne. Yeah, you're more likely to get a cricketer saying, yeah, we didn't play very well today, than a footballer come out and say, yeah, we were rubbish today. Sorry everybody. Mainly because after a bad day at the office, football, well, I don't know about the clubs that you follow, but often if they've just been pumped 5-0, we wouldn't get a player interview at the end of the day.
No.
Then again, had it not been for the Grant Stewart 50, we might have been speaking, it might have been a speak to a coach day. As this one's let go outside the off stump.
Yes, there's a bit of code, folks. If you hear the coach during the game, that's generally code for things haven't gone very well.
No players have particularly had a good day.
Yeah, that's if on the morning bulletins tomorrow on Radio Kent, it's the coach, it means they really think it's gone bad.
Yeah.
And the same applies if it was Warwickshire, by the way. It's sometimes
that's a general rule of thumb.
That's generally a rule of thumb. You can generally take that.
Quinn bowls, left alone outside the off stump. Sam Hayne looks content to play out the final few overs here.
Do you find in the sports teams that you follow, whichever sport it is that you're covering for Radio Kent, do you find that there is generally a player, there is somebody who is kind of like the official wearer of the hair shirt? So if they've had a really bad match, game, whatever it is, then it's always him who comes out and sort of takes one for the team.
I can think of individuals in the past who have played that role, yes. This one's off the outside edge, but it's a softly played outside edge, if you will. It was down into the gully area and wide of point, so Hayne will come through for a single. I mean, from a Kent point of view, it's normally Matt Walker that on a shocking day, he's the one that ends up as the head coach, being the man who has to come and front up. But yeah, I can think of, certainly in terms of Gillingham, they had a young defender called Jack Tucker, who generally would be the kind of the best talker after a defeat. So if they've just lost 2-0 away from home, he'd have come out and done it. But now he's an MK Dons man.
Oh, right.
So yeah, I'm not sure who it would be in the current crop, but often more senior pro in the group. Sometimes the skipper might do it, come out and say, yeah, we weren't good enough today.
And I'm only gently pulling the leg because it's not. I don't envy actually players or managers. I have a bit more sympathy than some in my line of work for that sort of thing. Kadri starts a new over round the wicket to the right-handed Hayne, who hits this on the bounce into the short leg fielder's shins, Compton, or at least into the shin guards. I think the big yelp was not Compton going, oh, that was sharp. I think it was just generally a yell of encouragement. But it's a good job he had the shin guards on. 147 for 2. Brown comes Kadri, and with a flick. There's an embellishment here. Hayne hits this. It's never going to be a run. And Denley fields at mid-on. He's been very good in the field, particularly. He and Finch have particularly stood out. But as a team, it's been a good effort. And what otherwise hasn't been an easy day for Kent. This is driven firmly back to the bowler, and it goes along the ground and just through the fingers of Kadri. But it's not got much pace on it, so it's no problem. There's no run. Kadri looks as though he's warmed to the task a bit in the course of this spell. He's into his 11th over. Here he comes, trots up to the crease, round the wicket to the right-hander. Haynes just reaching round his front pad a little bit for this one. Nudges it down into the leg side.
Yeah, 1 for 20 from his 10.4 overs, Kadri, so going at less than a couple of runs and over. He's looked good, actually. Looked confident out there.
Very tidy. Round the wicket he comes and pushes that through a bit flatter. Yates is fidgeting as if he thinks he ought to offer to come for a run, but Haynes not remotely thinking of doing so as he turned that behind square on the leg side. He's 23. Yates is 51. 147 for 2. Round the wicket comes Kadri, and no, there won't be a run here. Again, for a moment, they thought there might be. But it's a maiden from Kadri, a particularly tidy one. And with... oh, it's disappeared off the screen. There we go. I'll look to the... we'll start looking to the old-fashioned one where it doesn't disappear off that. 5 overs left, it says there, it says. For Warwickshire in the day, they are not quite, by the look of things, going to be in front, at least on the scoreboard, but they are most definitely going to be morally in front of the game, unless we have a super dramatic 5 overs from now.
Yeah, they may still get there. Matt Quinn from the Nackington Road end. I wonder how Joe Denley's back is. He's obviously in the team for this game, but bowled 49 overs in the second innings at Northampton, which led to the back injury that saw him miss the final 2 T20s, which in hindsight potentially cost Kent a place in the quarter-final. That
feels like a very big shift for Denley.
Yeah, from bowling virtually no overs to 49.
Well, as poor old Moeen found out, didn't he, in the first Test match. There's a bit of a difference between 4 overs now and again and a big shift with the red ball.
Yeah, so I wonder if Denley is fit enough to bowl in this game. As Queener comes around the wicket, and he's got 3 fielders out deep on the leg side. I can't imagine Quinn's going to necessarily go to the short ball here. Umpire, for whatever reason, is crossing over from square leg to point. I personally can't see why he feels the need to.
It's not particularly bright sunshine there, is it?
But there we go. Short ball, goes for the hook shot. As it was dug in by Matt Quinn. Hopefully you can hear us loud and clear on the BBC Sport website right now.
He was, again, it felt, not for the first time, he was through that pull a bit early. He spun through a complete 360 degrees, Rob Yates. Ended up back the way he started, but I'm not sure he got very close to the ball on the way.
Went for the short ball tactic there, Quinn, and Yates went after it.
It's an odd field position now. The slip has gone back to about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, directly behind the keeper.
One defended away by the batter.
For a top edge hook, so he's very slight. He's maybe a yard or two to the offside, but he's almost directly behind the keeper. Sort of look at an old-fashioned long stop. Jack leaning. As the captain himself has put him there. So he's gone, like slip, but as if slip had gone back 45 yards.
Yeah, it's like it's like deep fly slip.
Yes, but very fine.
Quinn then short ball, which this time Yates bobs underneath. I think Quinn is being asked by umpire Blackwell to stay off the wicket. An unofficial warning, if you will.
I think he'd be quite glad to get off it on a fairly permanent basis.
Yeah,
Matt Quinn.
In 4 overs time, I will happily get off.
Yes.
For the night.
Although he did enjoy himself for a while with the bat, he took the cue from Grant Stewart, and briefly it looked as though he was going to take the lead.
Well, it was the point where Stewart stopped turning down singles because Quinn was quite happily swinging away at one end.
Didn't he hit his six? Was the one that went over the longest?
Yeah.
The longest boundary hit on the ground. It
was a great hook shot. Fortunately, he tried to do the same shot again, and that was how he got out, as he bowls another short ball, which was miles over Yates' head. And for me, it was also the little back away and lofted cover drive.
Oh yes, he crunched that.
Gave himself room to play it to the short boundary. That was good to watch as well.
Made 25 to pump a bit of air into Kent's flagging first innings.
And before the 5 sixes from Grant Stewart and the one from Arshdeep, took them up to 171. Dread to think what score it would have been, but for those lower order heroics. Warwickshire really would have a lead already if it hadn't been for those. As this one's defended away by Yates, so a few short balls in there, 3 short, 3 full, maiden over from Quinn. 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 21. Continuing that pretty impressive economy rate that we've seen from him all season long in red ball cricket. So 4 overs to go on day 1 at Canterbury. I was texting our producer a moment ago saying, I reckon 6:45 might be the finish time, but actually we may well indeed finish before then. And here answers my question, because Joe Denley is about to bowl here for Kent. Kadri, his spell has been brought to an end, and Denley's going to have a couple before stumps. Kadri, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. He and Quinn have been the most economical of the Kent bowlers. Arshdeep 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 43. Stewart 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 30. Everson 2 maidens in his 8 overs, 1 for 32. So Joe Denley took 4 wickets in those 49 overs in the second innings at Northampton to help Kent get the innings victory. He is coming back into the attack, even though the back injury that Denley had off the back of that game potentially cost Kent a quarter-final spot in the T20 due to his absence from the T20 team. This one's defended away by Hayne from the leg spinner. Of course, it wasn't just Denley, it was Agar as well who got injured in that game, and then Bell Drummond pulled a hamstring on the Friday night against Sussex. So it was one after the other, the injuries. This one defended away by Hayne. On the button though, Denley. And he's bowling at the end, well, unlike Kadri, who was sort of using the turn for the one that goes straight on. Denley might get some assistance from the slope in terms of his leg spin. This one's defended away by Sam Hayne. 3 dot balls so far in the Denley over. Over 8 level at the moment for Kent. Wondered if they'd be in front with the spin that Kadri's bowled. Oh, there's the long hop. She's been dragged down by Denley. Miyeye's out there on the boundary for such a situation. Hayne comes back for 2, moves to 25 from 60 balls. So quite a patient effort so far from him. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly as Denley bowls. Defended away by Hayne. 1 ball to go in the over, 2 off it so far. Deficit down to 22 runs. It'll be Warwickshire's day, regardless of whether or not they have a lead at stumps. Denley tosses this one up, driven. Oh, and it beats the man at cover 2. And it will go for 4, despite Everson's best efforts. And the 150 comes up for Warwickshire in exactly 50 overs. So scoring at just a tick above 3 and over. Having started off very quickly, Kent have managed to bring the run rate down, get a couple of wickets, but still Warwickshire, unless Kent can get a wicket, are going to be the only ones with points on the board after day 1. Unfortunately, it's been a struggle for Kent today. Warwickshire, the visitors, have the advantage, or not literally, but they will do in the game. They're just 18 runs behind now on first innings. Kent were 171 all out earlier on. They were 40 for 4 at one stage, 78 for 7. A mini recovery thanks to the counter-attack from Grant Stewart, who made 50, scored 3 4s and 5 6s. Matt Quinn made 25 as well from number 10 to get Kent up to 171. But Warwickshire, in reply, have just lost a couple of wickets. Davis LBW to Everson for 42. And then Rhodes caught by Cox off the bowling of the economical spinner Kadri for 25. But Kent unable to get any further breakthroughs. Yates there, 51 not out, 29 for Hayne. We've got 3 overs left in the day's play. Warwickshire just looking to squeeze this deficit down and to bat out for stumps and to go again tomorrow and to try and push home their advantage against Kent, who have been below par today, certainly the home side. And as a result, Warwickshire 153 for 2 with 3 overs to go. So Quinn around the wicket, still got the men out deep. But bowls a full delivery to Yates, which is driven. Arafat's back on the pitch. Subfielder. In fact, sorry, it's Arshdeep. He's taking his sunglasses off. That's why it's foxed me there. And on the back of his head. Deep square leg, long leg and fine leg. Out on the rope. Quinn yet to bowl a short ball in this over. That's another length ball which has been defended away by Yates. So 3 balls bowled in the over as we tick away the remaining deliveries until stumps on day 1. It feels like Warwickshire are quite content with the runs that they've put on the board and are happy to come back tomorrow morning now. Not too worried about what runs are scored between now and stumps, whereas Kent desperately need a wicket just to feel like they've taken something from the day, really. Both figuratively and literally in terms of bonus points. That is the short ball there from Quinn, which has gone through to Jordan Cox. A bit cloudier this evening. At times we've had none in the sky at all ahead. Overhead here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. It's been a glorious sunny day for spectators to enjoy. Might get a little bit of rain tomorrow morning. Pulled away down towards long leg. Possibility of a delayed start if you look at the forecast. But we'll see how it plays out. Should be fine and dry in the afternoon, if not a little bit cloudy. So 154 for 2, the deficit down to 17. 1 ball to go in this Quinn over. And we've got 2 to go. Hayne on strike. The fielder's moving around for the right-handed batter. 3 men that were loitering on the boundary on the leg side are now in it. Effectively silly mid-off, cover and point. as Quinn around the wicket. That was a full delivery, which Hayne is down the pitch and defending. 2 overs to go then. 154 for 2.
The single in that over was Rob Yates' first run since he reached his half-century, which was at 2 minutes past 6. His first run in more than half an hour.
So he's basically gone to his 50 and then decided, well, I've got enough runs for today.
Yeah, I'm coming back tomorrow.
I'll come back tomorrow. That's my one priority in this last half an hour. Don't get out, come back tomorrow.
That's fair enough. So he faced a further 24 balls without scoring until taking that single.
So Denley's going to bowl this over, and judging from Jack Leaning's warming up, going on at slip, he might bowl the last. So Denley's leg spin.
Not sure there's a huge queue of volunteers. Otherwise, Denley bowls and Yates walking around his crease. He's nudging this into the leg side. And it's not a bad idea, actually, because they just want to get off the field. And also, you can have a lapse of concentration. Because you think, oh, this is easy. No. Denley bowls again. And Yates, he's very compactly forward. Sort of as if he's trying to hide his whole body behind his bat. He gets down low and pushes the ball away into the offside. He's 52. This is the 52nd over. He's been there all the way through, and he drives and gets a run here, a whole one, pushing out into the covers. So he goes to 53. This will be an enormously heartening effort. He's been in and out of tune this season a little bit. Rob Yates, that big 100 in the win over Kent earlier in the season. No other substantial scores in the championship until 44 at Chelmsford a couple of weeks ago. But back into form in a big way in the Blast as Hayne defends the next one away into the offside. And now these runs here. But this is all about buying a ticket for tomorrow, I'm sure, as far as he's thinking. Tomorrow's when he can get the big runs. Denley bowls and Hayne leaves a ball outside the off stump, which is close enough to the off stump for Cox to take it and in one movement to take the bails off. But Hayne gave every impression that he knew what he was doing.
Offered the pad at it, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, he'll want to make sure he's here tomorrow as well. So Denley bowls and Hayne, as if to follow up from that, says, I'm now going to show you the most technically correct defensive shot I can play. Look, read the name on my bat, and pushes it back down the pitch at Denley. And that was a bit of a statement. 155 for 2, and there are 16 runs between the teams, with one more over to bowl.
And it is Jack Leaning. As I, well, not predicted as such, but envisaged, having seen the warming up going on from the skipper.
I do think it is worth saying that Kent have not at all given the impression of a team that's feeling a bit sorry for itself this afternoon.
No, and they've really got this run rate down, haven't they? And
yeah.
And just played the sort of patience game to try and starve the runs and create pressure that way. Defended away by Yates, his first delivery from Leaning.
The problem is that there's been no need for Warwickshire to try and push it. Okay, if you want to squeeze it, yeah, okay, that's fine. Because if we're still batting here tomorrow, then we're quite happy.
And by Newell's on the move again. He's out to point. Oh, that's a bit of a drag down from Leaning. Yates shaped to pull it.
Yes.
It went into the keeper's gloves, and then somebody somewhere has gone out. I don't know why they thought that was a play and a miss of some sort. Here comes Leaning again. Back goes Yates.
To be fair, Yates did play it in the way that I've been playing that packet of Baldwin creams you put next door earlier in the day. In that every time I go past it, I think I really ought to take one, but no, I won't. Because if I do, I'll overindulge, and they've sort of played it like that, really.
Leaning bowls. Yates defending this one off the stumps.
Yes. As if to say, I know that any time in the last 4 weeks I'd have whacked that into the middle of next week, but I'm not gonna do it now because I won't feel a chop.
Yeah, well, very good.
If it goes wrong.
Self-restraint from both yourself and Rob Yates.
I should say so.
Tossed up by Leaning. Defended away into the offside. That was a very animated dive from Denley at cover, considering nobody was going for any kind of single and the ball wasn't travelling particularly quickly. So we're going to finish slightly earlier than my predicted finish time of 6:45. As leaning bowls the final ball of the day, back goes Yates, plays defensively, tucks his bat under his arm, takes his gloves off, waits for Sam Hain, and I think he'll be heading off pretty content with his work. 53 not out for him, 29 not out for Sam Hain. Davis out for 42, 25 for Rose. Those are the only 2 wickets to fall. Warwickshire, 155 for 2. Maiden from leading just being shown on the screen. But although they trail in terms of the match, in runs, in terms of the match situation, they are very much in front after day one, having bowled Kent out for 171. Good day for the Bears.
Perfectly satisfactory day with power to add tomorrow, and Rob Yates making sure that he is going to be there doing some of that adding, and Sam Hain as well, and they'll be pretty confident about the position of the team and that they're going to get first dibs to push on tomorrow.
Glenn Maxwell could be fun tomorrow if Warwickshire have set a platform.
If I don't know exactly which position he'll be queuing to bat in, but I imagine that they will be forming an orderly queue if the batting conditions are anything like today, but we'll see.
Thank you very much, Mike. We'll be back tomorrow, myself and Mike Taylor, Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent, and thank you very much to Sports Extra listeners who have been with us very briefly for the conclusion of the day's events here at Canterbury. Warwickshire ending at 155 for 2 after they bowled Kent out for 171. Kent were 21 without loss, and it became 40 for 4 with some top order wickets. There was a calamitous run out of Jack Leaning for 7. Mayeye out in the stroke of lunch, and then Everson out just after the interval. Left Kent 78 for 7. Grant Stewart came in at number 8 and blasted a 50 with 3 4s and 5 6s. Matt Quinn had a bit of fun as well at number 10, making 25. But Kent's 171 looks well below par on this deck. And Warwickshire, thanks to 42 from Davis, 25 Rhodes, and then the 2 unbeaten men, Yates and Hain, have themselves a position of strength. 155 for 2 at the close, the visitors. So they'll come back tomorrow and look to finish off the 16-run deficit and build a lead. So we will be back from Canterbury tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock with commentary from this game in Division 1.